Test, test, test. This should be working now. For some reason, everything got reset to the default. Nothing was connected. And yeah, magic. So we're moving the mic a little bit here. Hopefully this is sound. Oh, great. We get the mic in the shot. You know, I can't even be frustrated. My entire September has been just one long frustration. Nothing works and you blame your kittens. I mean, they must have done it. Must have been them futzing around in the back. So, you hear him. You hear Krampus. As soon as I started saying that, he said, yeah, that was me. So, we know the culprit. Now, yes. I don't know. My look today, why is this still here in the shot? My look today was supposed to be something of a bizarre circus trainer or something to try to see how much we can hide the back brace, but I think the hair just does it. I was like, well, it's black and white stripes, so these stripes won't be as no the hair covers it pretty well, so that works. All right, so exciting times, exciting times. I do have these nice, fresh, crisp JW, the Bible, is it God's word or man's? So we're gonna go ahead and talk about that. But first I wanna catch up with you guys and see how you guys are doing. I agree, Kilroy. If the earth was flat, then yeah, then that's it. The dates were confusing. Friday's 22 September. Thank you, John. I had used some stuff from something that was supposed to be for tomorrow. And I said, oh, okay, I'll just change everything. And I didn't change the dates. I just changed the days. So that's my bad. I apologize for that. I have been on some new medication and no sleep. So my brain is it's thankfully, I think yesterday was the last of the meds, which is good, but the meds are for pain for my back, which is why I'm not getting sleep. So we'll see what happens today and tonight. So exciting times. Yeah, I know it's still in the wrapper, like it's fresh. Are you guys? I don't like ASMR at all. It makes me upset. I don't know why it is. Anything with ASMR, the crinkling, the scratching, the chomping. The only thing I like is somebody like meowing. Meowing does really good stuff, and she just speaks really softly and things. I don't think she overdoes it, and it's just like, oh, I like that somebody's talking nicely to me. That's pretty much the reason that I enjoy it. So yeah. But I'm glad you're able to figure it out, John. I'm glad that it wasn't too confusing. If you are part of Patreon, we are still having our Patreon stream tomorrow because next week is Chuseok. Happy Chuseok, Obyung and fam. So we're doing the thing tomorrow because Chuseok, I'm going out of town. So yeah. Now I'm wondering if they're obsessive tract collectors, like obsessive comic book collectors, who have a fit over taking out the wrapper. Well, I made sure to wash my hands. I don't have any gloves. I have socks right off camera. There's just some socks sitting here. Do you think if we put socks on my hands that it would be really just stupid? Because that's what I'm about. I'm about being very stupid and enjoying this, okay? Yeah. Or is it, would that be like quasi foot fetish material? We don't need that. We don't want that. Okay, so yeah. But you guys, how are you guys doing? How's your September shaping up? It's almost over. I had no idea. One of my students was like, goodbye, have a good weekend, teacher. And I was like, it's Friday. No idea. I had no idea. I have been so busy and so exhausted, and I don't know, it's good to be busy, I guess. It helps me not think about life, You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, you were about to say I was going to attract the wrong crowd. Yeah, that's true. But what is it? No, you can't put a price on free advertising. I don't think that applies here. Yeah, Erkin, it's been not the best. So I have an inclination to lean to the left, and I don't think you guys have necessarily noticed it. It's just if you do look at all of the videos where I'm reading something off the screen, you'll see I'm reading it like this. And that's because of where like there's damage, so it's like less supported. So it's my body trying to protect it. That's apparently why I lean to the left. So I've been wearing a back brace and then using like some lumbar support. Just trying to be slow, taking my time. Yeah, the coccyx pain returned. That was the main reason I went to see the doctor in the first place. And so they've been giving these injections. I got 2. They're kind of expensive, and they only work for like 2 days. And even while they're working, it's just really achy. I don't know if you guys have ever had these types of injections. Let me see if I can just show you what they are. But they use this type of x-ray machine called a C-arm. Yeah, this is how they look. Let's do window, share the window, properties. Let's put it in a different thing. You can see it, you can mess with it more easily. See arm, yeah, that looks right. Oh, then, yeah, this thing. Okay, cool. Where's the video? So I can make myself smaller. There we go. That works. Okay. So, apparently we can just see everything on the top, so we'll just stick here. That's great. Thank you. I don't know what happened. Everything got, I don't know. I gotta reposition this camera. Anyway, so you kind of sit in the middle of this. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. I don't think you can see my mouse. Wunderbar. So you kind of lie in the middle, and this thing goes above and below the bed, and you're in the bed. So that's exciting. You can kind of see it a bit here. I gotta check the positioning again. I'm glad I got this wide. No, don't do that. That's not what I asked you to do. I'm glad I got this wide thing. Let me move my big head out of the way. All right. It's not like as much paper and stuff. It's more like, I guess more like this. Yeah. So what they do is as they're sticking a needle in your back, you can kind of see in the back here. Oh, you can't see my mouse, great. So you can see there's another person, there's another tech. So the tech scans when the doctor asks, and the doctor is sticking something in there. So they scan it every so often, just to, like every, I don't know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, to check the placement of the injection, because it has to be so deep, but also really accurate. So that's what they have to do. And so it's an experience. That's the way to describe it. It's an experience. So that is fun, not fun at all. And it is achy when you're done. It's really achy. And then the pain comes right back 2 days later. So it's really not worth like $45 a day. It's like a $90 injection. No thanks. So, I mean, it does a good job for what it is, I guess, but it just doesn't work like nearly as fast as it should, or long as it should. So, yeah. Use Kerbal to support your back. I'll definitely check that out. Your mobile junction similarly degraded just at the, there's just one at the lumbar spine and then one at the cervical spine. And the cervical spine has bone spurs, which it turns out is what was causing, partially causing so many migraines. So now that I've been using like the back brace and stuff, my back hurts really bad, but I've had like 1 migraine in the past 2 weeks, so that's an improvement. Small miracles. So we'll try to do that. Don't forget muscles degenerate fast. Yep, thanks, because I'm on no lifting forever. So that's don't worry, I haven't forgotten. And I was definitely trying not to lose my mind when the doctor told me that, because, yeah, there's a lot I identify with being physically strong. Um, it's like I've helped people. You know, two of my students needed to be like lifted. I've thrown people that were attempting, you know, to be all creepy, gropey. You know, I've thrown a guy like across the hallway and stuff. You know, it's been, I don't know. I feel like it helps me help people. You know, I help my friend move, and you know, we don't need to call a big set of people. It's just call me. You know, and then just the two of us, we can take care of it. You know what I mean? And so I feel like a lot of my place in society is as like a function of helping other people, and the muscles were like an extension of that. And in a lot of ways too, there was a lot wrapped up in this, in terms of my body image, because you know, most of you guys know I used to be morbidly obese, and I first got into fitness because of weightlifting. And I did that because I had to take a PE class in college, and I was like, I am not doing aerobics. Bowling is full, billiards is full, I guess I'll do weightlifting, at least I can sit down and do that. And I just fell in love with it, you know. I thought, you know, seeing progress was really cool. I really liked the idea that my body could be really strong instead of just big. And I still had to eat, you know. I couldn't, like, I wasn't on a special diet per se. I was on, you know, a different diet, but not a special low-cal diet or anything. I still got to eat big and lift big and have a good big time, and it was awesome. You know, then I started running, and it was great. And I lost my ability to run, and I lost my ability to lift really heavy, but at least I could still kind of lift, still kind of sculpt some of those muscles, you know, and maintain some of that size and that shape. And then now that's gone. So it's been interesting, you know. Yes, been interesting. That's a word for it. Yeah. What's up, Max? Just talking about just some updates to the old health. So yeah, it's been a September. I found out some tragic information about a student of mine. As tragic as you can probably think. Don't want to go into specifics. She had just graduated. Good kid. And then just like my coworkers needed a little more help than I had anticipated. And by the way, you're a department head. They took my geography class away from me without telling me because they gave it to somebody else, and I don't know. So it's been a lot of extra work, and I guess in a way that's good because it's helping me focus on something else, you know. So, you know, yeah, I found what I wanted to do for my master's thesis, so that's good. It's about it's a survey about eating disorders and temperament, just to see if there's any consistency whatsoever across the eating disorders. And so if you want to participate in that, please please let me know. I'll post some links to it in the Discord once I create it. The links will be to both the eating disorder group and the control group. I won't know which one you choose. Even if you ask for it, you know, me to send it to you specifically by email, I still won't know which one you choose, so it'll still be at least somewhat anonymous if you want to keep it that way. If you don't, you want to share your story, I'm also just totally happy to listen to that. I just want as many different people in as many different age groups as possible to take this, because the whole point is to test temperament. Temperament usually doesn't change over the course of your life, and so I'm hoping that this will be a better descriptor than something nebulous and ill-defined like perfectionism, or want to control, which is something we can do subconsciously. So if we can do something where it's related to temperament, then maybe we can find better ways to treat the disorder. So that's the idea. And I'm looking for as many different disorders as you can, because there's a lot of information about like anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and sometimes purging disorder, and like nothing on binge eating disorder, ARFID, which is avoidant restrictive food and eating, or food and intake disorder, or feeding and intake disorder. Pica is another one where you eat non-food items. So those kinds of disorders, I really want people to be taking this. You don't need a diagnosis. An operational definition will be provided because I know like 50% of people around the world do not get mental health help for whatever reason. So having a formal diagnosis is not a requirement as long as you meet the requirements that you can determine yourself. So the sound is low. I apologize for that. Let me see if I can turn it up. I don't want to talk too loud because remember it is a bit early here. Is that any better? I just don't want to upset my neighbors. Hi, I'm live streaming over here. You know. So yeah, if there's anything that you wanted me to cover again, I guess I could move this down. Can we move this down? Sort of over, down. Is that better? Oh, it's right in my face. Look at that. Yeah, you know, that's my favorite B-movie mistake is when the boom mic gets in the shot. So I'm just gonna leave it here for a while. So, okay, good. It sounds louder. Okay, great. All right. Control group meaning those that don't have an eating disorder. Yes. So they're just going to be answering the same types of questions. These are based off of the OCEAN. OCEAN stands for openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And you're not going to be asked like, are you neurotic? You know, you're just going to be asked a series of questions that are related to this, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. If you are taking the eating disorder portion or version of the survey, you will be asked about what do you believe is the like the main or some of the main contributing factors to the development or the onset of your eating disorder. So if it is something trauma related, that is something that you're going to be asked to to articulate. So if that's something that you're not willing to articulate, then you don't have to take the study. Just to know that like from the outset. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, it's a boom. It's an Ed Wood flu. There we go. You're right. If you're dysregulated before when you were obese, you would have a better chance not to go bedridden. Right. Yeah. Before I mean, even still, my doctor wants me to lose weight, and he didn't tell me how much to lose. He just said, do it. And so I was like, okay. And he didn't weigh me. He just, that was also fun. To just be visually assessed to say, hi, the existing weight on your body is contributing to your back pain. You need to get rid of it. So I've been doing OMAD, 1 meal a day, and it's sort of like an intermittent fasting, I guess, time period. So, you know, eating like a 4-hour window kind of thing, I guess. But because of the steroids and NSAIDs, I ended up gaining weight for a short period. You know, when you're eating under 1,000 calories a day, usually between 500 and 600, it's, and then you gain. So that's always exciting. Yeah. Yep. How's your back pain from 1 to 10? I guess with 10 being me unable to speak, I would say it's about in the morning when I woke up and I was walking around and stuff to get ready, it's about a 2. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Once I got out of bed, when I'm getting out of bed, it really hurts my tailbone. When I'm getting into bed, it hurts my tailbone. When I'm lying down and I shift to like, I'm not supposed to be rolling on my side, but sometimes laying on flat on my back hurts too much, so I kind of do anyway. And that hurts my tailbone. So I end up rolling back anyway. So you know, once I get out of bed, it wasn't that bad. It was, you know, maybe a 2 or something. But now I'm sitting and having this thing where I'm like forcing my back to be straight. You know, we're pushing it right now to about a 5 at least. I don't know about pain tolerance stuff. I have a pretty high pain tolerance, I guess. And there's also just the idea that if I'm always just like, ow, 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 you know, I mean, what am I going to get done? So, trying to, yeah, not think about it too much. I may like get up in the middle of the live stream just to take a seating break. So that's one thing I should have started by saying. Yeah, so I might do that. Yeah. So, you also might hear the straps, like that Velcro. I have to do this and then relax and then do it again and then relax. So. Let's see. Important progress, the science there. Worrying stat that certain eating disorders are anorexia are the mental condition with the highest mortality. Absolutely. And the highest mortality actually is not usually dying from the lack of nutrition. It's usually that they die from ending their own lives. So they just get so fed up with living like this that they just end their own lives. It's second in the U.S. Behind, you know, for people that take opioids, and we consider that addiction, so we consider that a mental health crisis. It's second only to opioid deaths as a mental health death. But if you're not talking addiction, it is the mental illness with the highest death rate. Yeah. And that may be why it gets so much attention. It's also pretty easy to notice, oh my God, you're anorexic and you're gonna die, you know? But anorexia is actually one of the rarer eating disorders compared to like bulimia and binge eating disorder. So it is one of the lesser ones. And it is wildly underdiagnosed in people of color. So in the United States, for example, people that are Hispanic, people that are Black, oftentimes their doctor doesn't even ask. You know, they're skinny, they just, okay, whatever. They don't even ask, do you think you have an eating disorder? Would you like to see somebody about it? Can we ask you some diagnostic questions? They don't even ask. So it may actually be a higher rate than it is. So we don't know. And then with atypical anorexia, you are not underweight, but you have all of the other behaviors and thoughts that go with anorexia. And so when you're, for example, obese and then you lose the weights suddenly, people are like, yeah, good job. And your doctor's like, wow, you're doing such a great job. Finally, a patient that's obese and losing weight. And the person's like, yeah, I think I might have an eating disorder. And they say, oh, pshaw, you're doing well. And then it doesn't become a problem until they become underweight. And it's like, why isn't this looked at correctly? You know, so, yeah. Hello, Alan. I can tell from your photo. You have a very recognizable photo. Let's see, not to rag on the doc, but it seems it could have been more helpful. Let me tell you. So I'm in the office and he's like pointing this out, and it's like, it's even me, the lay person, can tell, like, uh-oh. And he starts telling me all the stuff that I can't do, and I'm like, well, for how long am I supposed to rest? He's like, well, you're supposed to rest for like at least a month, if not 2. And I'm like, okay, fine. And so then when can I start lifting weights again? He's like, never. I said, never. Okay, well, what kinds of exercise can I do? He's like, if you want to exercise, come here and do physical therapy. And I'm just like, starting to freak out. And I think you could see that. And I started saying, you know, well, what caused this? Is it because I was in the military? No. Well, then is it because, you know, I was in a minor car accident back in 2011? No. Then what is it? What did it? What can I do? And he just said, God sent it. It was so out of left field. I did not expect him to phrase it that way in English. And I know what he meant. He was trying to say, like, this is just a thing that happens. But I was so needing that it just interrupted all the thoughts immediately. And I just started laughing. And when I laugh a lot, I snort. So I snort laughed, and the doctor was like, wow, like that, I'm sorry, like he thought he offended me. I said, no, I'm just very nervous, and I think I needed that. Yeah, so, yep. He seems to be doing like a lot of surgeries, because a lot of my stuff is getting pushed back for surgery. So I guess he's he's a good doc, popular doc. So we'll see. Yeah, God sent it. That was just his that was his phrasing. I also mentioned, when my father had a herniated disc. Could that? And he's like, no, it's not like that. It's just some people, you just get it. That's it. Chris, you're losing some weight too. We're in this. Let me know if you find anything. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. Did you know that gratitude journaling can reduce pain? It helps with me. Me just laughing at the absurdity of my my coworkers sometimes. That's my laugh a day. No, I have noticed that I've been watching a lot more comedy stuff, like stand-up comedy. So that's been helping. I think I think part of the issue with gratitude journaling is I need to be sitting down. Hello, Rose. Don't get me started on awful doctors. We can have that talk. This is an open chat. You guys can have that talk. American healthcare is reactionary. It's not interested in preventing. That's why I don't feel bad making people at the hospital cry. I mean, hopefully they're not crying all the time, because I would say just a patient complaining and then making the staff cry. I think those people would be too, I don't know another word for it, too emotionally unstable to work at the hospital if they're just bursting into tears when you say, the hospital sucks, you guys aren't interested in prevention. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, if you're saying like, I hate you and I hope you die and I hope your family dies and whatever, then maybe I could understand. They would be pretty upset, Yeah, Kilroy, I guess it is slightly more professional than that, but I would have accepted that. Yeah, so that's another question people said, is exercise in the pool an option? I would just be sitting in the pool, because I'm not supposed to be doing a lot of dynamic movement. That's the thing, so... Yeah, so it's not that it's easy on the joints, it's that we want to avoid, like, the whole problem is how everything is pressing on the nerves. So it's not like an issue of my knees are bad, so the water supports that, and kind of supports my weight and that sort of thing. It's like these things are pressing on the nerves, and they just need to not be squished around. That's kind of the way it was explained to me. Yeah, preventive healthcare does cost. It does cost more. Plenty of breakfast and just something small like a granola bar for dinner to prevent your stomach from complaining. Works when you're traveling. For me, my appetite just isn't really there in the morning. I take a handful of supplements and meds just normally. So I never really have an appetite in the morning typically. For me, it's a nighttime thing. So that's, yeah. I've just been loving eggs. So eggs and egg whites, yeah. From the stories of nurses I've known, the sensitive ones wash out pretty darn quick and go into different fields. Right, yeah. I think the closest that I had to, yeah, I think a nurse, I was at the Veterans Hospital and they were just treating me really terribly, which is par for the course. And I said, you don't have to tell me, but is there like an unwritten rule that you guys just make coming to the VA so difficult and mentally taxing that you just would, like, we just get so hopeless that we end our lives and then the government doesn't have to pay for us anymore? Is that like the tactic? Is that the unwritten rule? And the nurse just looked at me and she was just like, I'm really sorry you feel that way. It wasn't like, oh, this is a you thing. It was genuine, she was sorry but that's how it comes across. It's like, that's the whole goal, is that everybody is just so frustrated, they just stay at home and be miserable and don't get treatment, and then they just off themselves, because that's it, So, I'll only go that far if I've gone 6 months waiting for treatment. I've just yelled at the phone and told them they're the problem, they don't deserve peaceful sleep. I recently discovered a show, Kunk on Earth. Yeah, I've been recommended that. I've seen a couple of her, like, what is it, Wilhelmina Kunk? Is that right? Or Philomena Kunk? I should check more of it out, I think, yeah. I think it's like that dry humor that I appreciate. Yeah, dealing with sick people definitely drains a sensitive person. I think with the students too, but the type of sensitive with students is if you're like the type of person that you like yourself a lot. Every time a student says, "Oh, I'd like to be a teacher," I say, "Oh, do you hate yourself?" And they say, "No." I said, "Well, you're gonna have a hard time being a teacher." Or they ask, why? I say, "Well, because you have to come to work and talk to a group of people that don't want to be there, and then you have to try to make it as edutainment as possible, right? You have to make it interesting and educational because you still have to follow certain rules set out by whatever curriculum you're following and your boss. I have to set a certain amount of homework, that sort of thing, right? So you have to meet all these requirements, and so you think you did it, and then you give the lesson, and as you're giving the lesson, you're losing the crowd. And so you just say, okay, I gotta stop everything in the middle of what we're doing and just try to assess the situation and think on the fly. You're like a clown, like an education clown. That's what you are. And I think if you're a clown, you have to. I don't know if a clown can love themselves, because some of the stuff they do has to be self-deprecating. You know what I mean? So yeah, you gotta hate yourself to be a teacher. Such torture would be considered malpractice in Turkey. Good. You want to be in the study? Okay, great. Yeah, this will be posted in the. It'll just be tagged eventually when it's created, because I don't need to do it now, and I'm taking an entire course on how to write a survey. Which you think, oh, survey, that might be pretty straightforward. No. So that's it. Let's see, I grew up around veterans, and I can't tell you how many the VA sucks or the VA screwed me or had to do a million pages of paperwork at the VA stories I've heard. Oh yeah, they're all true. Once you find one good doc, that's you like worship that doc. That becomes like your VA god, because you do not want to see anybody except that doctor. Yeah. MPL Sindel, I'm really happy to hear that. And I'm glad that you're doing better, really. Thank you for saying so. I had a family member in the hospital for 2 weeks. The doctor and nurses were great. Most of the other staff were great too. Just one or two didn't bother. Yeah, that's good. That's an overall good time. You can't ask that everybody's awesome, but you would hope that in a job where you're supposed to help people, that you would still keep that as your main priority, is helping people. I think though, after a while, some people, especially like people that are malingering and stuff, I think it would be pretty frustrating. You got to find ways, I think, to weed it out in a way. The only thing similar with my profession is, like, if a student pretends to reach out, or you ask them to stay after class, and you kind of get them into like, yeah, you can do it, and they're like, yeah, I can do it, and you spend an hour, 2 hours working with them on how to improve, and they are really into it, and they're ready to do it, and they're ready to start, and all this other stuff, and then they just don't do anything, and then they come back to you a day and a half later, oh, teacher, do you have time? And they interrupt you during your lunch break. I really want to do this thing and whatever. And you can say, well, can you come see me after school? But sometimes they seem so desperate because I can't come after school. That's why I'm here during lunch. Okay, what's going on? And they tell you why they couldn't do the thing and implement anything, and they just keep doing it. And you kind of realize they just want positive attention from an adult. And that gets a little bit, yeah. So there's like got to be a way to weed it out, which is, I've found, you just start with questions with them. You don't amp them up. You just start with questions like, okay, so why aren't we doing this? Why are you sleeping so much? Why isn't there any effort being put in? And you just kind of put it on them to answer that. you know, not as a like a jerk, like what's wrong with you, kid, you know, but it's more like, uh, hey, you know, there is a problem. If we identify it correctly, then I can help you fix it. So what do we got? You know, that kind of thing. Let's see. May as well teach in front of a brick wall because it sounds like you're working at the improv. Yeah. It's, you know, I do try to get my students to laugh a lot. That's kind of the goal. And, you know, teaching history, yeah, it is pretty funny, you know. It is pretty silly. Like Alexander the Great, we're kind of getting into that. We're finishing the Persian Empire, and he finished the Persian Empire. And you kind of get into this idea of like, you know, you can't just teach Alexander the Great. Like he brought in this like Hellenistic influence, and he wasn't even Greek. Like he was just an otaku. So like I had this like edited photo of there's this photo. Let me see if I can find it. It's not the photo that I used, but it's the photo, the original photo. It was this guy holding, Japan guy holding body pillow, old man on the street. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. Yes, this one. Okay. This is it. Let me share with you. Oh, perfect. It's on Reddit. Exactly where it should be. Let's check it out. Window. Okay, cool. For some reason. I mean default window. There's no default window. What are you talking about? Okay. That also doesn't work. We're just having all kinds of good action this morning. There we go. Okay, let's move the boom mic. I'm sorry. Sorry, boom mic. Alright. We're talking about this. I'm sure you guys have seen this meme. Can't easily move the video. There we go. All right. So it's, if you're not looking at the screen, it's this kind of chunky guy holding a body pillow of some character. I don't know the character, but he's walking down the street, I guess in Japan, holding a body pillow of a character that's got these, like, this pink hair in pigtails, and he's wearing the same wig. And he's squeezing it, hugging it. Looks like he might be posing for a photo. And this old man is giving him bombastic side-eye as he's like passing by. So I edited that image, and then I put like a Hellenistic, like Greek statue, like a Greek statue basically, where it's curved a little bit so it fits into the arm where the body pillow bends. And then I put Alexander the Great's face on top of the otaku's face. So we haven't gotten to that part yet, so I am excited for the students to see it and hopefully laugh. You know, they were having fun, but I was kind of pretending to be, you know, and like a neck beard, but for Greece. And so I was, you know, walking around the front of the class saying, you know this guy. He was like, oh my God, Greece is like really far advanced. Like you guys don't even know. Sir, we finished your swirly things. Actually, those are Ionic columns. Get it right. You think you're a fan of Greece? Name 3 city-states. Yeah. So the students were having a good time with it. I was having a good time with it. And it's just you have to, again, it is improv because I didn't plan like that character, quote unquote. But yeah, they had a good time with it. So they had a good time. Let's see what we got in the chat. We have Turkish penal system is lenient on many things, but not medical or legal malpractice. Good. What is something that it is lenient on, just to share? Nothing rattles U.S. citizens' understanding of their healthcare better than asking them how many people go bankrupt due to medical expenses in a European country, say the UK or Netherlands. The answer is 0. Yeah, exactly. That is, their immediate response is going to be, well, I'd rather not pay 70% of my taxes to healthcare, because they don't realize healthcare doesn't have to be that expensive. It is artificially expensive because we've decided it's that much. It doesn't cost $6,000 to turn on the MRI machine. You know what I mean? One X-ray, and this is like $2007. One X-ray does not cost $300. It doesn't. we've decided it does because they assume you have insurance, so they can just kind of charge whatever they want. But I've heard of people asking for stuff like itemized lists, like, okay, can you show me like a breakdown of exactly what I'm paying for? And suddenly their medical bill drops like 90%. You know, and I don't know how accurate those accounts are, or how frequent that can happen. But it really does give an idea of just how artificially expensive a lot of this stuff is. In my case, I went and got 2 months of one medicine and 1 month refill of another medicine the other day, $10 US total. You know, my paycheck, maybe 5% of my paycheck. It's like a 3 to 5% of my paycheck. It's not much. I pay less in healthcare than my respective family members in the States do on health insurance. So, you know, and I can go to any doctor I want, you know, so I don't see the problem. I've had 2 fusion surgeries in my vertical vertebrae that didn't take, and my lumbar horrible as well. They fired my pain doctor, and I was taken off opioids cold turkey. Oh my gosh. Jeez, I was gonna say, did they give you anything else? So they just took you off. They didn't taper you down, and they didn't give you anything else. That's horrifying. As I said before, my double carpal tunnel surgery cost me a total of $25. So yes to what John said. Oh yeah, absolutely. I needed emergency surgery and two days stay in the hospital in Korea, less than $300. You know, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm going paralyzed very slowly. That sounds horrifying. And if you want to talk about that, you know, you're free to message me on Discord, you know, if you just want to vent about it, you know, absolutely. That sounds horrible. We're talking about high school or college? Oh, we're talking about high school. I teach high school. As soon as the administration sees education as a service industry, students develop a sense of entitlement. Yeah, that's that's definitely how private school is. Yeah, World War I would be a comedy if it wasn't a true story. Yeah, yeah. In the cases of like World War I try to teach it as one of those things where it's almost like, do you see how we could set ourselves up for failure? And not even necessarily realize it because we think we're doing the right thing, you know. It's the stupid otaku thing. Yeah, he's a very... I'm glad that those people are few and far between. Unlike many people in this country, I don't want America to have universal health care. They figure out how to make it worse or just as bad, if not worse. You know, I said the same thing, Kilroy, until somebody told me some medical care is better than no medical care, and I couldn't argue that. I was against it because getting medical care in the military and as a veteran, it just was bad. And I was speaking to somebody who didn't have access to medical care, and they said, yeah, but you can still go and get cold medicine when you're sick. Like, I can't. You know, bad medical care I'd rather have. And I thought, okay, that's the group that we're really talking to. We're not talking to people that are, you know, paying to be seen at Johns Hopkins. We're talking to people that do not have medical care, that take half of their antibiotics that they bought because they really, really had to, and they're saving up the antibiotics just in case they get a similar condition again so they can take it, not realizing this contributes to the formation of superbugs, you know. So their behavior is negatively affecting the population because they're contributing to the creation of these antibiotic resistant bacteria, right? So if we help them, those are the people we're looking to help. That's, I think, the idea. More of the reason you want to leave, yeah, any reason you haven't, because I haven't, you know, just knowing you for a while, you seem very dissatisfied with the system, so just curious, you know, what the plan is and all that, if you have one. Go teach English in Russia or China, yeah, give it a shot. A neckbeard, exactly. Got banned from Lord of the Rings server for calling them self-obsessed neckbeards. Good times. Well, I mean, if you're calling people, like, again, it's one of those things. If you're insulting people, is it really surprised that they banned you? You know what I mean? Uh, the health insurance industry, one of the largest industries in the U.S., exists to be a middleman to complicate things. Oh yeah, yeah. Do I have a cat? I have 5. Did you hear Krampus? Is that why? I wouldn't mind universal health care in America as long as my president, senators, congressmen, judges have the same health care as me. Yeah, and that's the idea. You know, that's the idea. We do pay for socialized healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid. Right. Most of those don't get the programs, and that's more expensive than the UK. That's a very good point. Yeah. We already pay for it and don't have access to it. You know. High school was such an unexciting 4 years of my life, but I made the most of it. My college journey has been much more exciting. Good. I'm glad it's more exciting. I think it is because you're kind of guiding it. I think with high school, there's a lot of factors, you know. There's the fact that you're a teenager, and a teenager, I think, just in my opinion, being a teenager is just the worst time to be, you know. You're treated like a kid, but you're expected to know adult stuff, but you can't be an adult. There's like you're allowed to work, but there's limitations on work. You're allowed to drive, but there's limitations on driving. Again, you're a child to your parents, but as soon as you turn 18, you know, magically you're supposed to know everything you want to know about the future. They're teaching you about stuff that you're not necessarily interested in from people that aren't necessarily interested in teaching, you know. And all the while, you're having all these hormonal issues going up and down and changing, and you're having your mood swings are wild, and you have random sexual urges that are, you know, very strong, and they can be they can cause like a loss of focus on some other stuff, and you know, this is a really just bad time in your life. I think being a teenager sucks. So I do try to be sympathetic to the students, you know, when they go through whatever they're going through. I just tell them, just notify me in advance to get an extension, and that's all. You know, if you're having a bad time, your friends are arguing with you, your parents are screaming at you, you know, and you don't think you're going to be able to finish the homework over the weekend, just shoot me an email. Hey teacher, personal stuff, I need an extension. The end. If you do it after, then I don't know if you actually were having issues or if you forgot about the homework and you're using it as an excuse. I'm not saying you're lying, I just can't prove that you're telling the truth. At least if you notify me in advance, it's more likely to be true. And I mentioned that to the other teachers, you know, just as a way to help the students out. And they said, well, can't they, you know, don't they take advantage of that? And I said, how? It's still due. The homework's still due. If they keep doing this, then by the end of the week, they've got an additional like pile of homework that it's still due. You know, they can't just no. They don't abuse it, because what are they gonna save all their homework up for the break? You know, okay, it's you know, the Chuseok break is coming up. I'll do all my homework when I'm supposed to be relaxing and enjoying myself with my family. No, they don't do that. So, yeah. Healthcare providers actually calculated single payer is cheaper, but are opposed to it because they would be less desperate. What a country we live in. There's a lot of issues that I wish were more transparent. Yeah, there's just a lot of issues I wish were more transparent. It makes sense why universal healthcare would be cheaper. We'd be eliminating the man in the middle who just raises the prices. Absolutely. Absolutely. The other thing is that, you know, this is reducing some of the ability of a pharmaceutical company to just set whatever price they want. And so that's the other benefit, is that these, like the generic form of a lot of medications, are covered by the insurance. Other stuff isn't. There was another, I forget exactly what it was called, amygdal or something. It was this new shot for migraines, but it was like $500 a shot. So that wasn't covered. But other stuff is covered, just not that, you know. Let's see. I see, Bruce, exactly, and many doctors spend more time doing insurance paperwork than they spend with the patient. I'm not sure about the numbers with that, but it could very well be. Yeah, could very well be. I see parents have a sense of entitlement than students, but don't have kids or work out schools. The kids, it depends. I think that the parents sort of set the tone for how the child believes they should navigate the world, right? That's your first model is your parents, right? Especially your same-sex parent. So however your parent behaves, this is how you're going to behave too. So it's just this thing called modeling. So when a parent is really entitled, then the child learns to also be entitled. If the parent goes around complaining all the time about, oh, this is unfair, I need special treatment, the child will also go around complaining, this is unfair, I need special treatment. There's issues when we have students that are like legal adults and then they just get like a minor detention and they burst into tears and call their mommy and daddy to come yell at the counselors who had nothing to do with issuing detention. And it's just like, what are you going to do when you go to college? Why are you still doing this for your kid? It's like, how did you think this was a good idea on raising a child? You know what I mean? You are sending, so, for these international schools, a lot of parents send their kids here because they want their child to go to an international university. Are you really going to just like fly over to the university to yell at the dean because your child failed a course? And do you think that's actually going to work? Like what world do you live in that this is how you handle everything? And it's just the Karens, that's not a Western phenomenon. Oh, you thought you heard a meow. Oh yeah, definitely Krampus. Max says, I couldn't agree more. Too many people peak in high school, but I'm 27, never wish to go back once. I don't know how you peak in high school. I really don't. Like, how? I mean, if anybody here peaked in high school, can you just tell me what that was like? Because for me, it was terrible, right? I was just this, like, fat loser, that was it. It's like, it's not a good time. And even the students that are the popular kids and stuff, those are the ones that tend to be targets for bullying. They tend to be targets for insults and all this other stuff. It's not easy for them either. And then if they're so focused on popularity and appearance that in the class they perform poorly, that becomes really awkward too. So they're trying to look like really cool in front of their peers, and then their dorky history teacher says, okay, so, can you tell me one of the things that we talked about for the Assyrian Empire and their war tactics? And the student just looks at me blankly and blinks a lot because that's been what works for them in the past, which doesn't work for me. Anytime a student tries to look cute, because I've had them do that, I pull out my phone and my lock screen is a picture of my youngest cat with his big, beautiful green eyes looking at me. And I said, this is what you're competing with. If you can't be cuter than this, don't try. This stops me in my tracks, and I do anything he says because he's that cute. You're not bad, but you're not this cat. So we got to use words. So what do we got? So I've done that when students try to get out of detention or something by like pretending like, teacher, I just really didn't know. And I'm saying girls and boys do this. But yeah, so you get this student who's just like blinking at you, like, again, male or female. And you say, okay, well, it should be in the notes that you took. So you can look in your notes. I'll wait. And they just kind of look at you and like pretend to look at their notes for a second. We did talk about this for about 65 minutes in the previous class. So you should have something written down. Do we have anything that we have? Like anything at all? Like it doesn't have to be, like I'll even take like the Assyrian war units, because we talked about 3 of those. And we have 3 of the tactics. I'll give you a hint. 2 of them have to do with horses. One of them's got like a machine. And I'll just try to help them out, and they just can't. that's embarrassing for them, you know, on some level. So even the students that are focused on being like super friendly, popular, that kind of style, and in that way they're doing well socially, they still get that embarrassment, and I'm nice about it. I've heard of other teachers like just saying, you know, don't you ever pay attention? You know, this isn't hard. All you had to do was copy what was on the slide. You know, stuff like that. Which that's not how you want to approach it. But again, they do experience that. So it's like, is there anybody who like legitimately peaked in high school? I feel like Al Bundy, maybe that was it. I don't even know because we have an international audience. I don't know how many people know Al Bundy. Um, let's see. Yeah, no, their echo chambers definitely are not special. As I have suffered, so shall others suffer. But what about how, as I have suffered, so shall I lead others out of suffering? Maybe you can try that approach as well. Obyung says, during my high school years, we had to stay in school from 7:30 a.m. till 10:30 p.m. It was a fun time in my life. It's more babies born during a war. I'm glad that it was fun. What was fun about that? Was it because you were around like more of your peers? Was it more interesting? They've definitely changed the law about that for sure. Yeah. Which is why I show people Christina chant. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I did have a student who was like, teacher, do you know Christian? And I was like, you mean Christina Weston Chandler? And the student was like, teacher, no. Because the student knew then that I totally knew Chris Chan. And that student also knew Filthy Frank. And so just occasionally we would, hey, balls, just to each other. So that's fun, you know. Because the students don't know Filthy Frank. They don't know a lot of stuff. There was I made a very bad joke about Miscellaneous, just to help them remember how to pronounce it, and I said something like, you know, watch me whip, Miscellaneous. None of them knew the song, and I realized that song came out like, what, 2015? Oh no. So it's yeah, sometimes I gotta update the memes that I make because not everybody knows them, so I gotta stay on top of the memes. I really do. Kilroy says, high school was awful for me. I was under so much stress from school and crappy home life that I became so underweight that my doctor told me to eat as much as possible without stopping. Yeah, that can't possibly go awry. I'm very sorry to hear that happened. You know, but again, it's one of those situations where if you were an adult, you'd have some kind of agency. You know, if your crappy home life was something like a bad roommate or a bad partner, you would be like, okay, this sucks and we're done, you know, get out of my house, or I'm going to move out, or something. You could at least have that autonomy, you know. And that's what sucks about being a teenager and being a kid as well. Whatever parents you get, and then even if somebody calls CPS, if they recognize you're in trouble and they call CPS isn't necessarily there to remove kids from the home. They may do it temporarily, but their goal is to, if possible, try to help the parents be better parents, which of course doesn't usually work, and it's just a whole thing. Drug equivalence isn't as straightforward as most people think. Absolutely. Those non-exact replacements they're not good. They're just not. I had a doctor do that with my my birth control. So I take a lot of people take birth control just for like hormonal balance, and I was taking one that had no estrogen whatsoever. And this doctor decided to just put me on one that had estrogen without notifying me that this was what he was doing. He just said, "Hey, I'm gonna try this other thing," because it turned out the VA was discontinuing the one I was taking, but they actually weren't. So he was just helping the VA out, and I was going crazy. I started dissociating, like I was going insane, and then I'd have my period, and everything was back to normal. And then as the month progressed, I would become more and more insane. Like I'd be talking to somebody, and then I'd like come out of my body and look down, and I would be telling my body, "Stop talking. You're not in there. Nobody's in your head.
stop talking. Like, why are you having this why are you having this argument? Yeah, so this was back again for the VA. So this is back in the States. Um, and this was a doctor who was filling in for my normal OBGYN. So when I did see my OBGYN again, I called him and said, this, I don't know what this is, but this is not the same as what I was taking. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. And he said, well, it can take up to 12 months to adjust to a new medicine. And I said, I will end my life before then. I need to be on something else. And he said, okay, come on in. You know, if it's to that extent, we will definitely. And then he told me what happened. And I wanted to find that doctor, that replacement the substitute doctor, and just deck him. Because how dare you sit here and show up. This guy was like internal medicine. He didn't specialize with women or anything like that. And he shows up and he's just playing willy-nilly with hormonal medication. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, I asked the doctor, can you put like a I don't know, a note or something, or have a conference or say something to somebody to talk to him that he should never, ever, 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 ever do this again. And in fact, just keep him away from women's medicine. Because, you know, as that doctor, you have to do like the breaths, like exam and all of this other stuff. And he was really like scared to do it. It was really, I don't know. He was very timid around women. Like he was scared to be doing any of this exam. And that's like the whole reason for the visit. You get the exam, you know. They check the top, they check the bottom, you get the exam, right? And I was making jokes at the doctor because now I'm uncomfortable. I'm gonna make you more uncomfortable. You will not win the battle of making somebody uncomfortable. Okay, I will make you as uncomfortable as possible. And so you have to have a chaperone if it's a male doctor. There has to be a female nurse that's in there. And she would not stop laughing. She thought this was hilarious, that this doctor was like scared of women's bodies. Oh, I don't know. His name was Muhammad. I don't know if that was related. Honestly, I don't know if that was related. So, I don't know. I guess he should have been a pecker checker. You know, come on. The VA's gotten a lot better. I receive all my medical care through the VA. The only thing I hate was when they fired the community care pain doctor and didn't help me afterwards. That sucks. See, my immediate reaction to this, which I never do, it's just the first thing I think of, is just burn it down. Don't burn it down. Don't threaten to burn it down. You know, but that's my reaction. Like, you should have just burned the place down. So many doctors would get mad when my dad would ask them to recommend someone else for a second opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think that's not a good place to go for a second opinion, right? Because if you do get a doctor who thinks, hey, I'm making the right call, and you say, okay, cool, but who's somebody that you think is better at your job than you are? That's what you're asking. So they're not going to be able to recommend somebody reasonably. It's like, see, I think maybe that's where you've learned to stir the pot as opposed to clean the pot out. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was from a dad thing. I learned it from my dad to be an absolute jerk. Absolute jerk. And it's the way he would say it and just the way people reacted. It was just so, like, it was so funny to me because you can't argue with what he was saying. And it was so pointed. It was like hilarious. Like it was just one of those, I don't know how it was, because it wasn't a joke, but just like the whole framing of it was just so funny. And so I adopted that, you know. Especially they had this, I think now it's called Bring Your Child to Work Day, but they had this thing called Daddy-Daughter Work Day, especially for fathers who work in STEM, to encourage more girls to be familiar with STEM and perhaps choose STEM in the future. So I went to work with him a lot, and, well, not a lot, just like at least once a year. And I just like was on the job with him and got to see him work. And I hated when he used it against me, of course, because he used it against us as kids, but to see him do it to other people, it was just like, it was like a layer cake of constructive hate. And there was just something brilliant about how fast he was with it. Just amazing. And he would start it almost as a compliment and just cut him down. And it was amazing. Just amazing. And so I had done that. I started adopting that. And I quickly realized I might think it's hilarious. Other people immediately hate me. And they never want to talk to me again. And for me, I'm like, well, I thought this was just a funny way to give constructive criticism. And you need constructive criticism. But now you're not listening to me because you think I'm a jerk. Well, I still want you to hear the constructive criticism. I have to find a better delivery method. So that was where I had to make the decision. Do I want to do something that feels really satisfying in the moment? Or do I want to do something that actually meets the goal of like having that communication with people? So I had to really work on how to communicate with people, which is one of the reasons I started studying more about psychology and ended up, going into it. So yeah, exciting. Every year after high school has been successively better and clearer. I don't really see the trend stopping either. I used to doubt people who say life begins at 40 or 50, but now I believe them. I think part of that is because I was talking to a coworker yesterday who's in her late 20s. And she was talking about this situation with a student that was really causing her some frustration, and it was just really upsetting her. And I said, well, we can't let the students upset us because they're not doing anything to us. It's not anything personal. They're going through their own thing. They're doing their own thing. They got their own stuff going on. And that comes out at us, but it's not to us or about us. So we can't really be offended by it. And she mentioned that there was something else going on in her personal life that she was kind of frustrated about, and I guess that had contributed to the overall frustration that week. And she was talking about it, and I said, okay, let me tell you what I've been going through. And I mentioned all the stuff that I mentioned here, about the doctor, about my student who had a tragedy and all this other stuff, right? And plus, on top of it, having to remediate teachers and having to do this and having to do the detentions and having to do all this. Having to, talk to students and having them borderline crying because they're scared of me and all this other stuff because the younger students don't have me as a teacher and they're scared of me because I'm a detention teacher and they don't know that detention is just detention. It doesn't go on their record. Their GPA isn't hurt. I'm not going to eat them alive. They don't know that, so sometimes they cry. And I'm just explaining all of this. And I said, so when I have a student who is acting whatever, you just can't. And I can't let any of this other stuff bother me either. And I think once you get to the point where, like, again, you're in, because you mentioned 40s and 50s, right? I think once you get to that area, you're just kind of like, yep, life has a lot of crappy aspects to it, and they're not going to get better. I got to get better. That's all. And that's when you just kind of, you don't stop caring, you just stop being upset about it. Like, you stop fighting it, Like, my approach about the future and this whole idea of, like, my back, it's neutral. I'm not trying to be hopeful about it, and I'm not trying to be negative about it. It's just, well, whatever's going to happen will happen, and just follow doctor's orders, and that's it. That's it. Just be prepared for what could happen, and that's it. Take it one day at a time. And I think that's where, you don't become wise or anything. I think you just get so fed up with everything. And you kind of just say, you know what? Yeah, really. True happiness has to come from within, because it ain't coming from without. So I think that's why you can be yourself, be a dork, and be your silly self, and just enjoy whatever, because who cares? We're all gonna die, whatever. Alan says that's really pathetic, but I don't know what that was in reference to, sorry, because there is a lag here. It's like the boy who cried wolf, the more you complain, the less people take you seriously. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's, again, like when people, I frequently watch just these, there's like your guilty pleasure, your thing you just have on in the background in YouTube or something, for example. For me, it's like reaction channels for Amberlynn Reed. And there's some that put together like Amberlynn Reed overusing the ER for her personal physician or something. And then there's like a clip she had of one of her girlfriends at the ER who was just like relaxed, just texting. And she said something like, yeah, baby, and you said your pain was at a 10. She's like, yeah, it's the worst it's ever been. But I guess they don't care, so we're just waiting. Yeah, the doctors here don't even care. That's why we're waiting. Yep, that's why we're waiting. Even though her pain is a 10, yeah, it's a 10. And just like, well, if everything's a 10, then nothing's a 10. You know what I mean? So for me, I have to always like phrase it like, for me, a 10 is I'm passing out from the pain, or I at least can't talk, right? I can't talk. So anything time I'm talking and not having to pause, that's below an 8 for sure. Yeah. Sometimes I do have to pause a lot to talk. That's when we're getting to an 8, Let's see. Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. I bet I could throw a football over the mountains. Yeah, jeez. Some students have the most friends and opportunities in high school with little worries. I see. My life, however, was not stress-free. I had stress and responsibilities since childhood. You know what? I forget that those people exist. I forget that those people exist, that they don't have any responsibilities or stress as adolescents and children, that they have homes that have nice parents, or parents that aren't preparing them for reality. Either way, I forget that. Yeah, maybe that might be why, because ever since then they're on their own, and they feel life is a lot harsher than it was in the safety of mom and dad's house. I get that. That makes sense. John says, loved Al Bundy and Married with Children. Such good actors too. Oh, I know. So good. So good. That Whip song, whatever it's called, reminds me of a very racist but not racist skit. Now, you have to share that, the one with Mitchell and Webb. You have to share that maybe in the Discord or something. I think if you're going to peak in life, peak as an adult, because adulthood is the largest portion. Yeah, exactly right. Muhammad, a Muslim name. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that... Because, I mean, there's people like named Christian and Christina and Jesus, right? But they're not Christian. So I don't know if this Muhammad happened to be Muslim, but with the way that he was so scared of touching and looking at body parts on a woman in front of him, this guy is praying separately. You know what I mean? He's not even praying next to a fully clothed woman. Where you're not even looking at each other, you're just looking at the floor next to a woman that's fully clothed. That is how alien that this situation was for him. Was this like idea that I have to put my gloved hands on a body in a medical capacity. This poor guy. Just wrong choice all around. Wrong choice, yeah. There's a YouTube short, your dad hates you but helps you jump your car, and it's wholesome while being hilarious. Okay, definitely share that one. Hello Shane, yeah, better late than never. The short is POV, dad jumping your car. Okay, definitely will check it out. Not on the stream though, unfortunately, because you know how little luck we've had trying to show stuff. I really don't get how other people can show stuff and then it doesn't get flagged for copyright. I just don't get it. Matthew McConaughey movie Dazed and Confused, where he hung out in high school, students peaked in high school. Oh, that's true, yeah. But those guys I also kind of associate with, they still hang out around the high school even after they've graduated. Little Chris Hansen action. Shane says, might be completely off topic. A friend mentioned that his teacher had an AI generate paper on the American Civil War, and the assignment was to write a paper fact-checking it, thoughts. That is awesome. And I think it's great because the students will also get to see how bad the AI actually is. Because to them, they're not reading these critically. They're just like, yeah, this looks academic. And then they just copy paste it and turn it in. One of my friends who teaches English. He's having this problem that students are using AI to generate book reviews. So he's having them write just like, hey, talk about a book you read that had this theme and just tell me why you liked the book and some of the stuff in it or something like that. So the prompt is something like, what is a book, or write a quick, like 200-word synopsis of a book about whatever, like, I don't know, racism or something. So the students will put that prompt into the AI generator. And not only does it generate, and it has a tone to it. And I try to explain that to the students, like, you guys all have your own way to write, just like you have your own way to speak. And so does the AI. And it's not your way. It's its own way. And it's noticeable and obvious. So the AI has its own way to write, number one. Number two, it's giving examples. So the books that it's reviewing or giving the synopsis for example, they don't exist. But the student doesn't know it or even check. They're just like, great, this meets the requirement, copy paste, turn it in. And of course the teacher's like, oh, this is an interesting book, I've never heard about it. Google, this book doesn't exist. You know, and so they don't realize it. And part of it is that you don't want to tell them that, because number one, we should all find out on our own, right? But number two, you don't want to prep them for how they should improve the search terms, right? So one thing, like, I'll do with my students is I tell them never to use citation generators for, like, works cited or references pages. They make the same errors in the same way. They're immediately obvious. And then they do it anyway. And so I'll pull it up without the student's name, but one of the students always outs himself. I don't know why. And I guess he just doesn't care. And I'll say, now notice this. Compare this to what I told you guys to do. And they're like, oh yeah, obviously wrong, right? This is what the citation generator does. This is why I said don't do it. Don't do it. And then I had the student again, and for the first assignment that it required a references page, did it again. Immediately noticeable. So I opened it and I said, so a student used a citation generator. What did I say about those? Teacher, you said don't do them, right? I said don't do them. It's immediately obvious. And I made eye contact with the student, just like I told you it was last year when I caught it immediately last year. And now you're doing it again this year. And I just looked at the student, and the student's like, okay, I'll fix it. Like, you know? And I said, this isn't to make anyone feel bad or dumb. It's just to show you the shortcut isn't a shortcut. Number one, you're doing it again, so you're doing extra work. And number two, it's late now, so you're losing points. You could have just done it right the first time, but now you're not. And you're losing points, you're doing more work, you're making me do more work, which means I can't work on somebody else's thing, so I gotta double grade the same assignment from you. There's a reason I'm asking you guys to do it the right way. It's not because I'm being a jerk, I'm not asking you to not use technology. I'm teaching you how to use ChatGPT correctly. You know, I'm not asking you not to do this. I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta do it a certain way. And when I say that, there's a reason. Please understand that. So it's difficult for them to kind of not rely so heavily on technology, I'm realizing. And I don't know if it's just a issue with their generation because they rely so much on technology, or if it's just humans do what's fast, or if it's both. So that's exciting. Okay. Let's see. When someone is a pain 10, you don't need to ask how bad is the pain. Perfect example. Yes. I didn't want to be a gynecologist, I wanted to be a lumberjack. Exactly. I cut down trees, I eat my lunch, I go to the lavatory. Hey Lee, did you ever attend an Ivy League school? You're very smart. I don't know about very smart, but I did not attend an Ivy League school. I never even applied or tried. Like, I just never tried. Yeah, so. It was under the military regime. Private tutoring was illegal. We brought 2 lunch boxes, sneaking out to get snacks, meeting girls for 30 minutes. We could do a lot of things during lunch and dinner time. Okay, I mean, yeah, that doesn't sound, for a junta, that doesn't sound too terrible. You know what I mean? ChatGPT asks like it's about to ask you about your TPS reports. Let's ask ChatGPT to generate a TPS report. Let me see. I'm gonna crack it open in another window. Let's see. Can you ask me about my TPS reports? Oh, no, it's just like using TPS reports. Can you ask me about my TPS reports as if you were the Lundberg boss from Office Space? Okay. Hey there, your name. Yeah, if you could just go ahead and tell me about those TPS reports, that would be great. I know I've been asking on those on a regular basis, and it's kind of sort of important, you know? So could you let me know? And then here's some, could you let me know? And then there's like 4 options. How's the progress on those TPS reports coming along, okay? Are you following the proper TPS report procedures and cover sheet guidelines? Because, well, that's a thing we do here. When can we expect those TPS reports to be on my desk? Like, a ballpark figure would be super. Any challenges or issues you're encountering while working on those TPS reports? I mean, I want to make sure you have everything you need, within reason, of course. And don't forget to put a cover sheet on those TPS reports, because that's, you know, company policy. Thanks a bunch, your name. Appreciate it. That's all I got. Yep. Good job. Good job. Ivy League schools are less about education quality and more about networking. Well, I don't know, because I haven't gone to one. But networking, I think for research, like, because that's what I want to do, I think that would be necessary. What I'm doing for my networking is a lot of my interest is trying to help veterans. So thankfully there's plenty of those, and the easy way to get in is, hi, I'm a veteran, and they say, all right. And then you say, I want to help veterans, and they say, you have my interest. And then you say, I want to help us get better care by focusing on veteran-specific research in psychology. And then they say, some of those words, I don't know what they mean, but let's do it. So they, thankfully, we are an easy group to move around, like push around. Some of my coworkers have asked me about why, like they just mention you and this other coworker that's a veteran, you guys do a lot of this stuff, you do a lot of work. And we say, yeah, it's gotta get done. Yeah, but I mean, like, some of the stuff they ask you is not part of your job. Yeah, it's gotta get done. And if they keep pressing, I say, look, they know that we're veterans, and if they ask us to do it, we'll just do it. That's why. That's why they're only asking us, because we will do it, no matter what. The end. We'll complain to each other, but we'll never argue. We'll just do it. If we think it's a bad idea, we'll respectfully disagree. We know when to stop respectfully disagreeing and make a off the books command decision, just to make sure whatever gets done. That's the reason. We're easy to push around. That's really it. And again, it's a personality type. There's a lot of overlap between eating disorders and the military too. So there's going to be like maybe a certain level of agreeableness that might be higher for the ocean temperament. So we'll see. There are people too that they do kind of associate people pleasing with the type of person that develops something like anorexia, for example, specifically anorexia. Because again, why research anything else? There's only one, right? So, all right. So it looks like the chat has hit a bit of a lull. So we're cracking open this fresh. Should we put on the socks? Just for no reason. We're doing it for no. I'm gonna move my shoe out of the way. 'Cause the sock's got cat hair on it. It's a fancy sock, so we're gonna get fancy. So we'll take it out of its case in a fancy manner. There we go. And then touch it with your oily other hand and take off the sock anyway. All right. please show cat. It depends on if he wants to show up. I don't know. Oh, you heard somebody was calling you. Come on. Yeah. You're being specifically requested. Yes, Krampus. Come on. Come on. He actually, wow, he knows. He knows he's beloved. Krampus. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Krampus. Oh, yeah. Come on, Krampus. I know, baby. Yes. Okay, he hates it. We're just trying not to freak out as he's clawing me. I know. They're the ones that want to see you. Yes, there we go. That's enough. Okay. Okay. Do you want to read about what God's plan is for your life? Yeah? You want to know what Jehovah's Witnesses have to say? Yeah? You want to wear a nice suit and go door to door and bother people who are minding their own business? Yeah? Oh, he's doing it now. He's going to get ready to go door to door. Good job, Krampus. Good job. Just move your butthole away from my drinks, though. Thanks. Love you. That'd be great. Jeff, you have summoned Krampus. That is a superpower. Good job. Good job. Do I think Harvard is the best out of the 8 I's? I don't know. The stream froze. Oh, interesting. Did the gynecologist pass out during the procedure? He paused a lot. He paused so much. Everything he did, it was, again, because he was making me feel uncomfortable, I wanted to make him feel uncomfortable. And so he asked, so with this checklist, are you doing self-examination? And I'm like touching my body, doctor? What are you talking about? Which of course you know, but he just didn't want to say the word breast. Grow up. I say as I'm making fun of him. To check for like lumps and stuff in your breasts. And I said, well, I'm not. I should, but I'm not. So, yeah. And he said, okay. Are you aware? Like, do you know how to do them? And I said, well, I think so, and remember, I have no top on as I'm just looking, because this is uncomfortable for every woman in the chat knows this is uncomfortable. I'm sure there's an equivalent for men. So I'm just topless in front of this guy, this strange man. And who just doesn't want to look at me, so he's making me feel even more uncomfortable. So he asked me, do I know how? And I said, well, I think I do, doc, but can you show me? And I just stuck my chest out at him. And the nurse just burst out laughing. And the doctor, he just, because he can't see my hand, he had his hands up, and he just looked up at the nurse, confused. And the nurse was just laughing, in motion, do it. And so, as he said, I was like, oh, is that how? And that's the only pressure you want? We don't want to get harder? It's just that's enough? Okay. Do I need to wear gloves when I do this? Just stupid questions. Such stupid questions. Just to make him feel uncomfortable. This is how uncomfortable he was around the human body. Screw you. Go be another thing. Don't, Go back in time, be an ancient Greek doctor. Speaking of, one of my students was like, teacher, when are we gonna have a field trip? And I said, what do you want? A time machine? What do you think this is? Magic school bus? But then I had this dress that had stars and moons and stuff, and I'm like, well, I guess I am dressed as Miss Frizzle, and the students they just died. It was good. I think being a male gynecologist will be worse. Too many opportunities for painfully awkward situations. I've asked about, so why this? I always ask, why this job? What about ophthalmology drew you to it, And so so I asked the docs about, or at least the doc that I was seeing, and he said that his mom got, ovarian cancer, And so he just was really interested in women's health because he wanted to not, he wanted to prevent that for as many women as he could because he saw just how devastating the disease was. So for him, it was like, yeah, let's get in there and see if everything's healthy, And so he was just a really, let's do it, totally just the right kind of guy that you want as a gynecologist. The difference between a male and a female gynecologist is they're aware that, because they'll ask you stuff like if you're over, because if you're younger, there's like a smaller, we call it the duckbill as a nickname, but it's a speculum, so it just kind of goes in and it opens the area up so they can stick lights and speakers and heavy equipment in there. You know what I mean? They gotta swab the area and stuff, right? So there's this assumption with these male doctors that, well, yeah, you're an adult. We should be able to use the regular speculum. They don't ever ask, and they should just use the smaller one because this is an uncomfortable situation. Even if your doctor is a nice person, the procedure is physically uncomfortable and kind of painful, and the room is usually very cold, and the speculum's usually very cold. So immediately all your muscles tense up, right? So what they do is they end up, the female gynecologist usually just default to the smaller one. But the male gynecologists are like, yeah, the area stretches. I mean, it obviously has to stretch. It's a birth canal. This size is fine. They don't think to ask about it. So you kind of mention that to them, like, hey, this whole situation, sure, hypothetically, I'm sure you've seen some interesting things on some certain websites about how wide this area can go, and I'm sure you've seen some interesting things about birth and stuff. But this is not that situation. This is, my butt is hanging off of a table. It's freezing cold in here. Can we just use the smaller speculum? And I recommend you doing that for every patient that you get. And so then they're like, oh, I never thought of that. Female gynecologists, they have thought about that. They know about it already, They don't use the bigger one unless there's some, like, logistical reason they have to. So that's pretty much the biggest difference, yeah. Testing the old prostate. I cannot imagine that is comfortable. But again, imagine if your doctor could be using a smaller finger, but instead they use like a big fat thumb. And their excuse is, well, you're an adult. You've taken poops bigger than this. And you have to explain, sir, or ma'am, depending on the doc, this is not one of those situations where I'm in the privacy of my house pushing out excrements and reading comfortably. This is somebody putting something in. And I'm not particularly used to that. And even if I am, this is a clinical setting. And unless I have a very particular medical fetish, this area is tensing up. Can we just use the smaller finger, please? You know what I mean? Andre the Giant as a proctologist. Exactly. Oh, bring in Andre, Actually, that's a good question. Are female are female proctologists better because they tend to have smaller fingers? Or is it just really uncomfortable because of the gender difference? So that's my question for you guys, because I don't know. I've never been in that situation. RIP to the doctor's mother. Absolutely, yeah. The guy you could tell his mom raised him right, for sure. Male gynecologists don't know what it feels like. They're probably more focused on the procedure and getting accurate results rather than how the patient feels. I agree. But I think if you're going to do something that is so, I don't just want to use the word intimate. I think private normally. The area is really private. It's covered. You're not usually waving it around to people. It's not like, hey, you open your shirt or something so we can get your shoulder and give you a shot. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those things where they need to have questions. Like I just asked a question because I don't ever have to get my prostate checked. You know what I mean? I never have to have that procedure. So because of that, that's my question. Hey, is it better to have a female gynecologist because of her finger size, or is it not better because of the gender difference creating some kind of awkward dynamic in the room, right? those are questions that a male gynecologist should ask. Hey, some of my patients seem really uncomfortable and have asked for the smaller speculum. What do you think about that? Is there any reason for it? And then just get somebody's opinion. You know what I mean? I've heard with the prostate exam, it's a tad bit inside, so the longer finger would be better than a thinner finger. Ah. Okay. How far in is it? 'Cause I do have very short fingers, so that I should not be. Can you imagine, like, sorry, you know, like, don't worry, I have very small fingers, and then when it's in, and they're really short, so we're actually gonna have to put the first half of my knuckle up there, you know. Like, sorry, it's the whole hand. Just didn't want to spook you from the onset, you know. So, or the outset, right? Like, yeah, that would not be it. That would not be it. So I think this is a good time, and you guys can continue to talk about it and answer the questions. But as we're talking about sticking fingers into areas for medical purposes, I think this is a good time for us to whip out the JW propaganda. It's not that far. Okay. I hit the big 40. It's about time for the exam. If my proctologist is female, I will let you know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to know. Men don't usually get prostate exams till they're older versus usually women who get pap smears as early as 18 to 22. Yes, that's true. It is awkward too because there are teenagers who do need to get it done because of so basically you start getting it done, it's like around 22 or when you are sexually active. And so if usually your mom will go with you to the gynecologist because she just wants to like protect her daughter. Usually the gynecologist is male. Often it's the general practitioner in the United States who can perform this function. The GP is usually male. So the mom wants to make sure nothing untoward happens, which is good and normal. But if that girl needs a pap smear because she's active, then the mom is not going to want to hear that, right? And so the doctor will say, okay, I need to speak to the patient privately. And the mom is like, excuse me? My daughter, and she knows immediately why, my daughter is not having sex. There is no reason for this. And then this is when there's like this dynamic that happens in the room. Now for me, again, fat loser, this was never an issue for me in high school. You know, but for other people, you know, I've heard that it does cause a lot of issues. And so this is where the idea of now the female nurse going in instead of the parent, because the parent creates a very not totally honest dynamic going on. So if the female nurse is in there, the mom can feel comfortable that the doctor is not going to do anything that he shouldn't be doing, and then the patient can feel more confident and comfortable. Yeah. I go annually to a urologist, and it feels like, and then there's no answer. There's like nothing after that. So is that what you mean? It feels like nothing? An idiot abroad, Carl Pilkington, got a prostate check. Probably not the best thing to look up to see a typical one, but it's really funny. Good, I'll check it out. Thank you. They also use different speculum swabs and brushes for pap smears. The equipment can make a huge difference. I learned about this in college. Like I say, it's a full range of equipment. You're just moving on in. Okay, bring the U-Haul, and it's just all there, and it's just, wow, okay. Yeah. So, I guess these are I wonder what Jehovah's Witnesses, like the kind of like body health education that we get. With the parent in the room, it sounds like there'd be enough tension to snap a piano string. Oh, absolutely. There was a recent, the reason I thought about this is there was a recent, I guess a murder trial or something, and I saw it covered on a few like true crime YouTube channels, one of which was Dr. Grande, who's a psychologist. And he was talking about, basically, this was a girl, I think she was 18 or 19. Everybody could tell she's clearly very pregnant, but the mom was in such denial. Like, they showed pictures of her in her cheerleading uniform, and her excuse was, I'm just getting fat. Girl, please. No, you're not. Girl. So I guess around her mom, she would just wear really loose clothing, but in her cheerleading uniform, I don't know, maybe mom didn't go to the games, I don't know. So she goes to the doctor for lower back pain and goes to the bathroom for 20 minutes. And there's a lot of flushing that's going on, a lot of water running. And so the nurse keeps checking, like, is she okay? Are you okay? And she keeps saying, yeah, whatever, whatever. She had given birth in the bathroom, freaked out, tied up the baby, put it under the, like, in the trash can, like at the bottom of the bin, and covered it up as much as possible, and just walked out like nothing happened. So she gets back, and the nurse, they kind of put together what happened, and they say, you know, you need you to be honest with us, you know, about what happened. And she's like, what are you talking about? What happened in the bathroom? And she's like, what are you talking about? Because her mom is standing right there, and she's like, what did happen in the bathroom? And they say, we found an infant, and he is deceased. And this was right after you came out, after spending 20 minutes in the bathroom. And she starts crying and keeps looking at her mom, and her mom keeps insisting, like, what did you do? What did you do? And it's this really uncomfortable situation. And you know, again, none of this was the right decision, but if you are a parent that has created a situation in your home that your daughter is more scared of you than she is going to prison, you know what I mean? That in your daughter's frantic state, it makes more sense to smother a 2-second-old baby than it does to say, Mom, this thing happened. This is where it's like, all right, we have to prosecute it, right? She has to go to serve time in prison, but what factors need to be considered, you know? So this is where, yeah, it gets weird. But yeah, it's this stuff. It's this stuff right here. You know what I mean? It's exactly what it is. Yeah, I know, Ray Lamb. Sorry. Yeah. Total novice here, but what do proctologists tend to look for in an exam? The dudes here can explain more about this. As far as I know, it's like a size thing or a texture thing. So if there's any bumps growing on the prostate, or if it feels bigger than it should, that's as far as I know. Yeah. If I was a girl, I'd never want my parents in the room. My mom wouldn't be able to handle it. Yeah, just any, I don't know. And the thing is that the parents too, especially the domineering type of parents, they tend to try to answer for you instead. So that also becomes a problem. The doctor's asking you how you are feeling, and then the mom keeps trying to answer and step on your answers. So, and then it gets to a point where the doctor now keeps saying, Mom, I need you to be quiet. So, and then they ask you a question again, and then the girl looks to the mom, like, is it okay that I answered this question? It is, okay. And then they do that, and then they look to the mom, is it okay that and so of course the doctor's now left wondering, is this truthful? You know, how much of this do I take seriously? And again, these are issues that religion is definitely making a huge problem with, just getting basic medical care, you know. Yeah, you never know what you're going to walk into when it says, like, open chat. Hell, even if there's a theme, you never know what you're going to walk into with these, you know. What do we start off with? I don't even remember anymore. That's it. Feels like it's not far up there. It takes a 1 to 2 second movie. Fletch has a funny little bit. Okay. I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, not always a bad thing, right? Just, we're just talking. If you have any experience at the proctologist or gynecologist and you want to share those, then let me know. There's a whopping more than 184 pages in this thing. No way. Wow. They really booklet. That's not, it's just a straight book. Okay. Now I'm looking at this stuff here. Right? We've got some, what is that? Greek. There's a piece of the Torah. Augustus Caesar, the coin. Why is the coin there? I don't know. That's interesting. It's an interesting choice. Okay. I will say not only does it have all these pages, right? But it's actually in color. So that's interesting. I'm always interested too at the Jehovah's Witnesses, like the clothing choice with the hair. Now I know I tend to do different looks, especially as a history teacher, right? So something like this would not be out of the realm of possibility. Like I have a shirt a little similar to this, but it's white, you know, and I could do something like guess like that with my hair. But this makes it look dated, you know? And so if they're trying to talk about like, this is why everything is relevant today in 2023, and then you have somebody that looks like they're from like 1979, 1981, does look a little bit odd. When was this made? 1989. Okay. And then it was reprinted in 2006. Okay, well, off by a decade. I don't know. I still feel like this is mid-80s at best. 89. Oh, conservative 89. Okay, so 79. Very waspy look those two have. I don't know. The guy could be like Hispanic, I think. I think he could be. Do you think pap smears would hurt for men? Like they use speculums to swabs for proctology. I'm not sure. Maybe. Or would it just feel like, I don't know. Because if you've had a colonoscopy, sometimes they take a sample. But they drug you up really good. So everything just feels weird. But not painful. But the prostate's really sensitive. So I don't know. That's a good question for your doctor. Yeah. All right, so we're asking, why read the Bible? Okay. Let's see what we can spot for like general pull you in statements. Okay. We are living in a world with too many problems and far too few answers. Oh, right off the bat, that's great. Many millions regularly go hungry. Increasing numbers are addicted to drugs. More and more families are breaking up. Incest and family violence are constantly in the news. Wow, we're just coming out swinging. The air we breathe and the water we drink are slowly being poisoned. Meanwhile, more and more of us are victimized by crime. Do you think problems like this will ever be solved? Well, let me tell you. Not from the Bible. I like how they call it incest and family violence, as if that's not in the Bible. Millions going hungry is not in the Bible. People being addicted to drugs, okay, maybe not that. But alcohol, right? The air we breathe, the water we drink are slowly being poisoned. I don't know, Revelations, a third of the water turns to blood. I don't know. So I don't think I'd find a solution to those problems by reading the Bible. That's me. But, yeah. Yeah, we can reduce them. We can't solve them. We can reduce them. In addition, we live in an age of hard choices. Many, for example, are implacably opposed to abortion, calling it murder of the unborn. Others feel just as strongly that women have authority over their own bodies and should decide such a matter for themselves. Wow, that was a really neutral way to write it. Okay. Many view homosexuality, adultery, and premarital sex as rank immorality. I like how that's all lumped together too. Others believe these practices are a matter of personal choice. Who is to say what is right and who is wrong? Okay. What book are we reading now? We're reading the Bible, God's Word or man's. And so by the time that we get to the end of this thing, which we're not going to, because again, it's a whopping 189 pages long. Wow. I feel like I should have paid for this in a way, because this is a lot of effort, but I guess that's what they work for free for, right? Jonathan Edwards says the Bible is crap. That's okay. We're learning if it's whose crap it belongs to. Is it God's crap or is it man's crap? So we're that's where we're at. The Bible offers guidance in matters of morality, and it describes effective solutions to the problems of crime, hunger, and pollution. Does it? Okay, what are our predictions? All right, so it describes effective solutions to the problem of crime. What, Hammurabi's Code? My students had to read about that this week, and they're like, well, I can see how this came about, but I can also see why this is a abject violation of human rights. You know, like even the students that normally just sort of like, yep, kind of sitting out, chat, discussion, you know, participation, they got into it because they were so extreme that it was interesting to discuss. And even those students who normally are checked out had strong feelings about, yeah, I can see the logic. However, I can definitely see why it's a huge violation of human rights, and we don't do that today. Cool. So is that what they're going to say? Are they going to tell us an eye for a freaking eye? Is that what they're going to tell us? What do you think they're going to tell us? The Bible said to cut off thieves' hands. So yeah, Hammurabi's Code. Okay? It's not the Bible. It's Hammurabi. So far, a man's word won. God's word 0. Okay? Or Jesus. Okay, so you think Jesus will make you a better person. That's where we're going. That we're going to have our hearts turned, and that Jesus is going to that he's going to like clear our hearts and not make us want to do crime. Okay. Any other thoughts about where this is going? The next one, hunger. Effective solutions to hunger. Okay, I can't like break bread to become feeding the 5,000, and even still 5,000 is not millions, so even that solution don't work. Okay, so what's the Bible solution on hunger? Don't eat pork. What's the solution? Really, legitimately, I'm racking my brain. I didn't pre-read this, like I said, it's fresh out of the thing. What would the solution be for hunger? Are we gonna man cannot live on bread alone? Is that what we're gonna argue? Do you think it's okay to listen to worship music even if you're not Christian? I think that worship music is nostalgic for some people, and I also think that it has a set progression to be like really moving. Okay, so if you're wanting that kind of action, let me share with you. You guys, YouTube, I guess Google, doesn't allow you to do links, but I can send links. So this is, he is by Ghost. I'm going to send you the music video because it's awesome. It's very awesome. And so this is a music video and song by Ghost. Yeah, I love Ghost too. I found them way too late, and I'm just like, yeah. This is like a gospel song. It's about the devil. They are not actually Satanists. They just really play into the like satanic panic trope, that kind of thing. Like, oh, heavy metals of the devil. So there's a lot of like satanic imagery. There's like an anti-pope, Papa Emeritus, and there's multiple ones, and there's like a whole lore and everything. So that's why it's going to be about the devil. It's a good time because they do a really good job with it, and yeah, don't watch it in public because there is a baptismal scene towards the end, and they get baptized in water. They're wearing white and they're wearing nothing else underneath, so you see things. So if you don't want anybody around you to know what you're looking at, then just be aware that that shows up at the end. It's like a surprise. So good times. What if you like to listen to worship music while you exercise? I'm trying to think of what exercise would like, I would get pumped from worship music. I guess, I don't know, something cardio, because it's got different beats, you know? I mean, like I said, there's not, it's the music you listen to. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. There's Christians that listen to Ghost, and Ghost sings about loving the devil, you know? They're just like, yeah, it's a thing, whatever. I don't love the devil. I think the music's good. The end. So, if it's Byzantine chants, that's hardcore. Yeah, that's. I can just imagine like he's lifting. Yeah, Santos Nomine. That would be a good time. Yeah, that would be a good time. Let's see. Yeah, Ave Maria. That's a good one. You know. Yeah, Rose, I don't think there is a solution in the Bible about the hunger. What about pollution? Is there a solution about pollution in the Bible other than like pooping outside of your camp or something like that? What's the biblical solution to this? Are they going to say something like, we should be caretakers of the planet, as it says in Genesis 1? Is that what they're going to say? Because if not, that's like sort of like... It's like when you have an assignment and you got to do like 20 pages of reading, but you only read the first page and then you write your paper. You know, it's like, oh man, the whole Bible, what's in the first thing that we got? Oh yeah, it says be nice to the planet. Yeah, we can do that. Let's type that in. Type in for pollution. You know what I mean? Let's see what they got. Because I can't think of anything for pollution. Can you guys think of anything for pollution from the Bible? The trouble is, most people no longer view the Bible as an authority on such matters. Yeah, that's not the trouble. That's good. At one time, it was listened to with respect, at least in the West. Although the Bible was written down by humans, in the past the majority in Christendom accepted it as the Word of God and believed that God himself had inspired the contents. Okay? So what? Today, however, it is fashionable to be skeptical about everything, customs, ideas, morals, and even the existence of God. I don't like how they say fashionable, because it sounds, you know, they're using that word to intentionally make it sound like people are just doing it to be cool, but that's okay. We can be the uncool Christians, because that's okay. You know, and plus, I would disagree it's fashionable or, you know, popular to be skeptical about customs these days. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, as soon as you're critical of Islam, people are like, oh, you're Islamic phobic. You really gotta, like, not do that, because that's Islamic phobic. You know what I mean? I think they're not critical of that. So maybe they were in 1989, but yeah, not this. You know, I remember my dad saying some stuff about Japan in 1989, but then when we got a Nintendo, he was pretty happy about that. He was like, yeah, they're doing a good job over there in Japan. Oh, okay, you know. So even he was won over by the Nintendo, you know. Especially, people doubt the value of the Bible. Well, I mean, this is a book about the Bible. You gave it to me for free, and it's printed in color. So what's the value of that? Now, I know they're talking about, like, spiritual value, but let's joke about it. What's more important, whether a religion is true or not, or what kind of society a religion produces? I think that we want to live by things that are true. That's the issue. I think we want to live by things that are true. And so if we're going to have a society of equity, right? Something like the Bible doesn't provide that. Something like the Bible doesn't provide for variety in personalities. There's different people you ask about variety in sexuality, but definitely variety in, like, personalities. The Bible is not providing for something just as basic as that. So I think that it would not produce a society that is as good as it could be. So for example, if we do something like have half of the society as stay-at-home moms, they are not able to contribute to the society in terms of, like, scientific progress, production of factory items, or even things like military readiness. So, for example, in Israel, men and women are both required to serve, but in Ukraine, up to, I think it was 2015, men were required to serve, and then they took away the draft, if I remember correctly, but I do know it was just men. And then Russia invaded, and so what happened? Only 50% of the population could fight back. the other 50% had to just abandon ship. Do you know what I mean? So is it really the best that 50% of your population is capable of making some kind of contributions to society in a way other than child rearing? Do you know what I mean? Especially if you don't want to have kids, right? So I think that already we're not producing a society that is as productive as it could be, or as equitable as it could be, or catering to the variety of human personalities that just exist, you know. So I think that the fact that the religion does not reflect reality produces a society that is not really the best society. That's how I would maybe phrase it. Yeah. I think a bunch of the kosher laws prevent food contamination, but that's not exactly pollution. Yeah. And again, it's not going to help us with hunger. Don't eat it. Okay. What if I cook it really well? No, just don't eat it. Okay. So we're just going to die? No, I know, like in Islam, like you're permitted to eat certain foods if it's a life or death situation, even pork. God is Super Nintendo Chalmers. That's it. We figured it out. We're done. Thank you. Thank you, Super Nintendo Chalmers. Free and worth every cent. Exactly. Fashionable skepticism for the win. I'm trying to... Are we doing it? Are we doing fashionable skepticism? Do you like my little bees? They're good, right? I don't know. This isn't very fashionable. Personally, I'm completely unfashionable. I dress like a middle-aged president of a small company. Wow, shots fired. That's what I'm doing right now. Can we roll up the hair? Let's roll up the hair, because it is getting kind of in the way. Come on, hair, just play ball. There. Are we there yet? Okay. That's a thing. There we go. Okay, great. So we're ready to... There. Now I do. I look like a middle-aged president of a small company. What's my company? What is it? Lemon... The bees, trees? I don't know. Something related to bees and lemons. That's it. Or, you know, the cult of lemon. And then my small business is just me making Satan's Watchtower. Something like that. That's it. Alright, so we're fashionably skeptical, and few modern intellectuals view it as the Word of God. Most people would rather agree with scholar James Barr, who wrote, "My account of the information in the biblical tradition, it is account of human work, it is man's statement of his beliefs." Now, it says that there's a reference. Oh, these are notes to the Jehovah's Witness. So the Jehovah's Witness is supposed to take this and like bring it to me and then talk about it. And there's notes for them to talk about it. I thought these were like, you know, sources. I guess not. Sorry, I'm having a weird... I get these weird tightnesses in my chest. It's fine. I got it checked, so it's fine. I just don't know why they're doing it. Okay, The Bible in the Modern World by James Barr, 1973, page 120. Okay. So we should read that, I think. Right? 1973. That's... You guys hear it? Is it... Does it make me a bad person that when I hear somebody driving really fast in a population-dense area where there's a lot of pedestrians, especially elderly people, is it really evil of me that I just listen for a crash? I mean, I would go out and help, but what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, it's 8 in the morning on a Saturday. This is prime time for like elderly strolling. Do you know what I mean? And you're out here just blasting and like clapping as you're shifting gears. What are you doing? You know, my contribution to society is spreading the word of the, what are they called? The governing body. That's my contribution today. His contribution this morning is interrupting that spreading of the word. And also possibly killing somebody. You know. Just 8 a.m. You know, here I am like, oh, I better be quiet and turn up my mic. I don't want to wake up my neighbors. No, we'll wake them all up. No, you guys didn't hear it? Okay. Oh, it doesn't make me evil. Okay, you did hear it, yeah. Alright. It's just, there's just no reason. Do you know what I mean? There's just no reason for it. What are you doing? Wow, you're really cool. I bet your penis is very big. Like, what does he want? Wow, do you guys hear that? Let's wake up and go look at him. Oh my god, what an amazing man. Giant penis. Very good. What's the point? You know? What's the point? I don't know. Go do that somewhere else. Go on a racetrack. You know, actually do something. Oh wow, you beat all the cars that aren't racing you. Yay. You know what I mean? Let's see. I know a girl who worked for me around 8 months. She had the superiority complex, but did work hard when she knew she had to. She quit and eventually lost the other job she left for. Oh dear. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, if you think you know everything, it's hard to learn. It's hard to take constructive criticism. Didn't know you live next to an F1 track. Yep. Just one of the many mysteries of Lemon. Now it's part of Lemon lore. What does spreading the word contribute to the GDP? Are the JWs prepared to produce that economic analysis? No, because they don't charge nothing. They don't charge nothing for nobody. They just take money from their people. So the JWs that did all the work, they did the work for free. That's what I got. I'm reading the blood of their labor. Not blood diamonds, blood tracts. There you go. A phlebotomist's dream. It's the Watchtower. So James Barr, let's see if we can find that book by James Barr. Okay. But my question is, first of all, when they say most people would rather who, because they cited the book. They didn't cite, like, people who believe the book. They didn't cite any of that. You know what I mean? So who's most people? You know? I guess being a teacher of social science, right, where I have to have my students absolutely cite everything, every claim they make. And when they make certain word choices, I say, you know, is this really the best way we could have said this? You know, what do you mean by better? What do you mean by that? Better in which capacity? You know, you have to be very specific. And then as you explain it, I, the reader, am supposed to conclude this is better. You know, don't tell me it's ridiculous, explain it. And the way you explain it should tell me, the reader, or give me the impression where I make the decision, wow, that sounds pretty ridiculous, right? So who are most people? Who are few modern intellectuals? How does that work when we sit here and say, oh, well, most of the scientists are Christian? Okay, so few scientists, or are scientists not intellectuals? What is this, James Barr? What's the book? Modern what? I'll just look for James Barr. I'm sure it'll show up. Wow, for some reason, something in like Chinese showed up. History and Ideology of the Old Testament, Biblical Studies at the End of the Millennium. That sounds cool. This sounds way cooler. The concept of biblical theology and Old Testament perspective, the semantics of biblical. This is like interesting. Wow. Revelation, Scripture, and Church, Theological Hermeneutic Thought of James Barr, Paul Ricoeur, and Hans Frey. Wow, these look like good. Linguistics and Translation, from Biblical Interpretation. Wow, these are like good books. I thought this was just going to be like some you know, regular dude or something. The Bible in the Modern World, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's read them in future videos. Let's do that. The Bible in the Modern World. You know, because I think we all know what? Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, all that stuff, right? I haven't heard of James Barr popping up. You know, I've heard of, Bart Ehrman and stuff, you know. But yeah, let's read some of these books. These sound like fun. This is the Blood Tracts. Sounds like a death metal album. That's good. What would it be about? Can you imagine, like, Jehovah's Witness death metal? You know? What do they call him? Heavenly Father, that's a Mormon term, right? Or an LDS term. We don't want to be called Mormons anymore. It's the Book of Mormon. But we're not Mormon. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so, is this your opinion, reader of the book? Do you think the Bible is God's word or man's? Okay, let's do a poll. Start a poll. The question, is the Bible God's word or man's word? Question mark. Yes, no, add an option. Sure. Start the poll. What's that supposed to do for the algorithm? Is that like engagement? Like, anything that's related to electronics, somewhat with algorithm stuff, because a lot of that is based off of like math and statistics and whatever, which is math. To me, it's like magic. You guys like that last option? You're welcome. Yes means yes, it's God's word. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's God's word. That was not... Yeah. The Bible is multiple words. We're talking word as in a complete concept. That's what we're talking about. Complete concept. So let's see what we got so far. Yes. Oh, somebody said yes. Oh, you know what? I'm going to end the poll. We're going to start over. Okay. Because it shouldn't say yes or no, right? We're going to start over. Okay. Bible. God's word or man's word. Okay. Bible equals God's word. See? You see what I mean? I said that, oh yeah, survey writing. It's not that easy. You see what I mean? Bible equals man's word. Okay. There we go. Those are our options. That's the other option. You gotta include an other option in a poll. Did you know that? They gotta be there. The poll was worded kind of... It was. And when you word it crap, you get crap results. That was literally in the book that like, the reading this week. Garbage in, garbage out. And that's what it was referring to. Good job, me. Really earning that 4.0 GPA. Oops. Now, I always joke with the students because I have such a casual way of discussing things. And I'm talking, like, I make noises about stuff, you know? So I'm like, yeah, so when you're doing, like, your beta brainwaves, they're like, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, but, like, the alpha brainwaves are more like, ba-cha-ba-cha-ba-cha-ba-cha, you know? And I'm like, word that as you will in your notes, okay? And I tell them, like, you gotta, like, education is different from producing learning, right? So, like, let me just show you. I actually have a vocabulary. You know, I don't think I need to use it most of the time because I don't think it's necessary, you know. I just don't. I think there's plenty of regular words that are adequate for communication. That's what I think, you know. All right. So, okay, good. So that's what I was wondering. I was like, which undercover Christians we got in here? Okay. So mostly man's words, something, hail Satan. All right. You can check the questionnaire before you poll. I do, if I could get a pretest, I need pretest people, that would be good too. That's a good one as well. That's an option, is pretesting when possible. All right, so however you answer that question, consider this point. Oh, guys, sorry, I let you answer the poll before we considered the point. All right, what's the point? If the Bible is merely man's word, then logically there is no clear answer to mankind's problems. Yeah, man, sometimes life sucks. Now, my doctor said God sent my back problem, but that's still not an answer. You know what I mean? It's not an answer, okay? Like, that didn't answer nothing. Yeah, you know, so. Hi, Jan. We're reading a tract that I picked up. Actually, it's a book lit, but it's pretty hefty. got like 190 pages. That I got from some Jehovah's Witnesses in Korea, and thankfully they had an English copy. I say thankfully because a lot of the J-dubs, they don't have an English copy at the ready. So, yeah. They tell me like, oh, you can go to the website and all the tracts are there. And I'm like, okay, cool, but this is more, I think it's more fun. I don't know. It's just me, but I think it's more fun. See you later, Chris. Have fun. Starting with the false assumption that only the Bible can provide answers. Not just about answers, but like mankind's problems specifically. What about like God's problems? God's like a jerk. That was, and I'm not saying that like, oh, edgy atheist. I'm saying when I was a Christian reading the Bible, I had to keep trying to harmonize in my head the concept of an all perfect loving God with the God I was reading about. You know what I mean? Like he's not nice. And even as a Christian, I thought, man, Jesus is kind of a dick. He was being kind of a dick. You know, there's so many times when his apostles or his disciples, they're like, hey, Rabbi, yeah, so like that thing that you said, like, did you mean that literally or what? And Jesus was like, oh, how many times do I gotta tell you guys? Like, are you even listening? Obviously, it was a parable, you idiots. You know, and it's just, that's his response, right? That's his response. He's just like this wild douchebag. He just reads like a cult leader. Like any cult leader. This is how he reads. As a Christian, I thought this. And that's why I started searching more, because I thought, there is no way that I am understanding this correctly if my conclusion is that God sucks. There's no way I'm doing this right. And that's when I started looking into the history of it and asking people. If it was in the Old Testament, I would try to find rabbis to communicate with. If it was in the New Testament and stuff, I would try to find not only priests and like reverends, which were part of the Protestant stuff, but also even pastors and reverends, but also asking priests, which are part of the, you know, the satanic cults of, oh my God, the Catholics, which is how we saw the Catholics, right? So it was, not a good time. The Boo Man says religion is just the policing of the people when the police can't actually be there. And we even do a better job with that by having security cameras everywhere. So we still win at that too. I am going to do I'm going to see if there's a study about getting people to do things when they feel watched. And so there's this, in the lunch, like the cafeteria, there's 3 sections. There's a section for forks, chopsticks, and spoons. And even though it says fork, chopsticks, and spoons, there's like a little sign on each one. It's written in English, it's written in Korean, and there is an image. There's no excuse to put your spoon into the forks, or the other day I saw a cup in there, I lost my mind, okay? So I noticed some of the detention students, all the detention students who put on lunch duty, so they gotta like clean up and stuff, they get to eat lunch too, of course. But I noticed if I stick a detention student there, nobody makes a mistake. And so I remember reading a study that they put a person, and then they put like a mannequin, and then they just put like a picture of cartoon eyes to make the person feel like, just subconsciously feel like they were being watched. So that's my next step, just to see, does this work? So, check. Hello, I'm a Jew. Hello, Jew. Nice to meet you. So we're talking about whether the Bible is the word of G-D. That's what we're talking about today. Okay. Jesus, how stupid are you, the apostles? As stupid as you made us, Lord. Exactly. And then in like the gospel, what is it? The gospel of Judas? Jesus is a big jerk. He's a super jerk. Yeah, super jerk. Let's see. Kilroy says, if somebody went into the bank and started to knock the furniture over, they get shot by the cops. But set 2,000 years ago, and it's something to be admired. Shake my head. Now, to be fair, it was the temple. So that's like saying, if there's an ATM at the church, or like a farmer's market at the church, that would be the target. So I think it wasn't like Jesus like went to the market and acted this way. It was that Jesus went to the temple, saw that there was marketplace stuff going on, and said, "This ain't it." But then you go to like a mega church and there's, a bookstore, a cafe, usually called Holy Grounds, like those kinds of things. So that's I like the pun. I'll be honest, I like the pun. These are not holy grounds, these are unholy grounds, which is why they provide more caffeine. God is an invisible man who loves you when no one's around. You know what, Obyung? No, that is incredibly true. That is how I felt. As that, again, we brought up being just this lonely loser teenager. And that's how I felt. And so when I get Christians that approach me on like Twitter, for example, X, when they approach me on X, I don't like it. It just sounds like drugs. Twitter. So they approach me on Twitter. They'll say stuff too. Sometimes you might have seen it in some of my comment section. They'll say stuff like, I'm really sorry that the church hurt you and stuff, but, whatever happened, that's not the love of God and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, excuse me, I love my church. That's the only place I felt accepted. Are you kidding? So let's not come, like, do you want to have a conversation with me, or do you want to talk at me so you can feel like, oh, I evangelized today? If that's the case, just toss me a chick tract so I can read it on my channel. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm tired of. Oh yeah, that happened. I was like, hey, let me try to be like respectful with you, because I feel like you're being a little bit, disrespectful towards atheists. What is your goal? Is it to win people for Jesus, or is it to feel better by talking down to atheists? And the person, DM me, they apologize. Okay, cool. So we're talking. He kept asking me to send a voice note so he could hear my voice. And I was like, well, I got a YouTube channel, I don't know. Sometimes I just put a face to the name. There's a face. He wants to hear a voice. Okay, I'm not going to clock him for that. And then I got the question, do you think that it's weird if a guy has a foot fetish? I gave him a chance. It turned out he was just asking the question as somebody who wasn't going to judge him, or he assumed I wasn't going to judge him. He assumed correctly, but he assumed I wasn't going to judge him because I wasn't Christian. And that was really sad. Really sad. And then for those that were in my Discord that saw it, let's check what that guy said. So anytime somebody sends me a DM with "Hello, dear," they respond. It comes back with either "I'm gonna convert you to Islam," like why are you atheist, or "Marry me." Sometimes send nudes, but marry me. It just goes from "Hello, dear," "Hi," "Marry me, I will be the best husband." Oh, no, thank you. And then they keep being insistent, and then I check their bio, they're always Muslim, and I say, well, you wouldn't want to be married to an atheist, would you? And then they stop responding, insult me, or try to convert me to Islam. So let's see where this developed. It did not. That was it. So it just went, "Hi, dear," and I said, oh boy, these always go one of two ways. One, try to convert me to Islam. Two, ask for marriage or nude photos. I hope this is a third type. And then he says, "Are you a non-Muslim girl?" And I said, "Oh, the worst kind, an atheist, and I'm 41, I'm not a girl." And he says, "Well, you're looking good for 41 years old." And I said, "Skincare routine, and I stay out of the sun, seems to help a bit." Scene. And that was it. Well, I guess we're not going to be getting any marriage or reversion proposals today. So, oh well. Let's see. We're going to end the poll. So we got some people saying that we have the Bible is God's word, with 12%. Something hail Satan, so other, just for fun. So I'm going to lump other with the Bible is man's word. Yeah. Let's see. Tyrone Lannister, the Lord of Light wants his enemies burned. The drowned God wants his enemies drowned. Why are gods such vicious cunts? Yeah, exactly. The coffee I drink was originally made by a Cuban dude who came to America. I guess I drink communist grounds. That's it. There you go. How are they? Are they freely available to the other people, or have they become capitalist grounds? couple of decades ago, the J-Dubs published harsh criticisms of the Catholic Church accepting credit card payments for donations, and now they do the same. Times are tough for them. Womp womp. That's the thing I appreciate about the Catholics. At least they're honest enough to admit they want the money. Yeah, when your Pope, like, is, like, adorned in gold. Yeah. One of the standard email openings to my company is Dears. Is there any reason for that? Do they like that? I always say hello or good morning. If it's to a superior, very respectfully. If it's to anybody else, kind regards. If it's to a student, Ms. Lemon. If it's to a peer, Lee Lemon. Kind regards, Lee Lemon. That's it. I don't know. I'm using a bunch of emails to, like, turn them into a teacher's handbook. So we got a student handbook, but not a teacher's handbook. And it's one of those things where everyone's like, it's not my problem. What am I supposed to write? Hey, Lee, what was that thing we're supposed to do about the thing? You know, from the teacher's orientation? Yeah, I didn't write it down. Right. Okay. It's the thing. Okay, thank you. Do. And after you get that question enough times, you write an email about the thing. And then I realized I can just copy paste this email into a folder. And then now it's the teacher's handbook. So I'm doing that. That's it. That's it. But is it my word or is it God's word? Because where do I get this wisdom from? Is it from on high? I mean, I'm solving Teacher Kind's problems, so I don't know. My writing is more applicable to actual problems than the Bible. Okay. English is not their first language, I see. And that's the thing. I think it just comes off differently. Let's start a poll. No, that's not. I was going to ask about a book to write, instructional handbook. But what would I write for an instructional handbook for, like, the everyday person? I don't know. All right. Humans will just have to muddle through as best they can, hoping somehow to avoid poisoning themselves out of existence or blowing themselves up in nuclear war. Is this, now come on, are humans who are not a Jehovah's Witness really walking around like this and saying, all right, I'm not, okay, now this is a bad example because I do this, but I know this food might be dangerous. Right, like, you know, how many times do I wake up and almost accidentally set off nuclear war? You know what I mean? Like, really, we're just going to have to muddle through as best we can. I don't know, the scientific method works well. Trial and error works well. That's how we figured out which herbs were okay to eat and which herbs made you see stuff. You know what I mean? The power of John Dewey compels you. The power of John Dewey compels you. For me, if I was going to, for that reminds me of the power of crust compels you. For, like these, like a religious themed pizzeria. It's sacrilegious is the tagline. And the power of crust compels you is the other part, yeah. I love the smell of uranium in the morning. There we go. But if the Bible is the Word of God, it is the very thing we need to get us through this difficult time. No, wait. The examples they just gave, so I don't have to get this too close to my face. Okay. The examples they just gave is that we are going to, two examples. Number one, hope to not poison yourself. What instructional does the Bible provide? You know, I got this really cool app on my phone. It's called Picture This. I think it's only on Apple iOS, but it's really cool. You go outside, you take a photo of a plant. It can be the leaf or the flower. And then it identifies it for you. And then you can find out based off of that identification if it's a toxic plant, if it's a medicinal plant, etc. So it's been fun kind of using it for foraging and, you know, it's been fun. The Bible does not provide that. What is the Bible's information on aspartame? You know what I mean? What is it? And then hoping to avoid blowing ourselves up in nuclear war. What does the Bible say about nuclear weapons? I just feel like, and it's just such a weird, humans will have to muddle through as best they can, hoping somehow to avoid poisoning themselves or dying in nuclear war. Like, it's just like we're just walking around like a Roomba vacuum you didn't program. You know what I mean? Well, nope. You know, is that how they really see atheists? But remember, we're mentally diseased to them, so I guess anything's possible. But even psychology thinks of mentally ill people as more functional than they do. Jesus Christ, our great Lord, perfection. I love it. What kind of, I guess you get free wine with like an upgrade, and then there would be the Holy Trinity. What would it be? Like, please everyone with the Holy Trinity. It's a jumbo pizza with 1/3 cheese, 1/3 pepperoni, 1/3 Hawaiian. Oh my God. Perfect. Beauty. That's it. Or choose your Trinity, you know. Make an idol unto the false god by replacing some of the Trinity, the standard Trinity items with your preference, you know. Yeah, we should do this. That's it. And then everyone is dressed like you know, with like red with horns or something stupid. You know, it would be kitschy, be very popular with the gays. It'd be a good time. People would go there on Christmas. Yeah. Let's do it. The pseudo ending in Mark says that Christ followers can drink poison and not die. J-dubs are sending mixed messages. Do the J-dubs follow the pseudo ending of Mark? J-dub version of the Bible. What version do they use? Oh, perfect. Read, listen, or download. No, I like that they make it easy, at least. Okay. New Word Translation, Study Edition, PDF, J-dub Pub. I don't know what that means. I don't want to download, I just want to open it. Perfection. Alright, let's go to Mark. Because I don't know which version they use. I should, but I don't. I usually like to go to blb.org, Blue Letter Bible. I think it's a very good reference for the Bible. Alright, let's go to chapter. The short conclusion after Mark 16:8 is not part of the inspired scriptures. And it includes, but all things that have been commanded briefly, blah, blah, blah. The long conclusion after 16:8 is not inspired by the scriptures. Okay, so they include it as a footnote, but they don't actually believe it. Okay, that makes sense. This is why they're not singing in tongues and rolling around with snakes. That's all. Just out of curiosity, because for some of you guys do know I was part of that, the Pentecostals. We did not do the snake handling, and we did not do the poison drinking, because we followed the idea of thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. And so this idea was not that it's proving our faith, it's that it's tempting God to show his power, and God's gonna say, girl, please, and just let us die. So, yeah, that's why we didn't do that. But the idea was that should you come across something poisonous, should you be out hiking and get bitten by like a rattlesnake, then you would be okay. But if you're sitting here bringing this stuff to church and like harassing these animals and chugging, I don't know, liquid mercury or something, as opposed to chugging Freddie Mercury. I don't know why I specified liquid mercury, you know, but yeah, you're chugging mercury. Then that's just tempting God to perform a miracle, and God's gonna leave you hanging. So that's why we didn't do it. We did everything else, rolling on the ground, running up and down, speaking in tongues, all of that stuff. So yeah. Yeah, they have it in their Bible with a note that it's not in all sources. For ours, we did have it. There's a footnote, but it's not like as obvious as this. It's not like, hey, by the way, before you read the rest of this, these are not part of the actual scriptures. Okay, these were added later. It's like a little, one of the subscripts or whatever, like note things, and then it's in like the bottom margin. Some scholars believe that blah blah blah, like that's what it says at the bottom. So it wasn't as obvious. I like they made it really obvious. Like own it. If you're gonna include it, own it. Hawaiian pizza turned me into an atheist. No God would allow pineapples on pizza. Let's see. Hey Siri, how do I delete a person out of existence through a live stream? Siri did not respond. Okay. Also, had a hard time when I was teaching about the Assyrian Empire. That was difficult. No, pineapples are amazing. Coconuts are amazing. Everything's amazing. The end. Thou shalt not detropicalize the lemon's food. Okay? That's it, Fellow Pentecost Survivors Club, that's it. We survived the Pentecost. We were set on fire by the Holy Spirit, and I guess we found a fire extinguisher, so that was it. This publication will present evidence that the Bible really is the Word, or God's Word. And the publisher's hope is that after... Hang on. Where's our Jew? Where's our Jewish friend that was here? Super nice try. Alright. What do you guys prefer verbally? Because I know the name of God is to not be pronounced. But, is there, a preferred way to address God instead of just God? Do you know what I mean? Because obviously not. I'm guessing not Yahweh, because that should have been unpronounceable, right? Let's see. Where are we at? I can hold a 3-hour seminar with the JW stuff you unfortunately won't cover here. The 2-witness rule alone is enough to find them awful. Oh, absolutely. And we're not going to find that in here, Part of the reason that I like to do these readings, especially fresh, is, and you probably know because you've been with the channel for a while. The idea is that there's really good atheist sources, and a lot of these atheists, they take a lot of time and effort to create a really solid video. They do a lot of research and all this stuff, and it's excellent. I totally love it. But it may give the mistaken impression that in order to have a response to this stuff, you need to really know what you're doing. You got to take 8 hours out of your day and turn this into a full-time job to rebut Christians formally and rebut Islam formally and all of that. And so for me, I'm just saying, let's just read it fresh. We don't have all the answers right off the bat, right? I have questions about, well, is there something in the Bible about poison, pollution? That doesn't come to mind right away. If I were to make a video, I could do all of that prep, right? But I want to show that if you meet these people, you can ask these questions. You don't have to be a jerk. You don't have to slam the door in their face. If you have time, ask them these questions, just see what they say. For me, that's just what I'd like to do. That's just my personality type, which is why I'm doing psychology. You know what I mean? For some people, they're very irritated by them. But I just like if they're being honest with me, So I would love to have a conversation with them to ask, so from your perspective as a Jehovah's Witness, do you really believe that people are just blindly bumping around, and so far none of us have accidentally stepped on the nuclear winter button? Do you not realize we have a set of problem-solving skills? Is that how you really view non-witnesses? And just have that conversation, So these are the reasons that I do it this way, yeah. About your poll, I think it lacked an option because there's people who think it's God's word, not God's word, but inspired by God. In that case, they still consider it God's word, but there's a difference. But the difference that they make, at least in the United States, because I know that you're not in the U.S., in the U.S., the difference that they make is whether some people legitimately believe God penned the Bible himself and gave it to humans. And some people say that God inspired people to write it. The majority of Christians in the U.S. believe it's an inspired word, as opposed to a physically God wrote it on physical pages and handed it to somebody, except for the Ten Commandments, the two sets of Ten Commandments. So that's why. So by God's word, it encompasses both of those options, that it's either directly penned or inspired and handwritten by humans. Yeah. I think it can give impression that you need to be emotionless when you're reading through these, when it's perfectly fine to be shocked or laugh or whatever. That's true. You know, of course, I don't want to be rude about it. I don't want a Jehovah's Witness to see this and think, wow, what a jerk. There's no way I could have a conversation with them. But hopefully kind of laugh about it too and think, you know, why did the governing body word it that way? It does seem a bit absurd, you know. So yeah, you're right. We do, you know, we want to have fun with it, I think. Yeah. God is a marketing tool. A marketing tool. So do you think that the product is found within the church? And all of the other concepts, the salvation, the God, that do you think that would just be the marketing? Or do you think God is the product? The product is salvation, right? I think you're right. Because they're not selling God. They're selling what God allegedly has to offer based on what you allegedly. Yeah. God is a mechanism of brand loyalty. I don't think God is. I think the type of God, when you think about it, like if I say cola, and you think my brand loyalty is with Dr. Pepper, so Diet Dr. Pepper, here we go. So that's what I think. So whatever I think cola could stand in for God, but I think for brand loyalty, we have to think about the specific, what's it called? The specific denomination. They don't think highly of non-witnesses. That's true. That's why they have study editions and public editions of all their publications. The study editions say it different than the public version. Is there a way that a non-witness can acquire the study editions? That's my question. Or do you have to log in? Does every witness have like a login to the jw.org or? But let me know if there's a way to find the study editions. All right, so the publication presents evidence, okay, and the publishers hope that after, I'm just gonna turn real quick. I'm just stretching, I'm not dying. All right, I just realized I was leaning to the left too much. This publication will present evidence that the Bible really is God's word, and the publishers hope that after you have considered the evidence, you will realize that the Bible contains the only valid answers to mankind's problems. Again, if we're going to be presenting problems, maybe present problems that are actually covered here, as opposed to something like nuclear war. First, though, we would like to draw your attention to some facts that, in themselves, make the Bible worthy of your consideration. Let's do it. The Bible is an all-time bestseller. Ooh, quick. Which fallacy is this one? I'll give you guys a second. Okay. So this is the fact that in and of itself should convince you it's ready to rock and roll. The Bible is an all-time bestseller. What is it? If you don't know the formal name of the fallacy, but you can just explain it, that's okay too. That's also what I say to my students. It's okay if you don't remember the vocab. Just tell me what it is. You know. I don't like doing these pauses though, because there's the lag time is weird. Great, ad populum. Great. It's popular, therefore it's true. To begin with, it is a bestseller. But is it a bestseller? It is. So there is a show that I rewatch constantly. And okay, every time I play Pokemon Go, I rewatch Archer. It's on Netflix. I don't know if it's on the US Netflix. I don't remember being able to find it. Archer. I haven't really I watched when he got out of the coma, I watched that season once. And then there's the new season, but the voice actor who voiced Mallory Archer died during the season, and I'm just not emotionally ready to accept that. So I just get to like season 11 and reset. And I just keep doing this. Okay. So if you haven't ever watched it, it's like this adult cartoon. It's about spies, and eventually Archer goes into a coma. And so there's these 3 seasons that it turns out generationally, people in what's after millennials, Gen Z, anyway, they didn't get it. But for people who were old, like at least older millennial to Zennial, Gen X, and so on, this made perfect sense to us. These were like noir takes. These were something that was similar to Bali High, and then there was one that was like a 1980s version of what the future will look like, kind of like Dune sort of concept, right? So they were spoofs, and like they were parodies of these different genres. But as he's in his coma, there's a lot of references that you don't realize that happen if you rewatch this series. So I just keep rewatching this series, okay? And it was there was this episode where one of the characters becomes a country music singer, and she somehow sells 1 million records. Oh my god. This is not like spoilers or anything. She somehow sells 1 million records. And very soon thereafter, you find out the 1 million records were purchased by one person who's just like a super fan. So it became like a bestseller because one person bought it. So what I'm saying is it really a bestseller, or is it because churches keep publishing them and producing them and putting them into places? So can we really even call it a bestseller? Do you know what I mean? Are these, it says an estimated 2.5 trillion copies were printed between 1815 and 1975. Now, does that mean 2.5 trillion individuals separately purchased a Bible at least once? Now, if you bought a Bible and you wanted to buy a newer one to whatever, is that what they're saying? Of course not. They're saying this was something that somebody paid for, whether this was with JW funds or not. Somebody paid for it. So technically, because the book was technically produced and technically paid for, it was technically sold, and therefore is technically the bestseller. You know, do we know the answer to this? Yeah, we do. Okay. So that's what I don't like. I really hate when they use the term, it's an all-time bestseller. It's not. It's just not. And I know that was a very long-winded way to say that. I just really recommend you watch Archer. That's all. I love rewatching it so much. It's just so good. Like, I've rewatched it at least 25 times. At least. And last night, when I was rewatching it again, there was a part, and I was like, oh, that's why this shows up in his coma dream. So even still, I'm still finding these Easter eggs, basically. Algebra can beat the Bible. Oh, I guess that means Islam wins. Algebra, okay? Agatha Christie's a mega bestseller too. That doesn't mean there was actually a eccentric detective called Hercule Poirot. You know, I brought that up in class yesterday. We were talking about Troy, and whether Troy was, whether that really happened. And I said, who was the author? The author was not this, like, he was a poet. Like, he was a writer of fiction, right? That's the author. In 3,000 years, when somebody finds a bunch of Spider-Man comics that were kept in the plastic, so they're really well preserved, And they're going through them, and I had like a fake book, I was going through this book. And I said, where does Spider-Man live? And they said, well, he lives in New York, or Brooklyn. One student was like really specific. Yeah, he lives in, Brooklyn, which is a borough of New York. Okay, is that a real place? Yes, great. So he's really living there, in a place, right? It's a real place, I mean. And, there's mayors and stuff that might have shown up. I think maybe Mayor Giuliani was in there. There's a 9/11 version. Did 9/11 really happen? There's like an edition for 9/11 and Spider-Man. Did it really happen? Yeah, 9/11 really happened. Were people really harmed? Oh, you guys probably hear the ambulance, so maybe that guy did crash. So is there a, did people really die? Yes. And there's like scenes that we saw on a Google image search. It was about how it's becoming more of a thing to move over, but for a while you would just hear the ambulance sitting in traffic because people just wouldn't move. It was really sad. To be fair, there's usually no shoulder and stuff, but just, what if that was your grandma in the back, Anyway, people really died in 9/11. There were scenes that we saw from the comic volume that had people being transported into an ambulance. Interesting coincidence. Did that really happen? Yeah. But were Spider-Man and Captain America there? No. And we know that because we know Stan Lee, he created these guys. These are characters. These are fictional, etc. But like in 3,000 years when people find this, they're also going to know stuff like genetic engineering started around this time, right? And also, they also know the police force had some criticism because they were just directly targeting, how they're going to perceive it. Wow, they were just directly targeting all minorities, and they were just killing people. And the police were like Judge Dredd. Maybe that was a documentary, This is what they're going to think, and they're going to say, did people genetically engineer Spider-Man to work as a counter to the bad police force to actually help work and save people? And that's what's going to be the argument 3,000 years in the future that you and I know today is ridiculous. And I'm sure that people at the time of Homer also understood this didn't happen. And if it did, it probably didn't happen like he said, just like 9/11 happened, but it's probably not how it was in the Spider-Man comic, blah, blah, blah. So we talked about something like that we can tell the difference because of the author. I think the difference between that and something like the Bible is that these people are claiming, I am physically the author, but God is telling me what to write. And that becomes really difficult to prove. And this is where we have to ask for additional evidence, right? And somebody, I was actually I'm talking to somebody right now, and this person did send a message. Let me see if I can open it up. So we're not arguing about whether this is real or it isn't, and Jesus existed or he didn't. We're not arguing about that. I'm asking him his perspective about why he's very on board, and I'm asking him to look at my perspective about why I'm not. And one thing he said was, atheists keep moving the goalposts. They keep asking for more and more evidence that, okay, they'll say Jesus doesn't exist, but then they'll accept that he did exist, and then they'll say, well, this, but this, but this, but this. And I said, from my perspective, and again, I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying from my perspective, and maybe it is fair to say that atheists might be moving the goalposts in that case. But try to think about it from this perspective, where the idea of a person raising from the dead, especially in antiquity, but even in 1700s, this was not uncommon. Tricks aside, we had a really hard time figuring out when someone died, and that's why there were ideas of like zombies. There's also that zombie drug, quote unquote, so people really believe this person died, the person really believes they died, and they're back to life. It's not a trick, but it is a psychological manipulation that turns into a really genuinely held belief. We also just had people that have been really, 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 really shallowly breathing, weak heartbeat. They assume death, put them in the ground, and that's why we have that bell ringing product that was sold, right? So we do know already that in the past, people, quote unquote, rose from the dead because they weren't actually dead, right? So even if you're able to say, look, can't you accept that Jesus rose from the dead because he was seen by so many witnesses? I would even be able to, and to your perspective, I'm pushing the goalpost, but from my perspective, I'm saying, okay, that's not remarkable. To have somebody in the past who people thought was dead and wasn't dead, this person actually surviving when everybody thought he was dead, and then recovering, coming back out, but people assuming this is a resurrection, right? And so that, again, you're still going to have to make, and he mentioned, he says, well, even if you could prove that Jesus did all of this, then they're going to say, well, how do you know it was the act of God? And I said, yeah, you still have to prove God. And so you have to ask yourself, why is it unreasonable that atheists are asking this? Why are they asking this? Am I accepting this, or do I have a reason that I can articulate that I'm accepting this? And so for him, he feels like it's just really unusually, astronomically a coincidence, to the point that it can't be a coincidence. And I'm saying, well, even Kim Il-sung was astronomically born. You know, there was a prediction of when he would be born, and he was. And people said that's really, you know, unusual and whatever. I said, now how would you explain that? Again, from an atheist perspective, this like neutral perspective. I'm not saying I believe in Kim Il-sung as the great savior of the world, and I'm also not saying I believe in Jesus Christ as the great savior of the world. But for both of them, they both have these astronomical events that predict their birth. And they both happened. What are the odds of this happening? Right? So is it that coincidences happen? Is it that maybe it actually wasn't astronomical, but people kind of retrofitted it to be astronomical? Or is it some other thing, including spiritually miraculous, right? So that's kind of where we're having this discussion. It's an interesting discussion because we're just kind of talking about our thought processes as opposed to saying you should believe this because and you shouldn't believe this because. So it's nice to have a person who's like willing to just say, this is my thought process, what do you think? Oh, this is my thought process, what do you think? You know, so it is kind of interesting. You mean RoboCop wasn't a documentary? No, I said Judge Dredd wasn't a documentary. RoboCop was. Okay, that's why Detroit obviously got better. Poor Detroit. I'm sorry, Detroit. In the face of ad populum, you can ask, can something be popular and untrue? Can something also be the most popular and untrue? Yeah, that's great. I think that's a great response. You know, so it's popular. Okay, we can agree that there's a lot of the books. Does that mean the book has any truth to it just because there's a lot of it? Yeah. Bulk purchase of books is also forcibly to make a book a bestseller. It's common for the New York Times bestsellers in place that have a symbol next to bestsellers. You know what? I'm just gonna make a book. Screw it. I don't know what it's gonna be about. I'm just gonna make it free because I believe in that. And then like it'll be like, if you want to make a donation, thanks. But yeah, you know, it's just gonna be free. Scientists and atheists get excited when they learn that they are wrong. Yeah, you know, or when like a student thinks of something that I never thought of, I'm like, yeah, duh, oh my god, you're so smart. Like I love it when a student like points something out, and I'm like, yeah, I never even thought of that. Brilliant, excellent, because we get to learn something. Like that's the whole point, is to learn something, you know. For the eating disorder survey, one of the people I spoke with mentioned, you know, I'm in recovery. I'm almost recovered, but I went through anorexia and I went through bulimia, but I'm almost recovered. Do you think it's possible that I could take part in this survey? And I said, yes, totally, 100%. Congratulations on your recovery. And thank you for bringing this up because I never would have thought to include 2 or more. I would have thought we're going to include what the DSM says and then provide operational definitions for people who don't have an official diagnosis so they can reasonably select one. I never would have thought to put 2 or more apply to me. thank you for that thank you so much, you know. And this was a young person, this was a teenager, and I just thought, wow, thank you for, wow, yes, thank you, you know. It wasn't like, oh, I feel so stupid, God, I mean, this is like my master's degree, and like I'm actually taking a whole course on this, and of course, I mean, I just read something for other, you know, but I can't include other. 2 or more never would have occurred to me. Wow. You know, so it's good to hear what the population says. See you, Will. As far as I know, Tolkien's Lord of the Rings was the most sold book in a certain century. Yeah, Sauron was defeated 3 or 4 ages ago. Absolutely, you know. I like to say every day is a school day. Absolutely, absolutely. Some people like to get schooled. So we got an all-time bestseller. I'm going to skim through this because we know what they're going to say, but I want to just make sure we're going to touch on everything. So I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I'm just going to, you know, because we know what they're saying. So it's big. No other book did that. It's been translated a lot in 1,800 different tongues. I don't know why they didn't say different languages and dialects. They chose different tongues, especially if they don't. It's a very interesting choice. Remember, as an ex-Pentecostal, I'm just like, tongues. What are we talking about? Tongues? Okay, Yoda to Shundane. Let's do this. So the American Bible says that the Bible is now 98% of the planet can access that. Imagine the huge effort involved in producing so many translations. What other book receives such attention? Okay, so you've provided evidence that a lot of people think the Bible's important enough to produce so many. There's our answer for how the Bible is related to how we can end world hunger. Let's spend all of that effort and money that we would have spent on producing Bibles to helping people out with, like, I don't know, water access, well building, farming. There's our answer for the Bible. Thanks, Bible. All right, it's a book with influence, guys. It's influential. The Encyclopedia Britannica says the Bible is probably the most influential books in human history. A poet is like, oh my God, this book is cool. A anti-slavery activist was like, wow, the Bible's awesome. Abraham Lincoln, the Bible is great. And William Blackstone was like, the Bible's awesome. Okay, but didn't you just cite a dude who says the Bible is irrelevant? And that there's more scholars today that, again, this is according to what they said. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but their claim is that most intellectuals today disagree with the Bible. So they're saying the Bible's not influential, or if it is influential, it's negatively influential. And they're saying here's 4 people in the past that said the Bible has influence. Therefore, you should believe that the Bible's positively influential. But they just told us, so which is it? So again, this is a good question to kind of ask, you know. I mean, okay, so it's influential. So is Kim Kardashian. You know. I mean, remember the Kylie Jenner lip challenge where people did the suction? I did that just for fun to see what would happen. My lips turned purple and then immediately like went away. But it was, I don't know, I posted a GIF when I did it on like on Discord. I don't know if anybody remembered seeing it. Yeah, my lips went purple. They got huge, and the end. Okay, cool. That was influential, right? I don't even follow any of the Jenner Kardashian people, and even I was influenced by this just out of sheer curiosity, so I tried it. The end. Does influence have to be meaning that something is true? Now, the reason I bring this up specifically is because Kylie Jenner went from like no lips to luscious lips because she had fillers injected. But she didn't tell anybody that. She said, no, it has to do with this plumping thing I have. And so she produced it. It's the lip suction. And it's due to how I do my makeup. Here's some ways. Let me produce a makeup line, right? A lipstick line. So she lied. She influenced people because of a lie. So she had great influence, even across the world, even to people outside of that normal bracket of influence. Like, I've never purchased a Kylie product, but even I still was influenced to do this through some tertiary way. You know what I mean? So that's great influence. That was a lie. That just wasn't true. So what? It's influential. So what? You know? So what? Operational definition, graduate students vocabulary. I had to do this even before I started graduate school. It's very I guess it's very psychology research. I could define operational definition? I guess I just thought, there's more than one Dunning-Kruger is a spectrum of effects, and I think I'm on the opposite end of it, where because I'm so immersed in this thing, I forgot that there's stuff that is, it belongs to a certain not niche, but it belongs to a certain, how do we describe it, group that not everybody's part of, So this vocabulary to me is everyday, and so I'm like, oh yeah, everybody knows what this is. So if you don't know what it is, I mean, I'm sure you do, Obion, but if you don't know what it is, just let me know, because I forgot. So that's the opposite end of the Dunning-Kruger spectrum. The middle part of the Dunning-Kruger spectrum, and towards the opposite as well, is once you learn more about the subject, you also learn how much you don't know. And so even though you have more knowledge than the average person about a given subject, you will usually say, I'm not the best person to ask, I'm not an expert. And you'll hear me couch a lot of it that way. I'm not here to diagnose anybody, and I don't know this, and I don't know everything, and I'm just this, and I'm just this, and I'm just a master's student, I'm not this, and whatever, right? So you have to be very, careful about that, but that's also part of the Dunning-Kruger effect, that you feel, ill-equipped to give straightforward answers because there's so much that you realize you don't know, forgetting how much you do know. And then again, on so that's the intermediate, and I guess that's where I would fit. And then the expert level is you just totally assume everybody is on your level, and you forget what it is to be at the beginner's level. And so we actually had this problem with a teacher that we had. Their PhD was in math. Very intelligent person for math. And they assumed the students knew more than they did. When they would throw out certain vocabulary and the students are like, what is that? The teacher was like, you're just messing with me. You guys all know what this is. Stop pretending to be stupid. And they totally didn't realize they forgot what does it mean to be an 8th grader taking algebra for the first time, that they don't know all of this, calculus stuff, right? So that's the other end of the Dunning-Kruger. So now we know we can't just say Dunning-Kruger. It's beginner or uneducated or undereducated in that field, intermediate and expert. So it's a spectrum. Yeah, fun. Building infrastructure? No. That takes too much sense. Yeah, exactly. I guess there was no such thing as Infrastructure Week in Bethlehem. Yeah, right. Speaking of, that was one of the laws in the Code of Hammurabi that a lot of the students were like, this is pretty interesting, let's talk about it. They didn't necessarily agree with it, but they just thought it was interesting. If a builder builds a house and due to the shoddy construction of the house collapses and kills at least one person inside, the builder will also be put to death. And so we talked about that because there's some concern that some of the buildings are built too fast in Korea. And so there is a concern, if we do get a bigger earthquake, especially with the more fracking, maybe some of these buildings will fall down due to the shoddy construction. And I said, okay, so if that happens, if people die, let's say your grandparents die, then what should we do? And one student said, well, we can't kill them. It violates their human rights. I said, okay, so then what? Well, we can pay them, pay the family. And that's when I had to ask this question. How much money is your grandmother worth? And the student was like, oh, teacher. And I said, yeah. How much money is she worth? How much money can a company throw at you to say, we have adequately paid for the death of your grandmother? And this was like, wow. And so this turned into like this interesting conversation, you know, because again, it's teenagers like to have these conversations. That's why I love teaching teenagers. I love it. I love it. Guess that's one way to do away with building inspectors. Yeah, and I mentioned it to them too. Like these were not companies that were based off of like structural engineers and all of this other stuff. These are like a family, like Joseph, right? Mary and Joseph, Joseph, the stepfather of Jesus. It was like a dude and his two sons building a house based off of what they learned from their dad, you know. These were not like construction companies with the math and the materials knowledge and all that stuff, right? You know, so you could have a really good building, but maybe it's built on a foundation that liquefies, or that goes under liquefaction when it's like an earthquake, because we're in Mesopotamia, right? That's an area, you know, there's a lot of plates there, shaky. And if we happen to get a lot of rain and it's sandy, it'll turn into quicksand essentially real fast, and then this building could collapse, and it's under no fault of the builder, you know. And so then again, how do we ascribe fault, right? Is it because of something the builders did? Is it because grandma was hanging stuff that shouldn't be hung there? Did grandpa knock out a wall that he shouldn't have knocked out? How do we ascribe faults? So yeah, like 5 money at least. Yes, exactly, 5 money. You need to have a balanced investigation between building and maintenance. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that, for sure. Is the Bible going to answer this for us? Probably not, though. Ooh, okay. Wait. Let me just remind you what we're doing. First, though, we would like to draw your attention to some facts that, in themselves, make the Bible worthy of your consideration. All-time bestseller. Influential, hated and loved. So I guess, controversial? So people hate it. Bibles have been burned in public bonfires. So they have this here, this like woodcut about a guy who was burned alive for reading the Bible, and that's not the crime. Right? The crime was attempting to usurp authority from the church. It's not because, oh, he's an avid reader, but the Bible was one of those books, and these are all anti-Christian Satanists that are... No, it's attempting to usurp authority from the church. It's not the crime. The crime was not reading the Bible, you know? So, yeah. It says that Bibles were burned in public bonfires from the Middle Ages down to our 20th century. The Middle Ages, again, we're burning the wrong version of the Bible, the Calvinist Bible, for example, right? And I guess this is one of those cases where I have a different perspective, just because I have to teach history. You know what I mean? So it's like, this immediately pops up to me. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they weren't burning the Bible because they hated the Bible. They were burning certain versions of the Bible because they were unapproved in that religious prescription of the country. Like, that's not the same. That's not hating the Bible. You know what I mean? Parallel with this may have been the devotion that the Bible inspired. Many people have persevered reading it despite relentless persecution. Consider William Tyndale, a 16th century Englishman who was educated at Oxford University, became a respected instructor at Cambridge. Tyndale loved the Bible, but in his days, the religious authorities, I keep hiccuping, or burping, I guess, insisted on keeping it in Latin, a dead language. So, in order to make it accessible to his fellow countrymen, Tyndale determined to translate the Bible into English. Since this was against the law, he had to give up his comfortable academic career and flee the continent, blah, blah, blah. So again, it's not for reading the Bible. It's for making it accessible to the people so that it challenges the authority of the church. It's a completely separate crime. You know what I mean? Completely separate. completely separate. Yeah, look at this. Tyndale is only one of a great number of people who have sacrificed everything in order to read the Bible or to make it available to others. You know, no, he's challenging the authority of the church. That's a different crime. Now, this may be different for Jehovah's Witnesses because, as far as I understand, they are still targeted. They were targeted in Nazi Germany, and I believe they're still targeted in Russia. So JW specifically, out of different Christian denominations, they are targeted. So I think something like this, to them, it's like, we have to include it, you know. But for somebody else who's not them, this just seems weird. Okay, and then we should care about the Bible because of the claim that it is God's word. So they're not telling us that the Bible is true. They're just saying you should care about reading the Bible because some people say that it's the word of God. Okay, so under some of these, including the last one, we should also consider the Quran. And so if I was talking to the J-dubs that gave this to me, I would ask them, so under these concepts, have you read the Quran? You know, and just ask what they see what they say. So the Bible's like the Kardashians, known, loved, hated, and influential. Yes. And popular. The end. That's it. People have to persist through difficulties when reading War and Peace. I guess we have to invent War and Peaceism now. That's it. Yep. That's it. Anything that people didn't like can become a religion of truth and interest, you know. So we encourage you to examine this evidence presented in this book carefully. Some of the chapters will discuss often heard criticisms of the Bible. Is the Bible unscientific? Does it contradict itself? Well, you already contradicted yourself, girl, so. Does it contain real history or just a myth? Did the miracles recorded in the Bible really happen? Logical evidence is presented to answer these questions. After this, powerful demonstrations of the Bible's divine inspiration are discussed. Its prophecies, its deep wisdom, and its remarkable effect on people's lives. Finally, we will see what effect the Bible can have on your life. First, we have to discuss how we got the Bible. Even the history of this amazing book gives proof that it is more than merely of human origin. How long is chapter 2? I mean, how long is chapter 2 when I'm reading it in a live stream? It's actually 12 pages long. So, I guess we can read this next time. Okay. I don't know. I kind of would like to do this one on a live stream, just for fun. The other ones I would like to read on just a video, just some videos. But I would like to do this one on live stream if that's okay with you guys. So, yeah. Let's see. I like how they're promising logical evidence after presenting 3 non sequiturs in a row in the introduction. You know, I'm gonna just go right away because I am curious. So, spoiler warning, guys. What do we got? Oh, we skipped a page. Oh, no, we skipped a page. We still have more. No, we didn't. Okay. The pages are, like, very, very thin. Alright. I wanted to see, is the Bible, let's say, does it contain real history? Okay. So they have like a nice table of contents to help us out. Science, has it proved the Bible wrong? Okay, we'll vote on it. Alright. Let's see. So, which one are we reading? Like, just looking at right now. Okay. Science versus the Bible. And, ooh, Bible prophecy that I've seen fulfilled. Ooh, Bible prophecy in my lifetime. And then the miracles. Did miracles really happen? Alright. So we're gonna start that poll. Which one? We're not gonna read through it. We're just gonna, like, check for some of the goodies. The other table of content, just while we're waiting. Chapter 2, the Bible's fight to live. I would ask that the J-dubs make something that's just not so dramatic You know what I mean? The Bible's false friend. How believable is the Old Testament, the New Testament, history or myth? The miracles, did they really happen? Does the Bible contradict itself? Science, has it proved the Bible wrong? Prophecies that came true. A Bible prophecy you have seen fulfilled. The overall harmony of the Bible, who cares? Who cares? Right? A higher source of wisdom. The Word of God is alive in quotation marks. And the last part is the Bible and you. Okay? So, let's see. That book has the same tone as a corporate seminar. It does, doesn't it? It feels very MLM, you know, powerful this and whatever. And like I said, for me, again, just as I kept, as I was reading it, I thought, I want to comment on it. And then I thought, you know, this isn't like a science book or a science writing. This is supposed to be attention grabbing and stuff. But then again, no. No, we are trying to demonstrate to the non-Bible believer that this is something that is totally logical, scientifically sound, etc. So isn't this something that we should be looking at in that manner, right? I don't know. Any book, even older than the Bible, can say, I told you, right? Especially if it's like, there will be famine. Girl, there's famine now when you wrote this in, 3500 BCE. You know what I mean? Police say that it's after the car crash. The Bible fought for its life, but it is projected to make a full recovery. That's good. That's good. It's because the pages are white. Oh, that was terrible. That's why they didn't shoot it. I mean, really though, that's how the world sees the U.S. and like the police issue. They're like, why do cops keep shooting everybody? Teacher, is it okay for me to go to the U.S. or do I need to bring a bulletproof vest? Like I didn't want, like they just think we walked around, and I think, of course not. It's not like I walked around with a bulletproof vest or anything. But then I remember they sell bulletproof backpacks for students, and I tell them, I don't know, but I think you're more likely to get sucked into drug addiction. So watch out for that, you know. So let's see what we got. We got 50% science versus the Bible, and the other 50% is split among the other two. So we're gonna 43-43. We're really doing it. It's fighting. It's fighting. We got 7 votes. It says 8 votes, and then it said 7 votes again. Oh man, we're really going. Uh-oh. We need like an odd number. Just bring a McNuke, carry it on your belt, you'll be alright. Yeah, but then we'll just be like muddling through existence, bumping into each other randomly, trying not to start a nuclear war. Yeah, they add with that's what I meant. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Now it's a 33%. I thought the 9th vote would settle it, but instead it just made it worse. Do I have a D6? I had a D3. That's a weird one. I have a D6 with me. Alright, I'm gonna close my eyes. And I'm gonna point. Do I have a thing to point? A pointy thing? I mean, I guess I'll just use my finger. Alright. So close my eyes and point to the one. And wherever, the 10th vote has come in. Alright. Science versus the Bible. See, these are good. These look like interesting ones. Everybody seems very interested in these, right? So, I mean, let's do this in a live stream. All right. So science has approved the Bible wrong on page 98. Because I don't think we have to read this in a linear fashion. Okay. So, we've already started out. Now, there's a picture right away. And the picture says... Hang on, I got my glasses because I'm reading it off the screen. The Bible's description of the Earth hanging in space agrees very well with what astronauts have reported seeing. That it's hanging. They reported that it's hanging in space. It's not hanging, right? Hovering. But even still, hanging, now the problem I have with hanging, because people say, well, you know, it's not hanging on anything, right? Or it hangs on nothing, and that's what the Quran says, it hangs on nothing. Okay, but it's not hanging, right? When I think hanging, I think the green screen behind me. I think my clothing, right? You know what those hanging things are not doing? Revolving around my house. That's my problem with the hanging, you know? So, all right. All three choices have similar potential for silliness. I know. That's it. It wasn't going to be up to the host. It was going to be me just pointing and then whichever one it was closest to. So that's what it was. So that's how earthquakes happen. The space cats swat at the hanging earth. Yeah, I mean, that's how this falls down, is when Krampus falls, you know, does that. And I remember I put, like, I didn't have the green screen, and I had a really big, like, monitor behind me. It was, like, huge, like a TV size. And so I didn't want it to just be a reflection, because I didn't want to, like, I just didn't want to have a reflection. So I covered it with just this blanket. And then throughout the course of the live stream, Krampus got tangled in the blanket and pulled it down. So I was like, great, that's, yay. So cats cause a lot of stuff. And you know what I wonder too? Did the Egyptians really worship cats? Or did they just really, really love them? You know, 5,000 years later, when people find all the cat stuff that we have produced, are they going to say, wow, something happened with this 20th century, 21st century, this resurgence of cat worship? You know? Look at that, they even make clothing for the cats. Wow. Yeah. All right, science. Has it proved the Bible wrong? In 1613, child. But I think we're going to be talking Galileo, blah, blah, blah. So the Catholic Inquisition, you know the drill. All right. It is widely held today that the Bible is unscientific, and some point to Galileo's experiences to prove it. But is this the case? When answering that question, we have to remember that the Bible is a book of prophecy. Oh, jeez. This is the same thing that comes from Muslims. Well, you know, it's kind of improper to ask, like, is the Quran even scientific? Because remember, it's a book of signs, not a book of science. That's what they say. Are they really? Okay. It's just, it gets so redundant. They shouldn't be converting me. They should just talk to each other and see how frequently they use the same argument and then go from there. That's what I would want to see. I want to see that. All right. So, it's a book of prophecy, history questionable, prayer, law, counsel, and knowledge about God questionable. It does not claim to be a scientific textbook. Oh, it's the same argument as the Muslims. Nevertheless, when the Bible does touch on scientific matters, what it says is completely accurate. That's exactly what Muslims say too. Because they always come at you. This is the reason I get so frustrated, and I keep pointing out Muslims specifically, because they always come at you saying, you know, unlike the Bible, Islam is a scientifically accurate book, or the Quran is scientifically accurate. And I'm just like, well, give me an example, or how come it can't make something? And they're like, well, remember, it's a book of signs, not a book of science. So, just understand that. Okay, well, when it said blah, 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 well, Allah was explaining it in a way that we could understand. Humans did not know about the concept of the cell. Well, how come we didn't just explain it? Because humans didn't know about well, how come we couldn't just explain it? And then that's the end of the conversation. You know, you'll find out when you die. It's one of those, right? And this is the same thing. Here it is. Look, the Bible's totally accurate with science. But before we start, okay, the Bible's not a science textbook. It's just... Remember, this is reproduced from 1989 in 2006. And it's all the same arguments that I'm having in 2023. Like, can we get some new material? You know, this is why I pick up so many of these, because I'm hoping somewhere we're going to get a different argument, a different description, anything. And we just don't. And I just, okay. If you are religious and watching this, just don't. If you're going to come at me with science in your Bible or your Quran, just come at me with it. Don't be like, well, let me just first say, this is not science. But let me also say, it is science. Oh, pick one. Just pick one and let's go. You know, if you're going to say it's not science, fine, then we don't have to look at it as a scientific book. Okay, we can ask why it's scientifically inaccurate, but if you're going to say it is scientifically accurate, well, tell me how leprosy can be contracted to a physical house, because it can't. So how does bird blood cure leprosy? It doesn't. You know what I mean? So, you know, something like that. Hello, Shane. Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. I wore these hoping you'd show up. Okay. All right. So they took furry culture really far back in the day. That's true. Futurama explained that cats are aliens with mind control powers. Believable. More believable than anything we've read so far. In the 90s, guys used to say, is it me or an earthquake? I say that when I get a migraine. I remember reading when I was a kid that the reason Egyptians worship cats is because they ate rodents and threatened food stores. Yeah, it doesn't mean that they're gods, you know. We have to think about God as they thought about gods, right? You shouldn't be talking about the validity of the Quran because you don't speak Arabic and you're not an Islamic scholar. You're right, totally. Which, of course, I always ask, well, then how come Allah didn't so what, Arabic can't be translated? Well, it can. But Allah's version of Arabic can't be accurately translated. No, it can. Okay, so... But you should watch Zakir Naik. I have. And he said if mountains were not on the earth, that a single step from a human would cause the ground beneath us to wibble wobble. This Zakir Naik is the one I should be listening to, this guy. And then they say, well, how do you know it wouldn't? Where do you go from there? Where do you go from there when they say, how do you know a single footstep from a minuscule human stepping on the super thick, super dense, compared to us, Earth's crust wouldn't cause it to wildly wibble wobble with each individual human step? Where can you go next? You just... I mean, I'm really asking, where do you go next? Because I haven't figured it out. You can't. Bzzz, yes, that's it, Brie. When you make scientific claim, they should show scientific evidence, not their faith. Right. The Earth hanging around in space is a silly idea that tends to hang around. You're describing the outsider test of faith. Just ask a Christian how convincing their argument would be presented by a Muslim. I have. And I tell them that, off from the outset. I say, all right, I've been saying outset a lot. I tell them from that, before we start, if you would not be convinced to convert to Islam, or if I'm talking to a Muslim, if you would not be convinced to convert to Christianity using your same reasoning, then don't expect me to convert to your religion. Or use revert if I'm talking to a Muslim. I use that not because I believe it's reverting. It's to show, look, I do have some knowledge about it. I have read the Quran twice. I do know, I have some ideas about, I'm not a fresh, random person that's never read anything. And that's what they always start with. Well, sister, you need to read the Quran. I said, I did. I read it twice. Which parts are going to answer my questions? Because they didn't. And, oh, you need to read it with an open heart. I did. After I left Christianity, I considered Islam. That was the natural first step. And it didn't provide any answers. So where am I looking specifically? And that's all they can do. Just, well, you need to talk to a scholar. Have you watched Dr. Zakir Naik? Yes, I have. Step, 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 wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Well, how do you know it wouldn't? And then we stop, because where do you go from there? Where do you go from there? All I've ever come up with is, why do you think it's possible that it could? Just based on what we know about our size, our scale compared to the Earth's crust, what makes you think that it's possible? well, we don't know, and Allah is so wise that He gave us the mountains. Like, you can't, there's no more. Do you know what I mean? Muslim metaphysician who everyone pushed me towards. Okay, I'll check him out and read some of his, or do some of his, like a reaction to one of his videos. I sometimes say to read I always mess up this one. Silmarillion, is that right? And we accept Eluvatar, who I have such a hard time with some of these words, who dwells outside the world. Yeah, we should, But then they ask, well, was this supposed to be? When I've done stuff like that, like, well, how come we don't accept Lord of the Rings? They say, well, because they wrote about it knowing it was fiction. Okay, and what about any other religious text? Oh, well, those are obviously false. Well, how do we know they're obviously false? Because they contain falsehoods. Okay, let me give you an example from your religious text. Oh, well, my book is not a book of science. It's a book of science. And besides, every time. I'm accidentally holding this upside down. Honestly, I don't think that would hurt the understanding of this. It might improve comprehension. All right, guys, we're learning about our planet Earth. Consider, for example, what the Bible says about our planet, the Earth. Okay. Like, I just, our planet, comma, the Earth. Just to be clear, not our planet, Kolob. Okay. In the book of Job, we read, God is stretching out the north over the empty place, hanging the earth upon nothing. Well, wait. So they always focus on the hanging the earth about nothing. How come we don't focus on stretching out the north over the empty place? The hell does that even mean? What? Is it a vast expanse? This is when we got to read that guy's book. Compare this with Isaiah's statement when he says there is one who is dwelling above the circle of the earth. Yeah, that one doesn't help, because they, well, a circle could be a sphere. It could, but they didn't say that, and I'm sure that they had a word for some spherical object to differentiate it from a circle. Something. A ball-shaped thing, an orange-shaped thing, an apple-shaped thing. You know what I mean? The apple of the earth, right? The picture conveyed of a round earth, it's a circular flat earth, hanging upon nothing in the empty place, reminds us strongly of the photographs taken by astronauts of the sphere of the earth. See, now wow. Because circles are round, and round is also spherical. Notice the switching of, you, Tricky Dicky, who wrote this? GM-E. I don't know who that is. You're getting marked down for this. Highlighted in red, and I'm going to clarify what you mean. You can't make these jump. These are not, these words might show up next to each other in the thesaurus, but they are not synonyms. Okay? The old argument about the word circle. It could have meant, why not just say apple-shaped? Right? Why not? Maybe they don't have the word sphere. Like in English, we didn't have the word orange until oranges were imported from South Asia. So they would still mention it. They would say stuff like the color of a fox, or they would say the color of the sun as it's almost about to set. So they would refer to something in nature that had that color because they didn't have the vocabulary for it. Now, I don't know Hebrew. I would assume they would have the word sphere or something like it, but failing that, they would say something like the apple-shaped earth, the pomegranate-shaped earth, like an egg of the earth, something spherical-ish, right? Something. They would just refer to it that way, because it doesn't look like a circle. It looks like a sphere. There's a difference. That's why they're different words, Orange is just light brown, or brown is dark orange. Yeah, and so they would say fox-colored, but that's also where we get the term redhead. Even though their hair is not red, it's orange. That's where it comes from, that time period. There was a word that forms like spheres, but the author doesn't use it. Right. And none of the Greek or Roman translators even use their word for sphere. Right. So, why are we going to assume? And again, this is, there's these two totally different ideas about people in the past. That they were wildly stupid, or that they were way, way, way more educated than we were. I don't know why it's like this dichotomy. And I always point out to the students, these are the same people as we have today, okay? If they want to describe something, they're going to describe it as accurately as they can. They're not going to be like, I don't know, just write circle. Well, yeah, but does it look like a circle or does it look like an egg? I mean, whatever, just write circle. They're not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? They're going to try to be accurate, especially if they think this is God's word. They're going to try to be as accurate as possible. And if the best they came up with is not something spherical, there's no reason for us to think that the intent, oh, no, but they really meant spherical. There's no reason for us to assume that. They're not that dumb, okay? They are not as educated as we are. But if we took somebody, like a baby, even from, before the agricultural revolution, and we just transported the baby here and raised it here, they would learn a modern language, they would be able to use the internet and cell phones and all of this stuff and drive a car. We have the same brains, we process things in the same way. Our brains haven't evolved that much as far as we know, and especially in the past 6,000 years, right? So this idea that they would, well, we have any other way to describe it spherically, but we're just going to use circle, they wouldn't have done that. That doesn't make sense. Koreans called yellow and pinkish skin color until 90s. Yeah, right? It's one of those things where it's like exposure, It's just one of those things. But even still, right, you're still explaining it in a way that is relevant to your surroundings, Let's see. All right, so consider too the Earth's amazing water cycle. Okay. Let's consider it. Here's how Compton's encyclopedia describes what happens. Water evaporates. You guys know the water cycle. Okay. Okay. If you don't, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, collection. All right, cool. We got it. Great. This remarkable process, which makes life on dry land possible, was well described about 3,000 years ago in simple, straightforward terms in the Bible. All streams run into the sea, yet the sea never overflows. Back to the place from which the streams ran, they will return to run again. Okay. If a student wrote that as an answer to the water cycle in my geography class, and again, I don't require them to learn totally separate new vocab, especially for the students that have not the best grasp of English. They have to just describe the steps. This would not get it. This is collection. That's it. That's all they're talking about. There's no mention of evaporation. There's no mention of rain. And in fact, rain gods and water gods were different in ancient society because they thought they were two separate things. That's the reason. There we have a god of the rain and we have a god of the water. And even still, we would sometimes differentiate it further. There's a river god or river goddess, and then there's a god of the sea and a god of the rain. These were separate concepts in the past. And this doesn't mention anything. And that's what's so weird. They go through it and they're like, here's the Compton's Encyclopedia definition of the water cycle. And then here's what the Bible says, where we lose 3 pieces of the 4. You know what I mean? You get 25%. And maybe 0 because this doesn't even make sense. If I was being generous, I would give you 25%. Because I guess technically you're talking about collection. Technically. Okay? You could not learn the water cycle from this. Because the rainwater in this old belief system came from outside of the dome. That's the reason. They're not talking about the precipitation because to them it is not the same water. Rainwater comes from outside the dome. It's the dome of the sky opens up, allows the water to come in. This is how the Great Flood happened, okay? And then the depths opened up again to release the waters out from the covered dome of the flat Earth, okay? So this idea that they are in the deep and it's like going into the center of the Earth or something that I've heard people say in church. It was the dome opens, the outside water comes in. So space is water. And it comes in, the dome closes, so it stops raining. And then at the bottom of the flat Earth, these caverns open up and it drains the water back outside into the cosmos, which again is water. That's what they believe. That's why it's not mentioned here. That was the biblical view of the world. That's where we get this view. And we saw that too when we read the book of Enoch, right? Enoch saw what happened. He saw the process. He saw this all happening, right? He went around with the angels and saw this was happening. So, yeah, congratulations. You win nothing. Okay? I know this isn't super helpful because, like I said, oh, I want people to read this without having a huge background and doing a bunch of research. Alright, sorry. But, I guess just the nature of this channel and stuff. Yeah. Perhaps even more remarkable, are we even just going to get to regular remarkable? Perhaps even more remarkable is the Bible's insight to the history of mountains. Uh-oh. What do we remember about that as we're reading this next one? You can tell the writers of the Old Testament thought it was flat because God created the heavens and the earth before separating the day from the night. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, again, it's written in there, like the vaults. It's talking about the sun and the moon chasing each other. They open up on one end, they go through or like across the top of the sky, and then the other vault opens up, and then they exit, and then they go around again. And that's how this happens. And so the sun goes through, and then the moon goes through. That's what happens in this view. Here's what a textbook on geology says. I like a textbook on geology. From Precambrian times down to the present, the perpetual process of building and destroying mountains has continued. Not only have mountains originated from the bottom of vanished seas, but they have often been submerged long after their formation and then re-elevated. Okay, I mean, that's, yeah. Think of the volcanic islands in the Hawaiian Islands. Just think about that, the hotspot, right? If we, over time, the Pacific Ocean might disappear, okay, cool. Or we've got mountains, because of plate tectonics, we have mountains under the Mediterranean, right? And so if the Mediterranean dries up in the future, which it's a good chance it will, we're going to get mountains there. Okay, all right, cool. So what does the Bible say? With a watery deep, just like the garment you covered the earth. The waters were standing above the very mountains. Mountains proceeded to ascend. Valley plains proceeded to descend to the place that you have founded for them. So again, this was the idea of everything's covered with water, and he separates the water from the water, and the water that he separates goes out above the vault of the sky. Okay. And then what? The waters were standing above the very mountains. Cool. Okay, so the mountains proceeded to ascend, whether we're sticking them out or whatever. But what it says here is the valleys began to descend. I guess that depends on what type of plate barrier that we're on. But this idea of mountains and valleys, a valley is usually just where the mountain isn't. You know what I mean? They're not talking about rift valleys here. Okay. And it says, to the place you have founded for them, which is a problem, because we know over time, mountains, if they're still on the plate boundary, they get larger. If they move away from the plate boundary, they get smaller. This is why the Appalachians are smaller than the Rocky Mountains, because over time they've moved away from the boundary, and just with erosion, they have gotten smaller. With rift valleys, again, as these plates continue to move further away from each other, the valley widens. So this is not the place that God said, hang out here. They're not hanging out anywhere. They're going up, they're going down, they're moving to the side, they're moving. This is movement. I should also note they did not mention plate tectonics, which is interesting because by the 80s, plate tectonics was already founded, I think by 60 years, not 60 years, 20 years, in the 60s. But they may have been not on board with it, sort of like the theory of evolution, the theory of plate tectonics, which I've heard a lot from Muslims. Well, plate tectonics is just a theory. In the beginning, right, the Bible says whatever, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Oh, that's all they're quoting. Observations have led scientists to theorize that the material universe did indeed have a beginning. It has not existed for all time. Great. So what? Astronomer Robert Jastrow, an agnostic in religious matters, wrote, "The details differ, but the essential elements in the astronomical and biblical accounts of Genesis are the same. The chain of events leading to man commenced suddenly and sharply at a definite moment in time, in a flash of light and energy." Now, I do feel like, we would want context, because if they're going to say an agnostic said this, well, there's a reason an agnostic's going to bring up the Bible. There's a reason. Like, for me, in my day-to-day life, I do not talk about religion. I just don't. I bring it up when it's relevant, right? And if you're going to have me agreeing with something in the Bible, we're having a specific conversation, right? I'm not just going to say, out of all the things that I think are remarkable concepts, I am brought to what Paul said about blah, blah, blah. It's going to be about a very specific question, a specific scenario. So for an agnostic, or any atheist basically, to have that comment, so what? True, many scientists, while believing the universe had a beginning, do not accept the statement that God created. Nevertheless, some now admit it's difficult to ignore the evidence of some kind of intelligence behind everything. Okay, so again, we're not disagreeing. There's a start. But how did that start? We cannot just say, oh, well, scientists also say the universe had a beginning, therefore Genesis is correct. QED, atheist. We can't do that, right? That's jumping to these conclusions. I wonder if Muslims are allowed to eat dog that doesn't have a toe or foot. Dog, in general, is considered to be unclean. So I don't think they would be allowed to eat it. They're not even, like Muhammad loved cats. So in a lot of these areas that have a high Muslim population, the stray cats are very well taken care of. Muhammad loved cats. And some cats just naturally have, some people just naturally have this, 11 eyebrow situation. Some cats naturally have these two lines, and then sort of another two lines that meet together, so it looks like an M. And they'll say, look, see, even Allah acknowledges, for some reason, in English, even though Arabic is the language of Allah, the M for Muhammad. Oh, that's what they do. That's like a thing. Anyway, yeah, why wouldn't it be like Muhammad's name written in Arabic? I don't know. Why is it gotta be English M? But I gotta consult an Arabic scholar. I don't know. Whatever. But anyway, that's how much cats are beloved. Dogs are considered, filthy, because Muhammad didn't like dogs. Basically, whatever Muhammad liked or didn't like, or was convinced to write about that he liked or didn't like, that's what Muslims do. So, I think, in a way, they are, Christians are to be Christ-like instead of God-like, right? Perhaps Muslims aspire to be Muhammad-like, and they do, but they're just not called Mohammedans or something. So they're inspired to be like Muhammad. He's the example of the perfect human, and so we should do what he did, like what he likes and dislike what he disliked. So they don't like dogs. So this idea that they would even have a dog available to eat, probably not it. Now I did, since you brought it up, since you as a Korean brought it up, I did ask Daoud Kim. I don't know if you guys know this guy, but he's this Korean guy that converted to Islam or reverted to Islam. And I don't know, he's visited Pakistan and stuff, and he's just really popular because there's a lot of Indonesian girlies that are Muslim and they're really into K-pop, and now there's a Korean that is Muslim. Oh my god, you guys. And so he got really popular by like these thirsty teenage Muslim girls who love K-pop. Anyway, so he's pretty well known, and I don't know if he's gonna even read my DM, but I did want to ask him just questions, and I told him I'll let you see all the questions before, so you're not gonna be surprised by anything. You'll know it's just respectful, because that's just my curiosity isn't why did you convert to Islam. My curiosity is, you know, in Korea, where there's bias, where there was this issue in one of the cities called Daegu. They wanted to build a mosque, but this was like heavily protested by the people, you know. In this kind of culture where it's not really popular, what led you to it? What are some issues that you've run into? You know, in Korea, there's a lot of pork that's involved, etc., etc. If he's willing to talk with me, I can ask him that question. Just out of curiosity about, you know, there are those 3 traditional days, and I know that people your age, you know, he's a young adult male, they are sometimes pressured into consuming something such as dog against their normal desires. So they wouldn't normally seek it out, but by somebody who's like an older male who follows this tradition, takes them out for a company meal or a hueshik, that they are pressured into eating dog. So if you were presented with a situation such as this, how would you explain to your boss that you are going to politely refuse it? You know, and if it's something that's just in general, you know, other Korean men could use it as well. Or if it's something that is religious specific, then other Muslims, you know, that might be in the situation could do it as well. There is a lot of business, not camaraderie, exchange between places in West Asia and Korea, especially for construction. And so there are pockets of parts of Korea that do have a very high population of people from Turkey, for example. Korea and Turkey are sister countries. And so there is a higher Muslim population. So they come out here, and there is one mosque, and in some of the bigger malls that attract a lot of foreigners, there's actually prayer rooms, Muslim prayer rooms there. So, you know, there is some accommodation that's made. If you want something that's specifically halal, you do have to go to certain foreigner districts like Itaewon, but they do have specifically halal food. Cool. So all that being said, you know, maybe some of these visitors would find themselves in a situation where their Korean superior is like, hey, you know, it's that time of the year, so there's 3 days of the year when they're considered the hottest days of the year, and so eating dog it's an old tradition. This is not something most people do, but some of the older people, typically the older men who are higher up in companies, they kind of follow this tradition about like stamina, wink, you know, so they follow this idea, and so they may pressure people into eating it. I recently read about this for a paper I wrote, which is why it's so fresh in my memory, and it was something along the lines of like 56% of people under the age of 30 have consumed dog in the past year because they were pressured to by a superior at work. So it's something like that. Like it's kind of a high number. So it is, yeah, interesting. So I would ask him that question for sure. Yeah. Hello, Prodigious. How are you doing? Let's see. Yeah, so dogs, it would be, we skipped a few. Yes, okay. Well, scientists, even atheist ones, tend to use religious terms. Yeah, for sure. To me, it's a problem when they need to divulge theories and models. Absolutely. It may be accurate to say that any of these holy books were written to reflect how people spoke at the times they came out. but later generations interpret them literally, not figuratively. That's true, but I would still say that circle versus sphere, or opening up the dome and then the water that exists outside of the dome, you know what I mean? This is not like casually speaking. This is like, I don't know that clouds are related to water. Like Muhammad didn't know that. He thought that clouds, like a cloudy sky, was a bad omen. He didn't understand that they brought water. Because, sometimes when we see clouds, there's clouds. And sometimes when we see clouds that are really dark and scary sounding and looking, they just exist. And also sometimes then it rains. So just because there's clouds in the sky doesn't mean it's going to rain. And so this idea that the clouds are bringing the rain was not something that was, at least that Muhammad knew at the time. Yeah. I'm half Korean, never been pressured to eat my pet. Well, no one's pressuring you to eat your pets, which is good. But I will say for me, I was actually sick for, I don't know, I was sick for like 3 weeks or something. I was some throat cold. And my older boss, because it was in the summer, he said, I would recommend boshintang. And I said, boshintang, isn't that the dog soup? And he said, yeah, I know that foreigners might not be into it. And I said, if you think it'll help, let's try it. So we ordered it. So he wasn't pressuring me, but like even for me, even as a foreigner, I still had that experience of my boss, an older male, recommending that I eat dog. So, it still happens. I'm not saying that my experience is totally typical, but I am saying that according to the statistics I read, it does happen, at least for the people that took part in the survey. About 56% of them were pressured or felt some pressure to consume dog in the past year because of a higher ranking worker at work. So that would be it. I don't get how some people can eat a dog. They're better as pets. They are, because if you want to eat dog, if you're curious, just eat goat. It tastes better. Dog is just inferior goat. It's got a taste to it, Okay. It's I really like the broth. I thought the broth is really good for the dog soup. Really savory. But again, you could probably get that from like preparing the same style of soup but with goat, convert to sleep. See you later, Ratza. Same applies to Paul and Christianity. Paul didn't like this, so I don't do this. Yeah, you know what I mean? I've always asked my Korean mother, did you eat dog? What did she say? Because I don't know how old you are. Your mom and I might be in the same demographic, like age. I don't know. Like, I'm old enough to be my student's mom, so I don't know how old you are. But I do notice people in my age group, most of them haven't eaten dog. Some of them haven't eaten it if they live in a rural area. They haven't eaten it, but they don't see a problem with it. It's just a food, isn't meat, that kind of thing. But they just haven't tasted it personally. Or they have, and it's just, well, it doesn't taste that good, so I tried it. I don't prefer it. It's one of those kinds of things. She was raised during the Korean War. Okay, so yeah, that might be something that she did consume. Nobody in my family ate dog. Maybe my father did a long time ago, but I've never seen him eating it. Okay. And again, it might be regional. It might have to do with opportunity to do it, right? It might have just not been available. But it does, these higher ranking officials at jobs, right? They are obviously able to afford other meat, So it does make you wonder why. And so I think a lot of it has to do with, there's some belief about, like, virility. At least that's how they make it sound anyway. So some of these foods are consumed as, like, medicinal, which again is what my boss had recommended it. He said, hey, if you're feeling sick, nothing's helping, you should try dog soup. Okay. Your next door is a dog meat restaurant. Well, there you go. Try it out. See if you, well, now, don't. It's just not worth the money. You know what I mean? It's just not. The only time I would try it again is if it was steamed, because when I did have it steamed, it was really soft, almost disturbingly so. But it had a kind of a fishiness to it. I wasn't sure about the quality of it, so my cat it's Crook. He's wanting the water. All right. We have in wars like that, yeah, food's food, exactly. Also, the dog days of summer. It's not related to that. It's related to Sirius the dog star, but it's just a coincidence. Yeah, that was interesting. I haven't eaten dog, but on the other hand, I don't think it's worse than eating any other meat. Pigs are pretty smart. Oh, absolutely. Pigs are very smart. They're like as smart as dogs in some ways. My dad went to Korea in the 80s with the army. Apparently one of the things to do at the time was a serviceman. At the time, he was, so he ate dog, and he said it tasted fine. Yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not like you taste it and you're just like, oh my god, you know, it's just, it's not worth paying for if there's goat available, because it has a goat quality to it, but goat is just a better chew. It doesn't seem as like gristly. I found dog to be soft, but also very stringy, which is kind of interesting. Like it falls apart into strings. So it's soft, but in some cases it gets really stuck in your teeth. I think goat is a bit more consistent in the texture. So I just think it's a better choice if you're gonna eat it, you know. Let's see, goes on to admit, oh, bugs though, delicious. Sorry, Brie, if you're still here. Delicious. But I mean, if you like shellfish, you'll like bugs. Dyson goes on to admit being lovely use of the lovely word choice. Being a scientist trained in the habits and thought of language of the 20th century rather than the 18th, I do not claim that the architecture of the universe proves the existence of God. I claim only that the architecture of the universe is consistent with the hypothesis that the mind plays an essential role in its functioning. This is intelligent design, that hypothesis, but it's not the hypothesis because it's not testable. His comment certainly betrays the skeptical attitude of our time. But putting that skepticism aside, one notes there's a remarkable harmony between modern science and the Bible's statement that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, Genesis 1:1. Okay, so you've given 3, our planet Earth, so you've given 3 examples. The hanging on nothing, which is not an accurate way to describe it. The water cycle, which is not an accurate way to describe it. The mountains, which is incorrect as well. And then we go to in the beginning. So we've been given 4 examples from the Bible that are supposed to harmonize perfectly with science. One of them sounds not inconsistent, it's just not testable. Cool. The other 3 are wrong. Okay. Health and sanitation. Oh, this is a big one. So for those of you guys that don't know, it's like there were a lot of rules about if somebody feels sick, this is where they should go. Remove them from the camp. Don't, communicate with them. They should wash themselves a certain amount of times in the Jordan River, etc., etc. And oh my God, like we know that if we do that, then everything's amazing. Okay. And then the high standard of hygiene also involved mental health. A calm heart is the life of fleshly organism, but jealousy is rottenness to the bones. In recent years, medical research has demonstrated our physical health is indeed affected by our mental attitude, which is fine, but nothing that they say actually says it's going to rot our bones. So this sounds a bit, like, I think, what was it, Ronald Dahl? He wrote that book about like ugliness or something, that bitter people make themselves ugly because they're bitter, but if you're ugly on the outside, your inner happiness will automatically draw people to you and think that you look better, or something along those lines. It was written like in language that was like palatable for kids, but that's basically what he was saying, that that bad people, it starts to show on their face. yeah, this is not like, it's not remarkable, you know? These are like observations. This doesn't mean like God said that your bones will become rotten. You know what I mean? It's like you're rotten to the core, you know? That doesn't mean, oh, if you stress out a lot, you're gonna get a heart attack. That's not rottenness to the core. That's not what that means, you know? Clean your bum, sicko. Yeah, basically. Do the sundeguk. That's my favorite. Yeah, I had that 2 or 3 days ago. No, I had sundae and sanjiguk. It's a good time. When my buddy comes, we're gonna probably just eat as much as possible for all the good rural Korean eats. So we're gonna go harass our, like, this is gonna be like early channel where my buddies that would go out and eat. It was my Korean buddy and this guy with blonde hair and me, and he's coming back. So we're just gonna go harass our Korean buddy. We're gonna take him and we're just gonna go blast through as much food as possible. Hopefully the rabbit restaurant is open. I've only ever had rabbit in Scotland as part of like a rabbit and pigeon pie, something like that. So I just didn't know which part was rabbit, which part was pigeon. Yeah, it was part of a pie, right? So I'd rather like have this bite. But every time we went, it was closed. I guess it was seasonal, and we just kept missing it. So hopefully it's open. We'll see. We'll see. Don't eat anything alive. I'm trying to think if there's anything living. I already had a video where I ate, I think a couple videos. It was, because I like to try it twice. Because maybe the first time it wasn't that good. That's why I said steam dog I'd try again. Because I've tried the stew twice, and it was fine both times. But the steam dog I tried once, and it wasn't the best. So maybe it is pretty good if it's fresher. I don't know. So I try everything twice. So I tried it's called sannakji, but it's not like, there's two versions of it. There's one where it's literally a live baby octopus and you like wrap it around some chopsticks and you stick it in your mouth and you eat this whole thing and you fight with it in your mouth. I don't know. To me, that's, you know, what's my flavor experience, right? Is it going to be any different from the type I did consume twice on camera, which is the chopped up one? So it's freshly dead, but it's so freshly dead it's still moving. So you still get that experience of the suction cups and you have to chew it really well, otherwise you can choke on it, but it's dead. You know what I mean? So there's that. I have heard about, the only thing I might consider, and I don't know if I would, the only thing I might consider eating live would be those drunken shrimp, but I don't know, because you got to eat the whole thing, and since they're not cooked, I feel like the face jazz on the front would like jam on the inside of my mouth too much. The thing I definitely would eat alive is witchetty grub, because that's one of the ways you should eat it, and then the other option is to cook it, and apparently it's supposed to taste very different. Live witchetty grub is supposed to taste like scrambled eggs, and cooked witchetty grub is supposed to taste like almonds, or vice versa. I did try to find it the one time I went to Australia, could not find it, so next time. But that's the only thing that I would do, yeah. Some things are better alive, like octopus. I don't think it would be. I think it would just be, it would be too big of a mouthful to try to chew. I just, yeah. The wiggling octopus where the suctions are still working, but it's dead, it's just freshly alive. I think that's equivalent in a way that's less dangerous. It's not going to taste any better. You know what I mean? So, yeah, the chance of death makes food taste better. The only time you should use the chance of death is when you're like, this is from, what's it, Dom Mazzetti, was it Bro Science Life? He said, like, don't bench with a spotter, because the fear of death will make sure that you're doing enough weight, but also making sure that you push it off of you. So, yeah, That's it. Don't listen to me, use a spotter, okay? The Alien movie that could happen, no. The only thing I did hear, and this was one time, this is like, oh my god, it's so rare, we gotta write about it. One of the octopodes that was consumed, it like injected a sack of something, like an egg sac or something, as it was being consumed. I don't think it necessarily did it like on purpose or something. It's just as it was being chewed, an egg sac was injected into like the person's mouth. And I'm not saying like it got bigger and then baby octopus comes out, you know. It was like it got infected. And so it got like swollen and infected, and then once they realized what it was like, oh, by the way, this is what it was. And yeah, so no thank you. No thanks. The tangtangi is the finely chopped version served with egg yolk. You know, there was another version that was served with raw beef and the chopped guys and the egg yolk on it, but they won't serve you like a single serving. So a friend of mine promised to go with me, and then she got pregnant, and the idea, and I don't blame her because I know when you're pregnant, you know, you're more sensitive to stuff, but the idea of eating a baby octopus and she's gonna have a baby, she just felt sorry for it and she just couldn't. And I was like, okay, I guess I gotta find somebody else, and then I never did. So yeah, interesting times. Let's see, the health and sanitation, what does the Bible say? If the Bible is so accurate in scientific fields, why did the Catholic Church say that Galileo's teaching around that the earth moved around the sun was unscriptural? Here we're going to see the JWs hating on the Catholic Church. That's my prediction. Because of the way the authorities interpret it, oh, it's their fault for interpreting it the wrong way. See, we're interpreting it correctly after we have all the scientific proof. Wink, you know, so which, are we interpreting it correctly? Are we misinterpreting it, right? One passage says the sun rises, the sun sets, then to its place it speeds, and there it rises. Remember I told you guys the dome? So it opens in the dome, and then it goes across the sky, and then it sets by exiting the other end of the dome, and then it goes back to the starting point. That's what it's saying. So it's not only in the book of Enoch, but the reason we have that model is because it shows up in the Bible too. And so this is from Ecclesiastes 1:5. Again, the sun rises, which it enters. Okay, so it enters the dome. Okay, so now we can see it. And the sun sets, it exits the dome on the opposite side, and then it speeds back to its original place so it can enter the dome at the same point again. Okay. This is why the sun always rises in the east and sets in the west, because it speeds back to the eastern side to do it again. Okay? That's what they're talking about. According to the church's argument, expressions such as the sun rises and sets means that the sun, not the earth, is moving. And again, this is accepted before, you know, what did he say, mama? I love you. Just give me a minute. Would I be doing this if it was like an actual child? Oh. I know what he wants. He doesn't need it. It's what he wants. There's water. He just doesn't like to drink it if it's not running water. So he wants me to go to the bathroom and turn on the sink gently so he can drink it from the running tap. But there is water available. That's why I'm saying he's just being a jerk. All right. Okay, but even today, we know that the sun rises and sets, and we know that the earth moves, not the sun. See, we know, and it's written in like italics, we know. So we are merely describing the apparent motion of the sun as it appears to a human observer. So, but see, that's the thing. Their argument is that the Catholic Church misinterpreted this. We're not misinterpreting it because we know what we can see now. No, the Catholic Church interpreted this based off of the very old model that has been accepted for a long time. That's how they didn't like invent a new version of this. They interpreted it based off of this existing model. How can the Jehovah's Witnesses say, okay, so now that we know that it's wrong how it's been interpreted this whole time, which is how it's written, we're just going to interpret it a different way to make it harmonize with science. You see, this is not a scientific book, right? So again, the other passage says, you fixed the earth on its foundations, unshakable forever and ever. Again, right? I mentioned the hanging problem I have is not that it's hanging on nothing, and what does that mean, but that hanging implies it doesn't move around the sun. So now it's not moving, it's totally freaking solid. This was interpreted to mean that after its creation, the earth could never move. But in fact, the verse stresses the permanence of the earth, not its immobility. The earth will never be shaken out of existence or destroyed, as the other Bible verses confirm. So this scripture, too, has nothing to do with the motion. It's just talking about it. Yeah. So when we're saying that the earth is physically sitting on pillars, which again are found in other places like the book of Enoch. So this is not one person's idea, and it's saying, well, see, we can interpret it this way because other verses imply similar. Why not interpret it the way it's actually written? Because other verses are written that way. Do you see what I'm saying? Why are we choosing to, we're choosing to interpret it this way. So that's where the problem comes in. And this is where I kind of have a problem with Christians saying that atheists they say they take the Bible too literally. Well, how else are we supposed to take it? If it's not said that it's a parable, if the existing written language at the time, so like if you go back to like the original Hebrew, for example, if that does not imply that this is poetic, then why are we interpreting it at all? Why shouldn't we take it literally? Do you know what I mean? So they're making it sound like, well, you're taking it literally to make the Bible look stupid. Everybody before this point that we found out the earth moves around the sun, everybody else took it literally. Even the people that actually spoke that language fluently as their only language. So if all the people that spoke that language fluently and all the people before this scientific discovery understood it literally, and only after we could no longer argue, then you're interpreting it. How can you say that it shouldn't be taken literally? Everybody else was taking it literally. Even the people that could read it in its original language were taking it literally. Ooh, evolution and creation. Let's see, man's made out of dust, blah, blah, blah. Before deciding, let us look at more what science knows as opposed to what it theorizes. Oh boy. So the theory of evolution, blah, 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 Charles Darwin, Galapagos Islands, really cool. So he starts talking about nature, survival of the fittest, etc., etc. All right, cool. As a matter of fact, what Darwin observed was not out of harmony with our Bible, which allows for variation within a major living kind. Oh boy, Ken Ham has entered the chat. All the races of mankind, for example, came from just one original human pair. Now, I would love a citation from science, but it just gave us Genesis 2. So it's nothing strange that those different species of finches would spring from uncommon ancestral species, but they did remain finches. They did not evolve into hawks or eagles. But wouldn't that still be variation in kind? So kind, what are we talking about? Are we talking about types of birds? Are we talking about speciation within birds? What about the fact that some of these finches can't reproduce with the other finches? What about that? Neither of the various species of finches nor anything else Darwin saw proved that all living things, whether they sharks or seagulls or elephants or earthworms, have a common ancestor. Cool, but what about, the problem is, again, 1989, right? Because the idea of like DNA testing and stuff, that came like a little bit after mapping the human genome, 96. So this was actually too late, but it should have been updated for understanding that we can actually look at the genome and see the commonalities and stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah. Others, while recognizing the theory's problems, say they believe it anyway. Again, citation needed. Who are these nebulous others, right? It is popular to do so. Girl, please. We, however, need to know that whether evolution has been proved to such an extent that the Bible must be wrong. Oh, okay, I mean, I'll agree with that. Has evolution been proved to the extent that the Bible must be wrong? Sure. Is it proved? How can the theory of evolution be tested? Okay, so examine the fossil record. Did it change? Did it? Well, no, as a number of scientists honestly admit. One, Francis Hitching writes, when you look for links between major groups of animals, they simply aren't there. So obvious is this lack of evidence in the fossil record, but again, they don't have DNA mentioned at all. I feel like we have to skip this because it's not current. Plants reach a certain size, they refuse to grow any larger. Fruit flies refuse to become anything but fruit flies under any circumstances yet devised. Mutations induced by scientists in fruit flies over many decades failed to force these to evolve into something else. Okay. But again, isn't evolution over millions of years? So, alright, so you guys, this needs to happen over millions of years. Alright, cool. So let's try this thing for 20 years. It didn't work. Guess it's wrong. Oops. So again, I think the genetics issue is pretty good. There's a little addition here, this blue teal. In God's image, some point to physical similarities between man and some of the animals to prove the relationship. They have to agree, though, that man's mental capacities are far superior to those of any animal. Why does man have the ability to make plans and organize the world around him? The capacity for love, a high intelligence, a conscience, a concept of past, present, and future. Now, again, this is one of those things that we actually have some really cool experiments that show that there are animals that they do planning, especially like crows are a really good example. They're problem solvers, capacity for love. This is, high intelligence. What is high, right? What is high? How do we define high? How do we define intelligence is another one. This was an issue with developing IQ tests, right? How do we define intelligence? And so if we define intelligence, a really general way to define it is the ability to use pre-existing information and solve new problems by applying that pre-existing information or approaching it with a trial and error kind of approach. Other animals do that too. So, so what makes it high, right, compared to what? And we're the ones writing the test. If these were tests of superiority among the species, I'm sure a tiger's list of superiority among the species would be very different. We don't have claws. We don't camouflage ourselves unless we make it. We have to specifically go out of our way to camouflage ourselves. We're not that fast compared to them. We're not that physically strong compared to them. And we can't digest like rotten things like they can. Their mighty stomach acid, it eats stuff that would kill us. So certainly, the tiger, of course, is God's chosen species, God being a celestial tiger himself, right? So again, it is a bias that we are the ones determining we are at the top based on our idea of what the top looks like. Put me in a forest, I die. You know what I mean? Put me against another animal with nothing but my brain and having no idea how to construct a weapon. I can assemble an M16. I can't find one out here in the dirt. You know what I mean? When the Bible does, it says God proceeded to create man in his image. In God's image, he created him. This is where that phrase that man created God in his image might come into play. The origin of life. So another thorny question that evolutionists have failed to answer is, what was the origin of life? So again, evolution is about change over time. It's not about the origin of life. It's not a thorny question. It's like another thorny question to ask the baker is, where did the first wheat come from? Why would you ask that? It's not their job, you know. The tiger has a low success rate in hunting, higher than you and I if we were just stalking our prey and jumping at stuff with our claws. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But we could find a better animal, you know, some kind of like hawk or something, right? The hawk, I mean, we can't fly. Way better eyesight, you know. Maybe the hawk would be a better example. Let's see. The cat is spoiled. Oh, yes, he is. I have my passport, and Korea's been on my wish list for years. Yeah, show up. What's up? Never let facts get in the way of the narrative. How we twist words to interpret it well according to what we know. They have the strange idea of kinds being created, and then those living forms adapt. Yeah, exactly. I remember being in Germany in '89 and the wall coming down shortly after. Yeah, these are, you know, we've made progress since then, you know. That's one of the reasons I don't like when people constantly refer to Darwin as if there hasn't been any updates since the 1800s, you know. Some JW is always going to answer me about DNA proves God because all living things were created out of the same substance, yeah. I can only hope I live long enough for an advanced alien species to show up and teach us how dumb we really are. Oh, for sure. Leonardo, that reminds me, when I was a Christian, I used to say stuff like, well, of course we're going to have similarities. I mean, we're subjected to the same forces of the earth, like gravity, so we're going to have some way to stay upright, you know. Of course we're going to have similarities. We have the same building blocks, right? Carbon and all this other stuff. I didn't understand, like, how the genetics were similar. I didn't understand that we could actually trace when we lost the ability to synthesize vitamin C and that you know, processing like uric acid, you know, stuff like that. I didn't know that. I just thought they were looking at, oh, well, this animal's got 4 legs and this animal's got 4 legs, therefore common ancestor, you know. And that's what I thought because I wasn't allowing myself to learn about evolution because of my religious beliefs. And I think that's kind of where they're at here. They have evolution as taught by other witnesses. You know what I mean? Yeah, so they're talking about abiogenesis. Centuries ago, people thought that flies could develop from decaying meat, and a pile of old rags could spontaneously produce mice. So how does evolutionists explain the source of life? They don't. According to the most popular theory, a chance combination of chemicals and energy sparks spontaneous generation of blah, blah, blah. What about that principle that Pasteur proved? Pasteur showed that life cannot arise spontaneously under the chemical and physical conditions. Okay, but again, it's like, did Pasteur, which they cite him, you know, more than 100 years ago, a French chemist who didn't have the same understanding or technology that we have today, made a decision. So now that things have changed, let's default to what he said. Does that make any sense? Right? Does that make any sense? You know? Even under far different conditions, a huge gap between living and non-living. I mean, is it? Is it a huge gap? We talk about the concept of free will in the AP psychology class that I teach because we have to when we're talking about how the brain functions and why it functions and what does it function on, and we have to have this discussion. And it's you know, it is an uncomfortable discussion because some people don't like the idea that their brain almost, you know, it kind of predetermines the choices they're going to make in a way, right? Or at least the set of choices that become available. And so I ask them just for some examples, like I have a student that got detention for not wearing the correct type of uniform thing. And so the student is in the class and they feel cold, and so they're doing this, like rubbing their arms, because they were cold, but they didn't want to wear something because they didn't have like the uniform version of it, and they didn't want to get detention. And at the same time, there's a student in the back who's just sitting comfortably wearing a detention receiving uniform violation, and he's received multiple for multiple years for the same thing. And I said, both of you are cold. One of you doesn't want to get detention, and the other one has received detention so many times. for the same offense. One of you got detention for it and now will not do it again. The other one got detention for it and continues to do it. So, why? And so we kind of go through their thought process. Great. How do you, I mean, you both could have the same thought process. Why are they so different? And so we talk about, how you're raised and how that affects your brain and those decisions you make, your decision-making tree, what's more important to me, et cetera, right? I mentioned to them, I'm sitting down right now because my back hurts, right? I'm not sitting down because I choose to. I'm sitting here because I'm in pain. So my body made this decision for me, right? That's where I'm at. So when we think about these decisions that we're making, a lot of this has to do with our body making the decision for us. And so this idea that we're so far different from non-living things, that the chemical reactions and electricity that sparks between things naturally is so far removed from the chemistry and the electricity that happens in our brain. I just think one is the more complex version of the other. I don't think they're a world apart. I just think one is more complicated. There's more chemicals, there's more electrical pathways, but they're the same root. That's me. And I'm not a biologist. It's just that's kind of how I see it. So this idea that they're far, huge gaps, super weird, and why not, And then they end with why not creation? So why not creation? Why not the supernatural? Miracles are impossible because they're miraculous. Besides, the theory of evolution itself is deeply suspect from a scientific viewpoint. Michael Denton, who wrote Evolution, a Theory in Crisis. So again, they're just repeatedly referring to one person. They're not asking people who study this for a living. They're not referring to books written on evolution by people who study this for a living. They're choosing to quote a book of a critic because that suits, It talks about the flood. Modern textbooks are inclined to discount the universal flood, so we have to ask, is it just a myth? Did it happen? Before answering that, we should notice that later worshippers of Jehovah accepted that the flood is genuine history. They did not regard it as myth. Okay, so what? Wow, later people who didn't see it and believed in the religion accepted religious concepts. Ooh, okay. That's not impressive, all right? First, is the idea of the earth being flooded, is it not too far-fetched? Well, it's not. Indeed, to some extent, the earth is still flooded. 70% of it is covered by water. Only 30% is dry land. Blah, blah, blah. The depth of all the seas. Blah, blah, blah. The average depth is multiplied by the surface area. The volume of the world ocean is 11 times the volume of the land above sea level. So if everything were leveled out, if the mountains were flattened and the deep sea basins filled in, the sea would cover the whole earth to a depth of thousands of meters. For the flood to have happened, I can't believe, this is the first time I've heard this, so we're excited. This is my excited face, guys. For the flood to have happened, the pre-flood sea basins would have had to have been shallower and the mountains lower than they are now. Is this possible? Well, one textbook that's not cited says, where the mountains of the world now tower to dizzy heights, oceans and plains once, millions of years ago, stretched out to flat monotony. The movements of the continental plates cause both the land to rear up to heights where only the hardiest of animals, blah, 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 blah. Since the mountains and sea basins rise and fall, it is apparent that at one time the mountains were not as high as they are now, and the great sea basins were not as deep. So what they're saying is that, therefore, 6,000 years ago, no problem. However, this would imply, right, we're not adding in water. They're just saying, as it is now, if we do some recalibration of the heights and depths, the sea water, the ocean water, is enough to cover the planet if we level everything out. Fine. But if that's their argument, then that means it was always flooded in this time period. So in the time of Noah, it wouldn't be that there was a bunch of rain and then it flooded. It would be that suddenly the seas spilled over and the mountains started to descend. That's what it would mean, right? Right? Am I misunderstanding that? Because this has nothing to do with the rain. And it says it rained. Okay, that's what the story says. The rain caused this to happen. But they're saying, no, technically, if you flatten everything out, the water in the ocean could cover the whole earth. Cool. But that's not what they're saying happened. And if that's what they're saying happened, then there would be no flood event. It just would already be underwater. If we're talking about creating a flood event, then we're talking about the sea spilling over and the mountains shrinking, not rain. So, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Because like I said, it's the first time I've heard this. What happened to the floodwaters after the flood? They must have drained into the sea basins, but how? Scientists believe the continents rest on huge plates, movement, whatever. It's quite likely, perhaps triggered by the flood itself, that the plates moved, the sea bottom sank, and the great trenches had opened, allowing water to drain off the land. But there's no evidence of a sudden catastrophic plate rift, right? So what they're saying is that they're so again, we're not even factoring in rain, which is what the story says. So they're saying that either everything was already flooded, so the flood story is not remarkable because we already were flooded and nobody exists, or that the flood was created by a shifting of the sea trenches and a shifting of the height of the mountains spilling over the sea and flooding the earth. And that somehow, as this happened, the sea bottoms cracked open because plate tectonics and magic, because we don't understand it, because why would we actually bother to learn anything, cracked open and all the floodwaters went away. And we're left with shorter mountains. Again, no mention of the rain, which is what it says in the, wow. This is bizarre. This is bizarre. That's bizarre. Right? Isn't that bizarre? The heat generated by moving tectonic plates would rapidly turn the earth into a ball of plasma. Yeah, or even just it cracking open, it wouldn't spill into the depths. It would be like solidified for some of the, it's like when there's a undersea eruption and then it cools, right? It just kind of builds up a thing. So if it cracked open, the seawater would just kind of go in there and cool it for a second, and then we just would get like a sea vent. We've got sea vents. They don't suck in all the water. They're just sea vents. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Wow. I mean, kudos to a new one, but it's worse than I even thought. And it's not biblical. That is what makes it's not even biblical. It's bizarre. What a bizarre thing. What a bizarre thing. Let's see. Dr. Wu found that plants evolve through interspecies interaction, watermelon with pumpkin. Crazy things happen in the world. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In which way are we machines? All of this was chemical and neural processes. This is us making a decision. I don't know if we can talk about that as free will, but I think we wouldn't be wrong if we do. Yeah. The mountains grew quickly compared to how they do now. Right. Everything was different in the past. So we have the heat problem that was mentioned about mountains and plates moving rapidly. Any rapid change in the plates, yeah, boiling from friction. Infinite regress. Can always say we're in a simulation. God simulation. Right now, your body language reminds me of Robert Tilton, the TV. Well, remember, I did want to be a preacher, so yeah, there's some of that. Like when I'm in front of people, it's kind of my default. Yeah, the story requires a long read. Right. I'm not misremembering that, right? Let's see. Sometimes it's easier to shift the conversation to how evil it must be to wipe out your creation and start over because your animals are humping each other. It can be, right? It can be, you know. Why? And then why would God regret his decision to make people? Doesn't he have like perfect whatever and seeing the future? Well, he saw that it was bad that he did that, so he promised to never do it again, which means that he made a mistake, right? I mean, if it was the right decision to wipe everything off the planet, why would he promise not to do it again? Why not, you know? It's been a great chat. See you later, Max. Completely lost the plot. This is pseudoscience soup. It is. I mean, that's what we're making with this, you know, pre-salted nonsense. It's not biblical. It's the interpretation from the governing body. Oh, fair point. Fair point. So traces of the flood. If we grant that a great flood could have happened, which we're not, I mean, let's just pretend. Yeah, we'll grant it. Okay, why have scientists found no trace of it? Perhaps they have, but they interpret the evidence we have the same evidence, we're just interpreting it differently. Ken Ham again enters the chat. For example, orthodox science teaches that the surface of the earth has been shaped by many powerful glaciers, but apparent evidence of glacial activity can sometimes be the result of water action. Very likely, then, some of the evidence for the flood is being misread as evidence of of an ice age. This is not cited. For example, Orthodox science teaches that glaciers, but sometimes it looks like glaciers, but it's actually water. So maybe this is misread. It doesn't, there's no citation. There's a note, but it doesn't, like there's an asterisk, but it's not on anything. Okay. The book Planet Earth Glacier draws attention to the way water in the form of ice sheets depresses the surface. If Greenland ice were to disappear, the island would eventually rebound some 2,000 feet. In view of this, the effect of a sudden global flood. No, this isn't about glacial stuff. And continental rebounds. You know, again, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it's not cited. That's so weird. I've never, I mean, it may be, but I've never heard of it. But I don't, that's so weird. Similar mistakes have been made. And again, how do we know this, right? We don't know this because we found in the Bible that sometimes glaciers and water, similar erosion activities. No, it's because further research shows it. So now we update the information, the end. It's not, science, we got you cornered because other science that you also know, so you would know the difference between it, you know? It's like when, what was his name? The son of Kent Hovind? Chris Hovind, Dan Hovind, I don't know, Hovind Jr. No, there is a Hovind Jr. The second Hovind that also does his stuff. He mentioned stuff about like tree rings, and he's like, but you know, tree rings don't always whatever. Yeah, I think dendrochronologists know that. They know which ones are which. You know what I mean? That's like saying, you know, heart attacks, like your heart can stop because there's too much cholesterol clogging the arteries. But did you know that sometimes if you take too many muscle relaxants or strong opioids and overdose on opioids, did you know that can also stop the heart? This is not something those doctors consider. This would be like the fat acceptance movement making that statement that no, obesity doesn't actually cause heart attacks and your heart to stop because of clogging your arteries, because you know your heart can stop for other reasons. Yeah, they know, they can look at it, they know it better than you and I do because this is their job and they've studied it and they know the science to look for. So to be like, well, did you know sometimes erosion can look similar to ice, but actually it's due to water? Yeah, a geologist would know. You're not like, wild card, you know? Why? Why is this happening? Okay. Another evidence, I love it, a piece of evidence, come on. Another evidence for the flood appears to exist in the fossil record. Before we get into this, Eric, thank you, Eric. Eric, thank you. On behalf of all Erics everywhere, we're sorry. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. I feel sorry for Karens too. That's what I feel sorry for. I'm sure the story has nothing to do with Korea. Undul, the traditional heating system, couldn't survive without serious earthquakes. Korea would have a different heating system. Yeah, that's true. Therefore, the Bible predicts Korea. Is Eric the handsome version of Ray Comfort? I mean, I think out of all the three, the older Hovens, Ray, and Ham. Eric, yeah, but I mean, Eric also is more youthful. We tend to associate, like, attractive people with youth, although with men it's a little bit different. Sometimes, like, a distinguished older gentleman. I don't think any of the older gentlemen are distinguished in this case. There's that joke that, how does Ken Ham not accept Neanderthals when he looks exactly like one? That kind of joke. But I guess, I don't know, out of the three, the older gentlemen, I think Ray Comfort, if we're just judging their appearance. No, what's his name? The one that looks like a level 1 elf, like half elf. What's his name? Joel Osteen? Joel Osteen? That guy needs to drop his skin routine. I will join his church. He's like 65. His skin looks amazing. Yeah, I mean, there's some photoshopping, but man, his skin looks really good. It's really good. Okay. Check his dendrochronology. Maybe he's lying about his age. You don't know the last one? Joel Osteen. Yeah, he does look like a half elf, right? Okay. Joel Osteen. Yeah. Let me show you. I'll put him up so we can behold the heavenly science. There he is. This guy. There. Yeah. Now you see him. Okay. Like I say, he's like 65. He's doing a great job. Is he dyeing his hair? If so, it's a very good color. It's a good color choice. Whoever's, that's 60. Yeah, you can see there's a little blurring and stuff that's going on with the pores, But if you see him in a video where it's a little bit less likely that it's being, what's it called? Like, touched up, like filtered. He's here, if there's any photoshopping, it's a bit minimal. You can tell he's got some age to him, but I mean, you would guess late 40s, early 50s. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be like, damn, this guy's 65 years old. Okay, I will donate to Joel, if you're listening. I will donate to you if you drop your skincare routine. Okay, but it's got to be truthful. Even though you're influential, it's got to be truthful, right? If you're getting some kind of, I don't know, facelift or something, let us know. Be honest about it. But I mean, he looks good. Hey, what the beck? How you doing? Awesome. Thank you, Bree, so much. His wife's an arrogant woman too. Yeah, she looks like it. But I mean, again, good skin. Good skin. Constant fresh supply of virgin blood. It could be, or it's that what's it called, the adrenochromine, whatever they think. Yeah. Why are we looking at Joel Latino? Because we were saying, I said, because somebody asked, like, about Eric Hoven looking the best out of the, like, better than Ray Comfort. And I'm like, well, maybe it's because of his age. Let's compare Ken Hoven, Ken Hoven, Ken Ham, and Ray Comfort, because they're about the same age. No, so is Joel Osteen, and he looks really good for his age. So that's why we showed him. He does. He looks really good for his age. I know, Maya. 4 hours. Isn't that great? Chill? What am I chilling about? I want to be unchill. I've been dead to the world for the past while. So, unless you're here to chill, then yeah. Great. Welcome. Adrenochrome. Okay. That's what it is. Back with the rating party. We appreciate that. Secret to good scare is moisture and pH balance. That's it. I bet Joel Austin doesn't know what operational definition is. Excellence. I agree. So for those of you guys that are just joining us, we're reading from a tract. Well, I would say, I mean, it's a book. It's a straight book, man. It's color. It's everything. And we were reading from the section that was voted for. Was about the Bible and its totally scientific accuracy, which surprise. Can you guess how much science we've found in the Bible? I'll just let you guys guess because you're new, you jumped in. Can you guess? Yeah, being a multi-millionaire megachurch preacher helps. It does, right? But compare him to like Ken Ham. Is it because the sun in Australia has been hurt? I don't know, because Joel Osteen's was in Texas or something, right? 0%. We got 0%. I'm going to say 0.5 because God created the heavens and the earth. The universe was not always in existence. That's as close as we've come to something. That's as close as we've come. Okay. Ken Ham lives in Kentucky. Oh, that's right. But I mean, he grew up in Australia, right? And then that skin damage don't just disappear. I don't know. Maybe the humidity is refreshing his skin. Okay. JW literature, which is your jam. Good. I'm glad. I hope I'm doing it some kind of justice. Because I just like to pick it up. I wasn't a JW, but I like to just pick it up. You know, just to read it. I suppose apples exist. You know, I used that example when they talked about the circle of the earth and then they repeated it as the round and then repeated it as the sphere. And I said, you know, I'm sure they had a word that would imply some difference between circle and sphere. And if they didn't, they would refer to it as apple-shaped or egg-shaped or pomegranate-shaped or something like that, you know. So we have that circle of the earth comment. So what we have here is talking about similar mistakes. They're talking about science making mistakes. And so the flood could have happened because even though the people that actually do this for a living are aware of the differences between the things, they just don't update their science. So we actually know what they don't know. So technically maybe could. And it really just boils down to that thing that Ken Ham likes to say, which is we have the same evidence, we're just interpreting it differently. Except this is a 2006 reprint from 1989 that didn't even update the fact that we have genetics and DNA testing and stuff, so yeah. So, you know, and I'm in a bit of a mood because this has been a really rough week for a variety of reasons that involve physical pain, too much work, and not enough sleep. And new medication, but the medication is now out, and so I'm in more physical pain. So I'm just in a mood today. So, let's see. The Big Bang and inflation are not about the universe coming from nothing. That's true. That's true. Did you see the guy who drank his son's blood to look young and looks just like his age? Wow. Does his son look older though now? Because he's like losing his blood. Kenneth Copeland looks 157. Yeah, that's true. His eyes look like shiny. Like, they look like, what's his name? Vin Diesel from, like, Pitch Black and the Chronicles of Riddick. The surgical shine job. That's what they look like. To blow away that COVID. The universe beginning to exist is a philosophical problem. It is now, right? But at this, I mean, I'm sure it was in 1989. But I think what they're talking about is like, hey, so we figured out the universe isn't, like, the static state, right? It hasn't always existed. Don't get all technical. We're talking about science and the Bible. They're getting technical. I'm saying I doubt you, watchtower individual that can't even cite some of your sources, I doubt that you understand that the geologists understand more about this than you do. So if you understand a little bit of it, I'm sure the geologists understand more of it. So that's what it says. Isn't Copeland carved from the wood of a cursed elm tree? That's it. They're all what are they, Horcruxes or something? But for who? Maybe for Copeland. Maybe they're all Copeland's Horcruxes. Maybe that's what they are. I dare you to find any error in biblical science. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. So what do we got? So we're looking at evidence of the flood, and we did get something new that is so new as an explanation for the flood that it's actually not biblical. It has to do with the depths of the earth being higher and the mountains being lower, so all the existing water in the ocean is adequate to cover the earth, but the flood was caused by rainwater, and it's not mentioned, you know, so. All right. Mammoths were found that were quick frozen after their death. So? Alright, I guess it's the fossil record. Another evidence for the flood appears to exist in the fossil record. At the time... Sorry. I gotta... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Joel. Grant me your youthful bones as I stretch my arms to worship you. All right. Another evidence for the flood appears to exist in the fossil record. At one time, according to this record, great saber-toothed tigers stalked their prey in Europe, horses larger than any now living roamed North America, and mammoths foraged in Siberia. Then, all around the world, species of mammals became extinct. At the same time, there was a sudden change of climate. Tens of thousands of mammoths were killed and quick frozen in Siberia. It says one estimate says 5 million, but what is quick frozen, right? What's quick, you know? Alfred Wallace, a well-known contemporary of Charles Darwin, considered such a widespread destruction must have been caused by some exceptional worldwide event. Many have argued that this was the flood. Okay. What? But just need a second, so I'm not gonna scream. For those of you that are new to my channel, I teach the social sciences. I teach this event to my high school students. Like, even my students wouldn't be stupid enough to say this. So they're saying because a bunch of animals died similar time, and also some animals froze to death, therefore a great flood. You know, that's the danger of the monsoon season, isn't it? That some of the flooding that happens in places like India and Bangladesh, it also causes about 5 million people to be flash frozen. That's like the scariest part of a flood. Did you guys know that? Just flash frozen. Wow, God. Okay. And you know, my favorite part about quickly running water is how quickly it freezes everything. That's my favorite part too. It like ices over as it's running, especially surging salt water. That's my favorite part too. Yep, that's it. That's it. So for those of you guys that don't remember this part of history class, it has to do with the Ice Age and also hunting. That's what it has to do with. Hunting. That's all. We're good at eating, and we're good at outcompeting other hunters. That's it. I mean, is this brand new information? Because my confusion is that they don't mention plate tectonics in here. The plate tectonics, at the time this was originally written, and again, never updated, just reprinted. At the time, it was at least about 20 years old. So it was new, but they should have known about it. I can forgive the fact that genetics and DNA were not included. This wasn't super well known at the time. It wasn't, you know, the human genome wasn't mapped or anything like that. I feel like the 2006 reprint should have included that. But this, you know, didn't we understand that? Was this something that we just didn't know at the time? Yeah, I should try a Kerbal chair. Yeah, what's quick? Exactly. That was the other question I asked. Like, what is quick frozen? Because when we think quick frozen, we're not thinking like geologists. Right? Let's see. Where we're at in the chat. Alright. Not sure, Bree, but I'm given to understand that he turned the Blair Witch into someone with his gaze. That would be a good horror movie to make, like Night of the Living Televangelist. Joel has been drinking Peter Popov's miracle water. That's it. We did it. We figured it out. That's what he used to wash his face. Things in the Arctic Circle freeze quickly. Say it ain't so. I know, and especially during the Ice Age. Shocker, right? Total shocker. Let's see. Who are the many? Exactly. Everyone knows that when matter moves, it generates cold. Exactly. Smart. We figured it out. And that cold is something to be generated, not just less heat. That's good. Maybe it was from evaporative cooling from the rapid tectonic plate movement. That's it. I've caught up. Another name for God that Kimmy uses, Adonai. Thank you. I'm running right now to cool myself because it's warm in here. Yeah, can somebody submerge me in like salt water so I can just flash freeze? I heard that's really good for like muscle pain, right? It's cold. You want to just pour a bunch of water down my back, and then some of it will freeze. The faster you pour it, the faster it'll freeze. That's how it works, right? The only thing I'm guessing they're saying is that because they were cold in the water in a cold area, that they must have frozen, like they got hypothermia in the water. That's my leap that they're trying to say. Do you know what I mean? That's my leap. Because we've scanned these guys. We've scanned these woolly mammoths, and we would have found that their lungs were full of ice, right? If they would have drowned, their lungs are full of water, but it's frozen. You know, we can still find cause of death. Like, one of the great things I love to show the students is the Lady Di mummy. One of two, if I can recall correctly, there's only 2 wet mummies ever found. Both of them were found in China. Total accident and just mystery how they were preserved. But you can actually still perform an autopsy. It turns out she had a heart attack. So we have this mummy that's like, I don't know, 2,000 some odd years old. And we can still cut it open and check it out and see that. Like, if you still have the body and you could scan it, cool. Like with King Tut, he very likely died with a severe blow to the back of his head that cracked open the back of his skull. Cool. I mean, not cool, but, you know, cool we know, right? I mean, they're just making it seem like science is just, like, a bunch of guesses. And this is getting more frustrating now that I'm trying to finish my freaking dissertation or whatever. Thesis, not dissertation. Because it's really hard to science. It's hard to make a science. You know what I mean? I would like to do one science, and it's very difficult to do one science. There's a lot of prep work in this. There's a lot of checking other sources. There's a lot of this. I can't just say, you know what? This sounds really like maybe. That's the same as a theory. It's the same as a theory. It sounds like maybe. I mean, that's good enough. And I think the Quran says like maybe. So the Quran is scientifically accurate, because that's all scientists are doing. I have performed one science for the day, you know what I mean? It's one of the things I gotta do for Pokemon Go. Log in, activate my buddy, perform a science, and then that's all I need to do, right? I need to perform 10 sciences in 10 days, and then I get a Master Ball. Yeah, they were saying those animals drowned and froze up. That's what I'm guessing they're saying. Witnesses don't reprint to bring publications up to date. They do it for the sake of doctrinal revision to remove embarrassing and inconvenient past statements. I think this is an embarrassing and inconvenient past statement. This is enough as an embarrassing. Yeah. I also want to write about autocatalytic reactions, cycles, and sets in relation to abiogenesis, but I've forgotten exactly what. Amiga, if you can remember that, definitely add it to the comment section. You'll be able to post a lot more, like, words. Because here it's, what, 200 character limit? That'd be awesome. The only thing you can't do is post links. I know the YouTube, like, the person who owns that, like, the creator, like, that person can post links, but nobody else can, so... you can just link, or no, type the article name and like some of the authors that did it, so that'd be cool, and the year, so we know we're looking up the right one. Yeah, they do erase old publications, absolutely. I brought that up one time. These guys had approached me. I was at my wit's end. I was malnourished and frustrated, and I was at the store at like 10:30 at night after work, just like, you know. And they approached me, and one of them, and they said, "Excuse me," and I thought maybe I dropped my phone or something. And then I look, and one of them is holding a watchtower, and the other one is behind her, like holding her shoulders, like, "I'm here for your support," you know, like I got the feeling like this was her first time. And I looked at it and I said, no, 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 I don't want to deal with the watchtower today. To which, of course, any normal human being that sees somebody who looks like they're in physical and or emotional pain, begging you by just repeatedly saying the word no, and shaking their head no, and saying, no, I don't have time for this, I'm not in the mood for this. Of course, their natural reaction is, oh, so you've heard of the watchtower? And it just, there was an unleashing. Because they, and I was like, I just don't, and I just don't. And they said, well, what do you know about the watchtower? You know, right? And they had something like Satan, is there scientific evidence for Satan? Something like that was the title. And I'm like, well, look at your title. Look at it. Is there scientific evidence? Which sources are you guys citing? And I just launched into it. You know, why don't you have the watchtower you want to show me that was going to predict the end of the world? Huh? What? End of the world? What? 1913, 1914, 1915? Oh, and then it ended in 1975, and then 1977, and then 1978. Oh, but then it didn't end, but it did end, but then it changed, and now we're in the end times. And I was just like so mad. And she backed into the lady that was holding her, and as she did that, I just thought, oh man. I'm a dick. And then I felt worse about myself, and I was just like, oh, and I just walked away, and I left. Like, I left the store. I didn't buy it, I just left. Why? Like, why does your religious belief override you being a nice human being, compassionate? I just don't get it. They're all big on shunning. Girl, they shunned the hell out of me that day. You know? So that's what must have happened. Yeah, a geological quick process can last 10,000 years. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Witnesses don't reprint. Let's see, we read that. Looks like I skipped a couple by accident. Even their websites, some links to their articles don't exist. Yep. You can just copy them into Google and bring up the papers. Great. It's a sales tactic. Someone gives an objection, you ask a question designed to open up the conversation. I'm in sales, but I only use my powers from it. Yeah, this is a... The objection was, I'm not in the mood, which should have been like, what's wrong? I'm sorry to hear that. Here, do you have a copy of the Bible? Or another copy of the Watchtower about what to do when you feel low. That still would have been not appropriate, but it would have been more appropriate. It would have been their version of attempting to help me. That would have been acceptable. Do you know what I mean? In their mind, this was the best thing they could do to help me, and they provided that. And I would have been like, you know what? Thank you. And I would have taken it and continued shopping. That's how that would have ended. But to just say, oh, you know the watchtower, let's talk about it. Girl. Talk about walking around, muddling around into nuclear explosions. It's just, yeah. Family of J-dubs, yeah. Friend who's closeted atheist and the witnesses, yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. He's creating a database with internal publication. Ooh, yes. Love him. Good job. Good job. All right, have a good one. Optimistically cynical. All right, so we got an editorial in the magazine, Biblical Archaeologist Observed. No, it's observed is the word that we use here, where it's like admitted when we use it for other non-biblical scientists. It is important to remember that the story of the Great Flood is one of the most widespread traditions in human culture. Nevertheless, behind the oldest tradition found in the Near Eastern sources, there may well be an actual flood of gigantic proportions dating from one of the pluvial periods many thousands of years ago. The pluvial periods were times when the surface of the earth was much wetter than now. Freshwater lakes around the world were much larger. It is theorized that the wetness was caused by heavy rains associated with the end of the ice ages. But some have suggested that on one occasion, extreme wetness of the earth's surface was a result of the flood, capital F. I mean, look. So for somebody with a background in like building stuff and designing cities and stuff, right? Like an educational background. I didn't get to do the work except for the military, but it's just like building stuff and blowing stuff up. There is the thing called the 100-year floodplain. So there's a regular floodplain. This is like normal flooding that happens every year because of rain and or ice melt. Cool. And then about every 100 years, we just get like an insane flood. Just like our powers align and we got Captain Flood the planet, okay? So we got this huge flood that happens, and this is the 100-year floodplain. It's a pretty regular thing. Pretty sure that the people who experience one of these 100-year floods probably never experienced it before. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, could it have been a huge flood? Absolutely. Sure. Worldwide? No. Consistent with anything they said here about the raising and collapsing of the trenches of the sea and the mountains, respectively? No. So even to provide a biblically consistent possibility, we're still inconsistent with the Bible, because again, what is this? It's a flood from water that's already on the land. It's a flood from water that's already in the sea. What does the Bible say? It rained, that the vaults of the sky opened up, the vaults of the firmament opened up, because outside of the firmament there's not empty space, it's water. And it pours inside, and then God shuts the firmament vault, and then he opens up the bottom of the vault and releases the water out the bottom back into the cosmic water. That's what it says. So neither of these ideas that one of these at least sounds realistic. One of them is worldwide, one of them is local. Neither of them have anything to do with water from the sky. And it doesn't say water from the sky. It says water from beyond the firmament. So these ideas are inconsistent with each other and the Bible. I mean, wow. Wow. Oh, it's a widespread story, yeah, right? The north regions of Venezuela, huge floods happen every 50 to 60 years. Yeah, I believe it. Read an article the other day that said the next few years, events that happen once every 100 years may be happening more once a year or more. Thanks climate change, thanks capitalism. I've heard about that as well. Maybe they knew about the atmospheric river. Yeah, right. Mankind did not forget. Geology professor John McCampbell once wrote, "The essential differences between biblical catastrophism, which is the flood, and the evolutionary uniformitarianism." This is the idea that like the older stuff in the layers is on the bottom, like it's like lower, and then like above that it's younger layers of Earth. That's what that is. Okay. But evolutionary uniformitarianism, I don't know. I know geological uniformitarianism, but I don't know. Are not over the factual data of geology, but over interpretations of them. There's the Ken Ham thing, third time. Enters the chat. The interpretation preferred will largely depend on the background and presuppositions of the individual student. Wonderful. That the flood did happen is seen in the fact that mankind never forgot it. All around the world, in locations as far as Alaska and the South Sea Islands, there are ancient stories about it. Yeah, of course. Of course in the islands there's going to be talk of flood. Of course in areas that get hit with hurricanes, cyclones, and typhoons, there's going to be talks of flood. Of course in places that are next to rivers, which, where are all ancient civilizations pretty much built next to? Rivers? I mean, of course there's going to be floods. That's why we build them there, because we like the silts. I teach this to high school students. Like, can't shake too much. Of course they have a flood. While some accounts differ in detail, yeah, one of them, I think it's from the Yoruba tribe, talks about cutting open the great tree and that spills forth the floodwaters. Yeah, that's a pretty big detail. That's a little bit different, huh? And only a few humans were saved, and a man-made vessel comes through in nearly all versions. Yeah, no doubt, huh? No doubt. We talk about the gods blessing individual people, or demigods, or special people, especially people that later go on to be patriarchs in the religion. Yeah, what a surprise. What a surprise. The only explanation for such a widespread acceptance was that the flood was a historical... No, not localized floods, not any of the things I just said. Thus, in essential features, the Bible is harmony with modern science. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Where there is a conflict between the two, the scientist's evidence is questionable. Where they agree, the Bible is often so accurate that we have to believe they got its information from superhuman intelligence. Again, the only flood story they offer differs from the biblical accounts. One of them can't happen, and one of them is local. I just, you know, so these aren't even... Like, it's talking about, like, even if there was a great flood, right? Let's just pretend there was. Their explanation doesn't come from the Bible. So this idea that the Bible is so accurate, we have to believe that it got its information from superhuman intelligence. Well, you provided two explanations that are not biblical, author. Indeed, the Bible's agreement with proved science, as opposed to theories, because scientific theories are just wild guesses, provides further evidence that it is God's word, not man's. We're going to end there before I end myself. I hope this was exciting to watch, because it was wild to produce. That was it. I'm going to go lie down. I'm gonna go rest my back. I don't know, 5.5 hours is pretty good. And again, I won't be here next week, but I'd like to perhaps do one next week where we learn a little bit more about this glorious text. Okay. It was an overdose of biblical science, that's right. You know what? I was gonna say hit me with some Narcan. More like Narcant, because I don't want to come back to this world. Just leave me to die. If I gotta wake up and see this, that's too much. Come spend the week with me in the States before you enter. So yeah, let's go chill and go hunt for Mothman. Hell yeah. Thanks, Sacred Cow Diner. We should serve that pizza at the Sacred Cow Diner. That sacrilegious pizza. Eat ramen and kimbap combo. I should. I really should. I should. I should eat something. Alright. I can't get that mad. Because we learned in the Bible what happens if we get stressed. It will rot my bones. They're already not good. So, can't afford to rot them out, right? Thanks, Proverbs. Why go to the doctor when the Bible's right there, guys? An old gray hair man got 2 of every animal on Earth to repopulate. You know, there's 600,000 species of insects. He was very particular and interested in all types of intercourse and mating. Fun stream. Yeah, thanks for joining me, guys. Thanks to Bree for letting more people know about it. Much appreciated. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Have a good one. And all that stuff. If Sundays work better for you, that's when I tend to do my Patreon streams once a month. So I usually start these at 6 a.m. Korea time, which ends up being like 2, 3, or 4 p.m. U.S. time. And I know a lot of people are at work. So, all right, guys, have fun. We'll see ya. We'll see ya. I guess I shouldn't say U.S. time. The America's time, right? All right. Adios.